Hey, what's up? It's Cute What If? This side. Today we will be seeing what if Deku and Ladybug were twins? Before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. I guess this is the end, Izuku thought as he lay on the ground bleeding, beside him the dead body of his father, the supervillain that terrorized Japan. The final battle ended and Izuku was able to win, but he got seriously injured. Deku nerd Midoriya problem child. He heard people shouting and running towards him. He smiled as he thought how his friends and family won't have to suffer against a monster like his father. He closed his eyes as he felt his body go cold. Whoa! The cry of a baby sounded as Sabin-Ching gave birth to a twin, a small little girl and a little boy. The little girl was sleeping in her stepfather's hands, who was looking at her like she was the most precious treasure in the world, while the little boy was awake looking at her with bright blue eyes that held too much intelligence for a newborn baby, but Sabin didn't notice that. "My little Marcel," she said as she hugged her child closer. 13 years later. "Mari! Wake up!" A boy shouted as he entered his sister's room. This boy is Marcel Depainchung, previously known as Izuku Midoriya. After his death, he found himself reborn as a baby in what seems like a totally different world. There are no quirks in this world. There are superpowers, but they aren't common, and those that have them are known as metas. Marcel found out that he still has his quirk, but he can't communicate with the previous users anymore. Nobody knows that he has a quirk or that he remembers his past life. "I am awake," Marinette shouted as she jolted out from the bed. Well, nobody beside his twin sister, who he shares a mind link with. They found out about the mind link when they were 10, and Marinette caught one of his rambling thoughts. And just his luck, she was able to understand all of it. He felt that she truly was his sister, and he may or may not have been thinking of his past life. After a very awkward conversation, he explained his past life to her and made her promise that she wouldn't expose his secret. "Good, I will go first. See you at school," he said as he made his way out of the room. "Why can't you wait for me?" Marinette asked, looking at her brother. "Because I need to deal with Chloe, or you want to deal with her?" He raised an eyebrow at her. "Fine, just go. I honestly still don't know how you can keep her calm," Marinette sighed as she opened her closet. "I had to deal with an angry blondie who can create explosions from his hands. Chloe is an angel compared to him," Marcel said as he left. Marcel entered the classroom only to get tackled by a wild Chloe Marbear. Before he could say anything, he was dragged by her to a nearby desk where a blonde was sitting. "Adrakins," the blonde looked at them and smiled. "Chloe, is that your friend that you were talking about?" "Yeah, this Marbear, and I bet you would have a crush on him by the end of the day," Chloe said with a smirk as Marcel's face went beet red. "Sichalo-e," he shouted. "Don't try denying it. It is a known fact that everyone has a crush on you and your sister," she scoffed at him. "Just stop." Marcel buried his face in his hands, trying to hide his embarrassment. Adrain looked at the cute display and smiled. "I can see why." "Oh God. Not you too," Marcel screeched. "Haha, dude. Seeing Chloe teasing you never gets old." A voice from behind said. Marcel looked back to see their friend Nino. "Huh, this is gonna be a long year." Marinette was about to cross the street to get to school, when she saw an old man struggling to cross the street. She saw the car that was going to run over him. Without thinking, she ran and pulled him out of the way. The speeding car ran past them, followed by a few police cruisers. Just before stepping onto the sidewalk, she tripped over the curb, dropping her box, but luckily the old man didn't fall. "Sorry," she reflexively said, as she picked up her mess and tried to hide her embarrassment. "That was quite the fall, little girl. Are you all right?" Marinette shook her head. "Don't worry, I'm no stranger to disasters like this," she insisted as the old man sat down next to her and helped her clean up. "I'm quite sorry about your cookies. I hope I haven't inconvenienced you in any way." "Oh no, it's all right. Besides, there are still a few left. Would you like one?" she asked shyly, opening the box and the few remaining dozen. The old man took one, taking a bite. The moment he did, his eyes lit up. Delicious. "Thank you, sir." She bowed her head respectfully in thanks, helping the old man to his feet, placing the rest of the cookies in her messenger bag. "Shouldn't you be in school, little girl?" The old man questioned curiously as Marinette escorted him to the nearest bench, one overlooking the riverside. Marinette sighed. I was late and I couldn't just not help. The old man smiled at her. What is your name, miss? Marinette, she answered. You have a very pure heart that never changes, and it seems that you aren't the only one, the old man said as he noticed something that made him quite surprised about the girl. Creation soul, and it seems to be connected to another one who is also a creation soul and quite compatible with the mouse as a secondary affinity. Excuse me. Marinette flinched as they were approached by a nearby police officer wearing a blue uniform. Shouldn't you be in school, little girl? He asked in a harsh tone. Marinette stammered as her face paled in fear. It wasn't as though she did anything wrong in particular. She simply assumed the position of a guilty person whenever confronted. Pardon me, officer, but it's my fault my granddaughter isn't in school right now. The officer turned his attention to him. See, she was escorting me on my way to my morning Tai Chi class and saved my life when a speeding driver almost hit me. She was just insisting that he walk me home. Such a good girl. Marinette couldn't believe what she was hearing. Yes, well, those speed demons are really causing a ruckus these days. The officer's face softened as he looked back towards Marinette. It's good to take care of your elders, but education is important. I'll escort your grandpa home. Yes, sir. Marinette nodded, standing up, glancing back at the old man. Thanks for talking to me, sir. I really appreciate it. Think nothing of it, the old man remarked, happily watching as Marinette ran towards the school building. In fact, perhaps it is I who should be thanking you, he remarked under his breath. He was smiling to himself, then noticing the police officer's confusion at the way Marinette spoke to her. Supposed grandpa. She's a good girl, the old man remarked. As soon as Marinette entered the classroom, she was dragged by her brother to sit next to him. Why were you late? He asked, looking at her worriedly as he knows his sister is clumsy. He didn't notice a small mouse-like creature spying at him from the window. I was caught helping an old man crossing the street, sorry. She looked away sheepishly. I can't really blame you for that, he sighed as Chloe came dragging Adrien to their table. Maribert, why were you late? Chloe asked. She just helped an old man cross the street, plus she woke up late. Mari, this is Adrien. Adrien, this Marinette, my sister. Hurt her and I break your bones. Marcel spoke with a very bright smile that sent shivers to Adrien's spine. Smack. Oh, what is that for? Marcel asked as he ripped his head. Stop threatening him. I am warning him that if he hurts you, I hurt him. Quite true. I still remember that one time when we were like 8, someone tried to kidnap Maribert, but Maribert literally dragged the kidnapper to an alley and all we could hear was screams for mercy for the next 15 minutes and he was 8. 8! Chloe exclaimed as Adrien looked at Marcel in confusion, since he doesn't look that buff. Don't let his form trick you, he has a ton of muscles under his shirt. Nino chimed in as a new girl looked very interested in the topic. Nino, shut up or I will send them the video of Mari kicking your butt for 20 minutes straight. Marcel looked at Nino with a glint in his blue eyes. Can you tell me the story? The new girl chimed in. I am Alia, by the way. Marcel, sure. Basically, when we were 11 we were at the park. Chloe wasn't with us as her mother was visiting. Nino somehow started arguing with Mari as to who is stronger. I told them to spar and took out my phone to record them, obviously for blackmail material. He said the last part with a vicious grin. He remembers his lessons with Nedzu and how he always need to keep blackmail on everyone. I knew Mari was gonna beat him and I kept riling him up to try again each time he lost. So in the end I got a 20-minute video of my twin sister kicking his butt. Honestly, he was miserable. You didn't tell me you effing trained her. And you beat the crap out of people 3 times your size with ease, Nino exclaimed, red-faced as the rest were laughing their butt off. All eyes turned to the door where a strict-looking woman was standing next to the teacher. Adrien froze as she looked at him with clear disappointment. Adrien, let's go, the women spoke. Adrien didn't argue and said goodbye to the group before leaving. Natalie gave him a disapproving expression on her face, one he recognized as, your father will hear about this. The group minus Alia looked at Chloe looking for an answer to why Adrien left. Chloe scoffed. His father is an a-hole. He refused to let Adrian come to a school saying that it is dangerous for him, which is ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. In reality, his father is just a FNG control freak. A drain had to sneak out to come here. Marcel hummed as he looked outside the window. Dude, no. Marcel turned to Nino with a questioning look. Huh? Zoo, all of us minus Alya know what that look means, Marinette said, looking straight into his eyes. You can't kill him or ruin his reputation. Alya whipped her head towards him. Okay, but just hear me out. Marcel tried to argue. No, the last time you had that look you broke both arms of the man and hacked to his social media and released all of his darkest secrets. Which was honestly the most beautiful thing I have ever seen, Chloe said as she wiped an imaginary tear from her eyes. First, the man deserved it. He was a pefly, he tried to go after you and he was corrupted. Maman even held a celebration for me when you told her. He threw her a smug look, and I won't destroy Adrain's father's life. I will just send some files that I have to him and say that if he didn't want his shady workout in the open, he would let his son to school. Before anyone can say anything. Below their feet, the earth seemed to shake and there was the sound of footsteps, but loud ones. Did you hear that? Marinette asked as suddenly there was a loud crash, and walking before them was a giant stone man. Oh, Marinette rasped, as she held onto her brother's arm as they watched the monster vigilantly. The stone monster jumped out into the street and started screaming. Kimim. Was that Ivan? Marcel asked as he stood in front of the group. How could you tell? Alya questioned as she pulled out her phone. The way that was his voice and the way he was clearly angry at Kim. Marinette hastily explained, Kim's not that bad a guy, but he'll take his GGS too far sometimes. Sounds like he took one of his jokes way too far this time. It's like he's been transformed into a real-life supervillain. Alya exclaimed happily as she took out her phone. Any idea where Kim is now? She asked. The stadium? Marinette reflexively responded. But why dash? Battery chip. I am so outta here. She immediately said, racing out of the school. Hey, where are you going? Did you not just see the 10-foot monster walk right past us? Marcel yelled in exasperation. Where there's a supervillain, there's always a superhero close behind. No way I'm missing this. She called back, running to the entrance of the school. Marcel spotted Stoneheart pick up a car like it was nothing, tossing it at the school and causing a lot of damage. Kim. Marcel winced at the volume of the monster but only hesitated for a few moments before running after his new friend. Marinette right behind him. Marcel and Marinette lost Alya in the school. Marinette looked at her brother. What do we do? Marcel's face was ugly. I can try to fight him, but we don't know what happened. Ivan never had powers, so someone or something turned him into that. So there's a chance you will be targeted if you fight him and expose your power. She completed his analysis as she opened her bag looking for her phone to call her parents. Huh, what is that? Marcel asked as Marinette took out a small box from her bag. I don't know, it wasn't in my bag earlier, Marinette said as she opened the box. A bright light flashed before it circled around them and stopped in front of Marinette as it took shape. Marcel immediately put himself between the light source and Marinette. He charged his quirk ready to defend himself or his sister. The light slowly took shape as a gray blur shot from near the window and stopped next to the light. Hello, we are. Ugh. It's a giant bug. Marinette screamed. It's a mouse. Marcel shouted. A bug mouse, they said in unison, and Marcel released Black Whip and caught the two creatures. Everything's okay. Don't be scared, the red one said as it flew through the whip and floated towards Marinette. Hello, Marcel. You are so cute, the gray mouse said as it hugged Marcel's face. Since Danger Sense didn't respond to the creatures, Marcel wasn't that worried. He picked up the mouse and let it sit on his hand as he watched the red mousebug try to explain something to his sister while she was still panicking. Marcel. He looked at the mouse asking what he wanted. Won't you stop them so we can explain? Oh, wait a minute. Marcel walked towards his sister and hit her head. Oh, what was that for? Marinette said as she looked at her brother. For earlier today, and so you can stop panicking and let them explain. Marcel said as he dragged his sister to a corner where they could sit and listen to the explanation. So I will be asking questions, but first we will be quiet as you tell us what you want. Marcel said as he looked at the two creatures and gestured to them to start. Hello, I am Tiki, the red one introduced herself. And I am Mullo, Mullo said cheerfully. We are Kwamis, please listen to us as you are the only one that can stop Stoneheart. Tiki pleaded. You mean Ivan, what happened to him? Marinette asked. Mari, let them talk, I am sure they will explain everything. Marcel said as he patted his sister's head. Okay, I will explain. Kwamis are connected to magical jewelry that grant their wielder magical powers related to the concept of the Kwami. I am Tiki, the Kwami of creation. My earrings give the ability to transform and gain two main powers, lucky charm and the ability of purification. I am Mullo, the Kwami of multiplication. My necklace gives the ability of cloning. The clones can either be in your original size or smaller. With enough experience you can alter your size while transformed. The guardian who sent us to find you is asking for help. The miraculous of the butterfly is missing and its user is the one who turned your friend to Stoneheart. The miraculous of the butterfly gives the ability to turn your allies to champions and grant them powers depending on the person. But the USR can also use the target negative emotion to corrupt them and turn them into an Akuma that will follow his orders. Only you can help by destroying the akumatized object and catching the butterfly and purifying it. Marinette and Marcel debating what to do using their mind link. They nodded and turned to the Kwamis. You are lucky I was a hero before. Marcel said as the Kwamis looked at him confused. And you are lucky. This idiot raised me to be a person who can't say no if it means to help people. Marinette sighed. So how to transform and how to use the abilities, and just for the record we will be talking after we deal with Stoneheart, Marcel said as wore the necklace Mullo was holding. Marinette also picked up the earrings and wore them. To transform, you need to say spots on. To purify the corrupted butterfly you need to use your yo-yo to catch it, and to use your ability say lucky charm. Tiki said as she sighed. It seems that Master Fu didn't pick normal teens for the job. For me, you say get Squeaky to transform. And Multitude to use the ability. Remember, as you aren't an adult you would have a time limit after using your ability. Mullo said as she sat on Marcel's fluffy hair. How much time? He asked. Depends, normally 5 minutes, but I have a feeling that won't be the case for you. Marcel, your soul is much more powerful than Marinette. I think you will get from 30 minutes to an hour after using the ability. Marinette also has a powerful soul, so she will get between 15 and 30 minutes. Tiki said surprised as she checked the two. Their souls are too strong, especially Marcel, and both of them have a creation soul. Okay, let's do this. Marinette took a deep breath to calm herself. It will be fine. Remember the training I put you through, and I will always be by your side. Marcel reassured her. Tiki spots on. Mullo gets Squeaky. That is how Paris got 3 heroes, the fast thinker and core of the team Ladybug. She was considered the core of the team because of her ability to return everything to normal and even resurrect the dead after each battle. Multi-Mouse, the strategist, the leader and the heavy hitter of the team. People quickly noticed how he was the one to lead the team in battles until Ladybug got her lucky charm and got a plan to use it. It was also how he seemed to have immeasurable strength when pink lightning started surrounding him. And most importantly, he was the one that stayed after battle and checked on the victims when he was asked. He said that his time limit is longer than the rest of the team so he can stay without worrying about the timer. Chat Noir was the joker, the bait, and the one to lead the Akumas away from the populated areas. Some people say he is more of a sidekick, but most consider him as a hero, especially since he can destroy anything with a touch. There were also some temporary heroes, but they quickly lost them. 3 years has passed and Paris adapted to its new situation, after the Akuma Miracle Queen, where all the temporary heroes got exposed and Master Fu transferred the title of the Guardian not only to Marinette but also Marcel, so they share the responsibilities. They decided that if they need to use another miraculous, either Marinette will use them or Marcel will use Mullo to make a clone and let it use the miraculous. The new student Lila Rosie was the worst thing that happened to the twins. Especially since she became obsessed with Marcel and always tried to get Marinette in trouble. Heck, she tried to get Marinette expelled if not for Marcel hacking into school system and nearby security systems to get full proof of his twin innocent. He also met with the principal and teacher alone and gave both of the a file each containing sheet ton of evidence that can either shut down the school or send the principal to prison. From that day the teachers and principal never bothered the twins. Lila still tries and was able to get Alya into her side, which broke Marinette's heart, but thanks to Marcel she was able to recover and not stay attached to false hope. Marcel told her how in his past life some of his classmates tried to send him to jail when they discovered his father was a villain, even though he sacrificed his life for them more than once. Marinette decided that if Alya wanted to trust a liar over her best friend, then they weren't really friends. The second year was a roller coaster for the twins, since people started to notice how many corrupted butterflies that tried to akumatize them only to fail. At one point a butterfly tried to get them every 2 days. After someone asked how many times Hawkmoth tried to traumatize them, and when the twin told them that at that point it was between 50 to 100 times, it became clear as day that Hawkmoth was targeting the twins and wanting to turn them into an Akuma no matter what. And after Marcel broke from the control of Hawkmoth in the middle of the city where everyone saw him and even videos were taken of the event, he was considered Paris' golden boy as he gave them hope that they can resist getting akumatized. And that made some people stalk his sister for information, and just like him a video of her breaking free from Hawkmoth control was taken. That's how the twin got the title of Paris Golden Pair, as news of their ability to reject the Akuma went viral and encouraged people to fight against the control. Some people succeeded, which only made the twin names more popular, and with how much they helped people, they were only secondary to the actual heroes. With the help of Max, Marcel made a new app called Bugout which held all the information about the Akumas, many different features to help, and most importantly worked as an Akuma alert that will notify everyone when an Akuma is active. It will tell it position, danger level, any information about it. And after the Akuma is dealt with it will give a report of the battle. The last year was worse as Hawkmoth started targeting the twins way more than he already did, and not just to akumatize them, he tried to kill them as their presence gave hope to Paris, and killing them will generate a huge amount of negative emotions. "Zoo, we can't keep going like this," Marinette said as she sat on her bed, Tiki trying to comfort her. Marcel was on the computer working on the Bugout app and trying to find new information about the suspects. Today another corrupted butterfly came after her when Lila started a rumor about how she sleeps around with random men. "Mari, I know, but we don't have enough evidence against any of the suspects. I am sure that one of them is Hawkmoth, but we don't have any proof, and breaking into their houses to look for it will just backfire on us," Marcel sighed as he closed the file. "Marcel, I think you need to ask for help from professionals," Mullo said while sitting on Marcel's fluffy blue hair. Mullo is right. Dealing with the Akumas and looking for Hawkmoth's identity at the same time will just exhaust you, and even if Marcel is able to hack and analyze him, he doesn't have enough experience to help him, Tiki said sighing. "And I think it is time to take back the cat miraculous. Chat Noir does more bad than good, and you two are more than enough to keep the Akumas in check until you find the true cat." Marcel and Marinette sighed at the same time. In the last year Chat Noir became more and more irresponsible as he preferred to flirt with them both, then actually help stop the Akuma. And in the last month he directly stated that if none of them go out with him on a date he won't help with the Akuma. "Yep, then I think we will start Plan 3B, Marcel said as he picked up a notebook that was titled with a giant B and passed it to Marinette, who took it and started reading the third plan in the notebook. Of course the plan was written in codes that Marcel took a lot of time to make sure that no one will be able to decode them unless he gave them how. Marinette read the plan and a bright smile made its way to her face. "Are you sure the spell will work?" Marcel grinned. "I already tried it on a small scale. Once I activate the spell with the help of the Monkey Miraculous, Hawkmoth won't be able to akumatize anyone for a whole month. And you know about the class trip to America next month." "So we are dragging the Justice League?" Marinette asked. "No," Marcel denied. "We are dragging just the bats because if I see Green Lantern, there is almost nothing that will stop me from breaking his bones." At the end of the first year of Hawkmoth terror, Ladybug and Multimouse tried to get in contact with the Justice League, and they were able to talk to Green Lantern, who refused to help and threatened them if they tried to prank the Justice League again. The mayor also tried to get in contact, but with the magical cure fixing everything there was no proof, so they didn't get any help. I still found it funny how you turned from breaking your bones in your last life to breaking the bones of anyone who got in your way in this life, Marinette said as she chuckled along with Tiki and Mullo. After the twins became the guardians, they told the Kwamis about Marcel's past life as a Zuku. The Kwamis were surprised, but they didn't care. Tiki also explained how both of the twins have a creative soul and how they were true ladybug holders unlike Chat Noir. She also explained how with enough training they both can use creation magic without the help of the miraculous. I said at the time I didn't know how to control my power. Marcel pouted. Marinette chuckled at the cute display of her brother. Anyway, how will we convince the class to change the trip location to Gotham, the capital of crime? Marcel smirked. Why would we? We just need to give a little bait for the class liar, and she would do the work. We just need to organize the trip. She will convince the sheep, and for the rest of the class that doesn't trust the liar like Max and Chloe, I will convince them as Multimouse and tell them to pass a USB to the Bat family if they met them. Marinette started laughing. I can't wait to see what stupid lies she will spit this time. €100 that she will say she is dating Damian Wayne. Marcel put his bet. We aren't betting on anything, but I know she will say she saved Batman's life, Marinette said as she started laughing again. After they laughed for a bit, they started planning how to take the miraculous cat from Chat Noir. They decided to put him on a fake date with Ladybug, and Marcel will use the bee miraculously to paralyze him. 2 days later, Ladybug was waiting on top of the roof for Chat Noir to appear. Marcel was using both the rooster and bee miraculous. He used the rooster to stay invisible as he was ready to paralyze the stray cat at any moment. A shadow jumped near Ladybug and tried to hug her from behind, only for her to dodge. My lady, why did you dodge my hug? The stray cat whined. Chat Noir, why didn't you help with any Akuma in the last month? Ladybug asked with a glare. Because you and my little mouse didn't want to go out with me? He said with scowl. For that? That was the reason you let other people die. Because we didn't go out with you. Are you effing mental? Ladybug shouted. Of course. You and Little Mouse are mine. We were destined to be together. Chat Noir said with a crazed smile. Ladybug sighed as she told Marcel to paralyze him using the mind link. Chat Noir was hopeless. Chat Noir felt a sting at his back as he lost the ability to move. Marcel dropped his invisibility and stood side by side with his sister in front of Chat Noir. They started speaking at the same time, but for Chat Noir he felt that the voice didn't belong to them. It felt that the universe was talking through their mouths. Chat Noir, as the Guardians, we judge you for your irresponsibility with using your miraculous, and for your crime against the innocent and against the Guardians of the miraculous we strip you from the ability to use any kind of miraculous forever. We also curse you so you will never be able to tell anyone in any way or form about the secrets of the miraculous or their holders. As of now, Chat Noir is no more. A bright light shone as Chat Noir lost his transformation and Adrain Agresti lost consciousness in front of them. Can't say I am disappointed, as I knew he was bad the moment he sided with Lila in our first year. Marcel shrugged as he took the ring from Adrain. I can't believe I almost fell in love with him. Ladybug shivered. If it weren't for you smacking some sense into me, I would have fell in love with this effing idiot. I told you he wasn't worth it. He is too naive and thinks he is a prince from some kind of Disney movie. Multimouse laughed as he picked up the sleeping Adrian and jumped towards the Agresti mansion. 2 weeks later, the twin followed the plan. And Lila by mistake heard Marcel talking about how much he wanted to go to Gotham and meet the Wayne family. As expected, the next day Lila started talking about how she was friends with the Waynes, the richest family on earth, and how her Damabo is the sweetest boyfriend. The class believed her. Max, who Marcel already talked with about the mission, suggested visiting it. Instantly Chloe agreed, and before Lila could argue, Marcel said that he could arrange it if they wanted to. The class instantly agreed and Lila didn't have the chance to stop them. They convinced Mlee Bustier to go and the twin had to hold their laughter at the face Lila was showing. Lila still tried to get Marinette in trouble, but almost everyone tried to keep her away from Marinette, especially since Hawkmoth made it clear that he targeted the twins. The twin collected the ingredient and activated the spell that will stop the miraculous from working for 45 days. They will stay in Githam for a month, so they activated the spell a week earlier to seem less suspicious. Adrian seemed to transfer his crazy obsession from Ladybug and Multimouse to the twins, who were the hero's civilian identity, which gave the twin a headache. Marcel may or may not have broken Adrian's nose when he tried to harass his sister, and he may have blackmailed the school and Gabriel to get out of trouble. The twin worked for a whole week to write an essay and send it to Wayne Enterprises Inc. so they can win the trip. Marinette spent the whole week going through all the achievements of her classmates, and Marcel wrote a whole analysis of how beneficial the trip will be for their class and how it will affect the reputation of the company, as many of the students in class have great potential in the future. Mac's computer and technology skills, Nathaniel's talent in drawing, Chloe and Adrian's future in modeling, and many more. Thankfully, a week after they sent the essay, they got a respond, and they actually won. They didn't need to use their second plan and make Marcel collect as much dirt on them and blackmail them. They spent the last week before the trip packing their stuff and relaxing as they activated the spell, giving them 45 days without stressing over Hawkmoth. Tim frowned as he did a full background check on the French class that will be visiting Gotham next month. There was something in their files he didn't understand. Number of akumatization. Akuma as in demon, Tim thought as he started looking for information about the term on the French server before reading the rest of the files. His eyes widened from what he saw. Ladybug. Multimouse. Chat more. His jaw dropped as he watched videos of the Eiffel Tower being destroyed time after time by villains, and how each time the hero Ladybug fixes the damage. All of it. Tim picked up the phone and set an emergency meeting in the Batcave as he drank another cup of pure black coffee. Next month will be full of chaos. Half an hour later, everyone was in the Batcave waiting for an explanation for the meeting. Tim, what happened? Bruce asked. Did you know that Paris has heroes? Tim asked as he took another sip of his coffee. What do you mean? Bruce confused. He didn't get any reports of Paris having heroes protecting it. There was shit ton of stuff happening in Paris under our noses. Tim said. Drake, explain, Damien ordered as he glared at Tim. As Bruce asked, I was doing a background check on the French class that will be visiting next month, but before I even started I noticed something weird in their files. He clicked a button and Chloe's file was shown. Number of akumatization. 8. Baby bird, what does that mean? D asked. He knew akuma means demon in Japanese, but it couldn't actually mean turning children to demons, could it? I searched the meaning in the French search engine, and this is what I found. A picture of the butterfly Hawkmoth appeared on the screen. This is a supervillain called Hawkmoth. It seems he uses magic to turn people into villains using their negative emotions. Basically, if you feel any kind of negative emotion such as anger, jealousy, sadness, even embarrassment, he can send a butterfly that is corrupted by magic to turn you into an akuma and enslave you to do his dirty work. Multiple pictures of civilians and their akumatized version appeared on the screen. The fucker is using a baby, Jason exclaimed as he saw the picture of baby. August. Bruce's face was emotionless, but you could see the anger bubbling in his eyes. Damien was gripping his katana so hard and glaring at the screen. If I get my hands on that Ibn Ahira, I will make sure to give him the most painful death possible. Ibn Ahira, son of a beach in Arabic. This isn't the worst, Tim spoke with a grim expression. Everyone in Paris has died at least once and got resurrected, and I mean everyone. You could hear the pin drop as silence enveloped the room. How? Barbara asked. Tim clicked a button and 3 individuals appeared on screen. These are the heroes of Pris, Ladybug, Multimouse, and Chat Noir. A flash of anger enveloped his face. From what I could gather, they are young, like they should be between 12 and 15 when they started fighting to save Paris. Ladybug has the ability to reverse the damage, meaning resurrecting the people who died. Silence. Nobody could say anything. So you're telling me a terrorist was emotionally holding Paris a hostage for how long? Bruce asked, rubbing his forehead. 3 years. For 3 years we weren't informed at all. Tim frowned with the rest of his siblings, as it seems. Do a full background check on the French class, get all the information about them, then get me all the information you can get on Paris's situation, from the akumas to the number of casualties and the collateral damage. Bruce said, and Tim nodded. They were silent until Barbara started laughing really hard as she was looking at her laptop that was connected to the Bat computer. Oh God! Not again! Haha! What is wrong with you, Babs? We are having a serious discussion, Jason said as he walked behind her and saw what she saw on the computer. He slowly turned his head to Bruce, looking completely stunned. What the F dash? Another 1 inch. The rest of Bruce's children dashed to see what happened and one by one turned their head to Bruce. What? He asked, confused. I thought I was the last one? Damien mumbled as he analyzed the photos. What? Bruce asked, bewildered. Tim quickly brought 2 files on the Bat computer and pictures of twins were shown on the screen. The boy was a complete copy of Bruce. Congratulations, it's twins. The look on Bruce's face was hilarious. Huh, there goes the chance of having a sibling that doesn't have any trauma, he sighed. Really, B, we thought Demon Spawn was the last, now we have 2 more, Jason said with a smirk. Don't try to deny it, they looked and they don't know their biological dad, and from the timeline you were in France at a very convenient time to have a one-night stand with their mother, their stepfather is sterile, Babs said with a smirk. Master Bruce, I think doing a parental test will be better in this case, Alfred said, and Bruce turned to him and just sighed. I hope these 2 will be the last batch of unexpected children, Bruce thought, as he turned back to the photo twins who were both smiling very brightly. Marinette and Marcel stood in front of the airport and looked at each other. A sigh escaped both their mouths. Is Miss Bustier really so stupid to the point that she left the 2 students who have the whole reservation on their name alone in the most dangerous city in the world? Marcel asked his sister. I really want to say it is an accident, but we both know that it wasn't. Marinette sighed. Let's just get a taxi to take us to the hotel. For some reason everyone was staring at the 2, and the twin didn't understand why. At Robin 25. Oh my God, I was at the airport and I saw 2 who look exactly like Mr. Wayne. Hashtag New Waynes, hashtag Sunshine Twins, hashtag QTF, hashtag if they aren't I'll adopt them. At Sleepy Cat, Robin 25. He has more. How many kids does he have by now? Hashtag New Waynes, hashtag Serial Adopter. At Stalker Who? Robin 25. Picture, oh my God. It's like you are looking at Sunshine Incarnation. Hashtag New Waynes, hashtag Sunshine Twins, hashtag QTF, hashtag Protect at all costs. At Robin 25, Robin 25. I just walked past them and I heard them talking. Their class left them behind. Like, do they not know how dangerous Gotham is? Hashtag New Waynes, hashtag Sunshine Twins, hashtag QTF, hashtag Protect at all costs. There is a taxi there, Marinette exclaimed as she dragged her twin to the taxi only to be stopped by a tall, muscular man. I wouldn't go with him if I were you, Pixie. The man smiled as Marcel pulled his sister behind him and got ready to defend himself. Whoa there, little guy, I ain't trying to hurt you, the man said. He smiled in amusement when he saw the silent communication between the twins as the girl hid behind the boy and started taking something out of her bag. That taxi is an obvious trap in Gotham. He pointed at the taxi driver who scowled at them and drove away. Jason saw how Marcel analyzed their whole situation before dropping his guard a bit, just a little bit. Good, so they don't trust just anyone, he thought as he saw the girl writing something really fast on her phone. Hello, I am Marin and this is my sister Mia. Thanks for helping us, Marcel said with a smile that was half real and half fake. Jason, he shook the hand that was offered to him and he noticed how the girl was still writing. Oh. They are smart, the boy distracting me while not giving me any personal information, while the girl is most likely sending a description of my appearance to their friends. So why are you alone? You must know how dangerous Gotham is. He asked. Yet child's play compared to Paris. Jason barely held his laughter as he heard Marinette mumble. He and the rest of the family did a full background check on the twin, and found out how Hawkmoth seemed to target them by either sending a corrupted butterfly at them, they currently hold the record of how many times Hawkmoth tried to akumatize them, or sending Akumas to try to kill them after they became a symbol for Paris that encouraged the civilians to fight against the possession. Marcel sighed. I warned her, but this is it. He mumbled as he returned his attention to Jason. We have a neglectful teacher, so here we are. What about I take you to your hotel? Jason asked. I am pretty sure it is clear as day how suspicious you are right now. Marinette raised an eyebrow at him. Oh, I didn't tell you my full name. I am Jaden Todd, the adopted son of Bruce Wayne. Jason smiled when he saw Marcel's eyes widening and Marinette looking through her phone really fast before snapping her head towards him. Oh, sorry for being suspicious of you, but it's never bad to be extra careful. Marcel apologized as he rubbed the back of his head. Yeah, I am Marinette, and this idiot is Marcel. Sorry for lying about our names, but like my brother said, we had to be careful. The twins smiled brightly at him. No problem, you got the right idea of being careful. Jason waved his hand at them and led them to his car. So, Pixie Pop, is there anything I need to know about your class? He asked, trying to start a conversation. Pixie Pop? Marinette asked, confused by the nickname. Well, you are tiny, all smiley, and you give a magical feeling. Marinette glared at her brother, who was trying to hold his laughter. What about him? Marinette said, pointing at her brother. For now I will call him Sunshine until I find a good nickname. A light flashed in Marinette's eyes as she grinned. You know what would be a good nickname for him? Marcel's eyes widened as he knew what she was going to say. What? Jason asked, quite interested. Mari no. Mari, yes, call him Bonebreaker. Marcel groaned as Marinette laughed. Jason looked between the two and raised an eyebrow. I assume there is a story. Oh, let me tell you. Mari stood. Oh, shut up, it isn't like the story is a secret. Everyone back home knows it. Marcel sighed. Fine, but remember I will get you back for this. Sure, Marinette patted him on the back. So let me tell you just how many people he broke their bones. There are many, like that one time when someone tried to kidnap me and Zoo punched him in the face and dragged him to an alley. At Stalker Who? Update. Jason Todd just showed up and picked the twins. Hashtag New Waynes, hashtag Jason Todd, hashtag Sunshine Twins, hashtag siblings. At where is the teach Stalker Who? I was near them and they didn't know him. I laughed my butt off when I saw the girl send a picture of Jason to someone while the boy kept distracting him. Hashtag New Waynes, hashtag Jason Todd, hashtag Sunshine Twins. At where is the teach, where is the update? At first they gave Jason fake names LMAO, and the girl was sending a full description of him to their friends, so if they were kidnapped they would know who to look for. Demon, they aren't as naive as they look. Hashtag New Waynes, hashtag Jason Todd, hashtag Sunshine Twins. At Stalker Who? Where is the... So they aren't Bruce's kids? Since they don't know Todd's face? Hashtag New Waynes, hashtag Jason Todd, hashtag Sunshine Twins, hashtag are they the New Waynes? At Nightwing fanned Stalker Who? Even if they weren't, they have blue eyes and dark hair, perfect target for the serial adopter. And the boy looks exactly as a teenager Bruce. Hashtag New Waynes, hashtag serial adopter, hashtag children by blood or adoption, hashtag Sunshine Twins. What do you mean we can't enter? Lee Bustier asked the hotel front desk agent. The rooms are in the names of Marinette Depainching and Marcel Depainching, so unless one of them shows up, we can't give you the keys to the rooms, the man answered emotionlessly. Lee Bustier turned to Alia. Where is Marinette? You said she was on the bus? I don't know, that attention-ware must have separated from us. She barked. Shut the F up, Césaire. We told you that Marbear and Maribear still didn't get on the bus, but you ignored us. Chloe spat. There is an 87% chance that you did it on purpose to leave her alone, and since Marcel was always with her, he was also left there. Max said as he cleaned his glasses, he and their friend weren't worried about their safety as they all know that the twins can handle themselves. Alex smirked besides Kim as she approached the teacher. Lee Bustier, I hope you remember what Marcel promised you. She whispered and walked back to her friends' group as Bustier's face palled as she remembered Marcel's promise in case she put his sister in danger. Ha! Oh God, you mean to tell me he punched the mayor in the face in front of everybody just because he forgot his daughter's birthday? The daughter who was your best friend. A loud voice came from the door direction. Yes, and he threatened him that he would again break his bones if he didn't give her enough attention. A familiar voice said. And you didn't get in trouble at all? The loud voice asked. No, I had enough blackmail and evidence to destroy his life if he tried. Another familiar voice spoke, and the class turned to the door. You really deserve the title of Bonebreaker, don't you? A tall muscular man entered the hotel with a girl and a boy that the class recognized. Please don't call me that. If you want to use a nickname, just call me Mito or Aizu. Marcel sighed as he tried to escape the Bonebreaker title. Is there another story about these two? Jason asked curiously. Yes, but the story is locked until you get full affection, even though my mother doesn't know, so good luck with that. Marcel said with a playful smirk. Sure, Chipmunk, I will get the story sooner or later. Jason responded with a matching smirk. Good luck, Jay, you will need it as nobody other than me knows the full story. Marinette held a smug grin on her face. Maribert! Marbear! Chloe shouted as she lunged at Marcel, who caught her before both of the fall. Careful there, Chloe, Marcel said with a fond smile as he put her down. Marcel, Marinette, good to see that you are all right. Who is your friend? Max came as he gave Jason a really judging look. This Jason, we met him in the airport and he was kind enough to give us a ride here. Marinette answered as she nodded when she saw Max's eyes widening in realization, implying that he was that Jason. Well, I need to go. I will be there on your tour at the company, so see you there. Jason said as he gave the twin a hug before leaving. The twin looked at each other. Why was he too affectionate with us? Marinette asked in the mind cane. I don't know, but danger sense didn't flare up, so he doesn't have any bad intentions towards us, and he gave us sibling-like affection, so he isn't a pervert. Marcel answered with a thoughtful look. Is that why you didn't kick his butt the moment he approached me? Marinette asked with a raised eyebrow. Yes, and the fact that my instincts are telling me he is somehow related to us, like either he is a friend or part of family, I really don't understand where this even came from. Marcel sighed. I think we should trust your instinct. It may be a side effect of you using the snake miraculous frequently, Marinette answered. Every miracle has a side effect, like the ladybug gives luck, the cat gives enchanted senses, the mouse gives the ability to multitask, and the snake gives instincts that are very close to fortune-telling. Marcel nodded and turned to Chloe and Max. So are you going to tell us who that was? Chloe asked with a playful glare. Later when we are in our rooms. And I think Max already knows. Marcel said as they approached the class where a very upset Bustier was waiting. Marinette. Marcel. Why did you separate from the class? Gotham isn't a city you can just wander off in, and why is the reservation in your name? Bustier scolded them as soon as they were close enough. The twin looked at her coldly and Marcel started talking. First, the reservation is in our name since you decided that dumping all the work of planning the trip at us is a good choice. If it weren't for the fact that I wanted to come to this city for personal reasons, I wouldn't have organized it, and I would have let you do the work you were supposed to do. He took a deep breath as Marinette started talking. Secondly, don't try to blame the fact that you left us alone in the capital of crime on us. You were supposed to do a head count before leaving the airport, and you were supposed to make sure everyone is safe. Chloe decided that it was the time for her to chime in. Finally, we tried to tell you that you left them, but you decided that Lila's unexisting illness is more important, and because of that you didn't notice until you needed them to gain access for the room. I swear this the last straw. When we get back I will get Daddy to fire you. Marcel patted the girl on the shoulder. Chloe, there is no need, she broke our deal. Cold blue eyes met Bustier. When we get back we will talk about it. For now let's get everyone to their rooms so we can rest. The twins got everyone's room key. All of them were in pairs. Marcel was with Max and Chloe was with Marinette. Their rooms were first class and right next to each other. Why do they get first class while we don't? Alya shouted as Lila shed her crocodile tears. Bustier was about to say something when Max cut her off. It is normal that we get first class as we paid for the room with our own money. Me, Marcel, Marinette and Chloe have our own small company that we made 2 years ago. So we have 100% rights to get first-class rooms. That shut them up as they were just staring in shock at the four. Of course they were when most of them just learned about the fact that they own a small company. Kim, Alex, Nino, Rose and Jalika knew about it as they were still close friends with the twins. They just didn't hang out when Lila was with them as they didn't want to cut relations with the rest of the class. In the second year, the four started a small company that specialized in clothes and technology. Marcel was managing it, Max was responsible for the technology part, Marinette was their designer and Chloe was the model and the one responsible for advertisement. As Marcel was the most mature of them, he didn't just manage the company, he was the face of it, as he was the one to deal with customers and the one to keep all of them in check, like making sure Max and Marinette eat and making sure Chloe didn't kill anyone. As the quality of their products were amazing, the waiting list was overflowing, so the people who actually got their products were selected exclusively, and the price of these products wasn't cheap. Such as the personal assistant Clocky. Max named it after his Kwame. Even if he was a hero for just a limited time, he won't forget the little guy. That is as good as an actual secretary, with the AI being developed to the point that Clocky was as smart as Markov but not as emotional and free. The personal assistant comes in the form of a watch that you can connect to your phone and computer, and it will help you with your work and daily life. Less than 30 people got the watch. All of them were famous and rich, but they were also known for their charity work and good nature, and the reviews from them were perfect. The technology was all under the name of the inventor Pegasus and the company MISIM, Marinette, Izuku, Chloe, Max. As for the clothes, they were also a big hit, especially after Jagged Stone and Clara Nightingale announced MDC as their personal designer. The clothes and accessory were a bit more available than the gadgets, especially the few that were mass-produced. They hired some talented people to keep the products coming. Of course, they kept their identity a secret. And for the exclusive designs, they were auctioned in the website like some of the very exclusive gadget from Pegasus. Or people had to send a commission, which most of the time end up in the waiting list that can be so long that they would have to wait for months. Of course, the commissions for both MDC and Pegasus are known to be super expensive. No matter how Marinette tried to tell her brother that they weren't worth that much, he refused to make her work for a cheaper price, saying that her work was extraordinary. The four ignored the class as they picked up their luggage and headed to their room. After the four put their stuff in their rooms, they all met in Marcel's room. So, Chloe looked at the twins. Spill, who was that? That would be Jason Peter Todd, one of the adopted sons of Bruce Wayne. I am curious about how you met him. Max said as he cleaned his glasses. Wait, that was one of the Waynes. Lyle was lying, saying he considered her a sister, but she said his name was Jason Drake. Chloe howled with laughter. That is totally incorrect. I don't know if our classmates are that naive or that Lila has some form of meta ability that helps her convince others. Max sighed as he put his glasses on and picked up his computer to revise some files. I checked. She has a weak meta ability that made everything she says seem believable, but if you know that she is lying 100%, then the ability does not affect you. Marcel said as he took out a notebook with V11 on it. What is that? Chloe asked as she looked at the notebook. Oh, that is his villains analysis. You know, Zoo analyzes everything from villains, heroes, people etc. He analyzes everything. Marinette answered with a shrug. And of course you have a page for Lila on it. She snatched the notebook and started reading. Oh God. Marbear, where did you get all of this information? If it went public, then it doesn't matter if her meta ability works or not, her life will be destroyed. Chloe paled as she read all the crimes Lila has committed. Hacking, Marcel answered honestly. I am just waiting to get proof of her working with Hawkmoth before sending her to lifetime in jail. He said with a smirk. Then I think my newest project will be quite helpful. Max said as he turned the computer to let them. For now I call them Antbot until I get a better name. They are super small and have the ability to record images and voice both in high quality, and they look exactly like normal ants. So perfect spies. Max said smugly. He left out how hard it is to create technology that is that small, and how much work it is to make sure the Antbot are able to adapt to the environment and not get destroyed super easily. Marcel's eyes sparkled. How much time till you get them ready? With your help in programming, and Mari's help in some of the design, it will be between 2 to 4 months to create our first ant. Marcel nodded in understanding. He knows that creating a gadget that's small, durable, and complicated is going to take a lot of time and effort. Maybe if we can't get the bats to help Paris, we could try to speed up the process and give them to Multimouse and Ladybug to spy on their suspects. Marcel said with excitement. The others were giving him questionable looks while Marinette was trying to hold her laughter. Oi, don't look at me like that. Ladybug told me that Multimouse gave you the same task as me. And I am honestly tired of Hawkbitch targeting my sister. Marcel grumbled. Mari Bear and not you? Chloe raised an eyebrow. Oh, please, I am more than prepared to defend myself. You know what, I think I will tell you a secret. That got their attention. It was a known fact that Marcel had a sheet ton of secrets but nobody other than his sister knew about. He raised his arm and a black tentacle with bluish-green outline grew from it. I am a meta and I can beat hawk bitches, but if he ever show up in front of me. The stunned looks on both Max and Chloe's faces were worth it, as Marinette and Marcel took a picture and started laughing their butts off. What? How? When? How? Chloe stuttered as Max picked up his computer that he dropped in shock. That was totally unexpected. Is that why Hawkmoth targets you? Max asked as he put down his laptop and started studying the black whip. Nah, Marinette waved her hand. That a-hole targets us because our willpower and emotions are strong, which means that our akumatized form will have super powerful powers. That's what Ladybug told us, she shrugged. Marcel quietly sneaked to the door and said before leaving the room, I will be at the roof to get some fresh air. Ask Mari if you have any questions. Before anyone responded, he bolted out of the room, fully knowing that he left all the explanation to his sister. I need a raise. I hate my job. This stupid French class just entered the hotel and I already feel that I am losing brain cells. Here is what happened. 1. The teacher left 2 students by themselves in the airport, fully knowing how dangerous Gotham is. 2. The 2 students she left were the one who had their names on the reservation, so without them the class couldn't get access to their rooms. 3. The dumb teacher had the audacity to try and blame the students, saying they shouldn't have separated from the group. God! She is the teacher. She should have done a FING head count before leaving the airport. For the class minus a few seems to be as dumb as the teacher, if not dumber, as they also started blaming the 2. 5. Here's the good part. The 2 students that I now know are twins, entered through the door laughing with Jason Todd. New Waynes, they will totally fit with the family. The boy looked like a teen Bruce. 6. After Mr. Todd left, the teacher tried to blame the twins, but they quickly shut her up and promised her consequences when they went back to Paris. The cold eyes the boy looked at the teacher gave me chills. 7. Some student tried to complain on how the twins and their friends get first class while they don't, and the group just dropped the bomb that they have FING company. Bro, they atron even adults. Like what? Hashtag New Waynes, hashtag Sunshine Twins, hashtag Dumb French Class, hashtag Damn Teacher, hashtag Jason Todd, hashtag Badass Twins. At Stalker Who? I need a race. At Where is the tea? I found more tea. Oh my god, I love these twins. Hashtag New Waynes, hashtag Sunshine Twins. At Where is the teach? Stalker Who? Thank you, this is the tea I need right now. Hashtag New Waynes, hashtag Sunshine Twins. At I need a raise, I need a raise. Oh god. Someone please save me from this hell. A girl with PP-looking hair just came down with her friend talking about how she was dating the youngest Wayne, and how her Damabo is the sweetest and kindest boyfriend. If the Ice Prince goes to the hotel with a Katon, I will kidnap the twins and run before he murder everyone in the building. Hashtag WDF, hashtag liar, hashtag run for your life, hashtag Sunshine Twins, hashtag Ice Prince of Gotham. At Where is the tea? I need a raise. OMG. Ha. You can't be serious, Damien sweet and kind. From which miracle dimension did this speech come from? And Damnable? If he ever sees her, he will kill her in the most painful way. Hashtag WTF, hashtag LMAO, hashtag liar, hashtag run for your life, hashtag Sunshine Twins, hashtag Ice Prince of Gotham. Replacement. Jason shouted as he entered the Batcave. Right now only him and Tim were there. What do you want, Jason? Tim asked tiredly. He hadn't slept for 2 days as he was busy trying to get in contact with Paris's heroes. Here, he shoved 2 plastic bags into Tim's hands. Tim looked and saw that there was a piece of hair in each bag. You didn't. He looked at Jason with wide eyes. Ooh, I did. And even if they aren't B's kid, I will annoy him until he adopt them. They are effing angels. Jason said as he threw himself on a chair. Tim put the hair in a machine for the DNA analysis. Hey, they had to be ready if Bruce had another child just pop out from nowhere. And turned to Jason. Tell me about them. The results will be up in 15 minutes. Sure thing, replacement. First, even though I said they were angels, they aren't naive or weak. Jason told him how he met them, how the two instantly were on guard. The boy was a distraction while the girls sent information to their friends. He told them how the boy had a record of breaking the bones of anyone who tried to hurt his friend and family. You will love Chipmunk. Peachy Pop told me how he has blackmail on everyone, just like you and Babs. And from the way they move, I am 95% sure both of them know how to fight. Jason said with a grin. You just made me want to meet them. Tim said as they heard a beep, meaning that the DNA was analyzed and entered their database. Would you look at that? You don't need to convince B to adopt them. Tim smirked as the computer showed matching DNA between the twins and Bruce, just to give him a scare in the middle of his patrol. Tim said as he sent the file to Bruce's phone. So I am going to take a look and see how they are doing? Jason looked at him and raised an eyebrow as he saw Tim going to get his Red Robin suit. You mean spy on our new little siblings? Yeah, Tim just waved him off and took his suit. You know what? I want to see their reaction. Jason hurried to get his suit. Marcel sat on the edge of the roof looking at the dark sky. He couldn't see any stars as the sky was filled with clouds. He looked at the thick notebook that was in his hands, the notebook that was filled with stories about his last life. It was written in Japanese and was written in a way that if anyone read it, they would think that it was just an imaginary story. He wrote it when he was 6, when he noticed that he started to forget some things about his past life, like the face of some people or some minor events. Once he noticed, he immediately started writing his biography in the form of a fantasy story. He added drawings of his family and friends to always remember their faces. He wrote a full description of their appearance, personality, and quirks so he won't ever forget his loved ones. Now once a month, he will slip and find a place where he will sit alone and reread the entire book. And just in case he lost it, he made dozens of copies. Marcel read the full chapter, the one that was filled with his happy childhood memories before he was diagnosed quirkless. It wasn't way shorter than the other chapters. But it was Marcel's favorite and most painful. It always reminds him of his mother, not Sabine but his mother Inko. It reminded him of how he left her alone after his death, how sad she would be learning that her husband and her son killed each other. He knew she would be safe, especially since she started dating Yagi. They tried to hide it, but Marcel noticed, but since his mother was happy, he acted like he knew nothing. Silent tears fell from his eyes. He will live and be happy, since he knew that was what his mother would want him to do. A hand made its way to his shoulder. Hey Chipmunk, you okay there, buddy? Marcel reacted instantly as he jumped and punched whoever was behind him in the face, then released Smokescreen and rushed towards the door. Thump. He ran into someone that was standing in front of the door, and both of them fell. Hey, we aren't gonna hurt you, another voice said, and Marcel wasn't gonna trust it. Since the door was blocked by someone, he moved to make sure there is a safe distance between him and strangers, and he waited for the smoke to clear. Dim in. That was a nasty jab. The smoke cleared as Marcel saw who he just punched, and his face was slowly turning into a shade of red. I am so gonna tell the rest about this, the other person said as he laughed. Marcel blushed embarrassed. He just punched Red Hood in the face and ran into Red Robin. I am so sorry, I thought Simeon Wiskan Natek Mendi reacted instantly. Marcel apologized and kept rambling. Slow there, buddy, it is okay. I was the one who sneaked on you, Red Hood assured him as Red Robin just chuckled. Even though I am so sorry about punching you, Marcel apologized sincerely. Well, if it will make you feel better, how about you tell me where all of the smoke came from and we can call ourselves even. Red Robin took the chance to talk and Red Hood glared at him. He shrugged. He was curious about how Marcel was able to produce so much smoke that fast without them noticing. Tim was sure it wasn't a normal smoke bomb, as first Marcel didn't throw anything and second there was no delay. Sure, if that's what you wanted. Marcel raised his hand and pointed at a ring. This is a ring my friend made for me. It can create a smoke screen when activated. Marcel took off his ring and passed it to Red Robin so he could inspect it. Marcel was worried that he would someday need to use a smoke screen as a distraction, so he asked Max to make that ring for him using the excuse that he would use it to escape Akumas. While in reality he would use it as an alibi in case he had to use his quirk, smokescreen. It is a very good gadget, and you said that your friend made it for you, why? Red Robin asked. He already had an idea of the reason. Well, me and my sister get targeted quite a lot, so having it helps keep us safe. You can keep it if you want, but on one condition, Marcel said with a bright smile. Jason recognized the smile. It was a fake smile like the one Tim and Bruce used when dealing with business partners. And what would that be? He was intrigued. Nothing much, just some information that me and my friends were tasked to give to Batman. Marcel dropped the bomb. The puzzle started to become clear in Tim's head. Why would they want to come to Gotham? Why would they be staying a full month in the most dangerous city if they needed a vacation from the danger of Paris? Someone tasked their little brother to bring information to Batman. Information about what? The only possibility is about Hawkmoth. I don't know if you know or not, but Paris has been a hostage for terrorists for the last 3 years. If you do a bit of research on someone called Hawkmoth, you will know what I mean. But the information I have to give to Batman is something that isn't known to the public. Not even the government knows about it, as no one remembered the battles. He took an USB from his pocket and gave it to Red Robin. He always had it with him since he didn't know when he would meet the bats. This has a file called Chat Blanc, an apocalypse-level Akuma. There are no videos or images in the file, but there is a detailed description about the battle and why me and my sister were included in it. One thing you should understand is that when an Akuma is considered an apocalypse level, that means the heroes had to use their last resort to defeat it. And their last resort is time travel. A full explanation is on the file. If Batman wanted the rest of the info, he should organize a meeting with me and my friend. He took a piece of paper that had his number and gave it to them. I hope you will help, and tell Batman that if he doesn't it will break the last straw and Justice League will be banned from France entirely, Marcel said, and left them on the roof shell-shocked and returned to his room. Jason slowly turned his head to Tim. Did that just effing happen, or am I hallucinating? Tim rubbed his forehead. Our little brother has a high-quality defense gadget that can rival our own? Him and his friends. Possibly organizing the whole trip just to finish a task? A task which is giving Batman information about the situation in Paris and getting him involved? Him admitting that he and his sister participated in defeating an apocalypse-level Akuma possible more than once? Or him threatening that if Batman didn't help the Justice League will lose the ability to work in France? This is gonna be a long night. Why can't one of his siblings be normal? Jason scowled. It seems our little brother is more involved than we thought. One thing wrought his attention. Replacement? Is it just me, or did Chipmunk held so much hatred in his words when he talked about the Justice League? No, I noticed it too. I have an idea why, but I hope I am wrong, because if I am right the bee is gonna kill someone. Tim frowned as he thought of the possible reason why Marcel would hate the JL. Let's go and call a meeting, he said, looking at the USB in his hand with a bit of worry. Something told him that whatever information is in the USB, it is gonna be bad. Tim drank another cup of coffee as he read the call history of Justice League 3 years ago. And he found what he was looking for. In the first 6 months of the terror of Hawkmoth, hundreds of calls came from Paris, and all of them were treated as prank calls to the point that someone blocked calls from Paris for 3 months. It seems that in those 3 months, the people in Paris lost hope of JL sending help and stopped calling entirely. He closed the file when the rest of the Batfam chrome to the room. What is the emergency meeting for? And if it is about the DNA test that you sent, I already saw it. Batman spoke, grumbling. He hated the fact that he lost yet another chance to be in his children's life. We have news, like really bad news. Tim spoke and everyone became serious. Please, not another apocalypse situation, Oracle pleaded, looking at Tim. Sorry Babs, but it is. Red Hood said as the tension grew in the room. Explain. Batman ordered. After finding that the twins are really your biological kids, me and Jason went to check on them and found Marcel sitting alone on the rooftop. Tim explained as he played with the USB in his hand. Batman frowned. And what does that have to do with the news, Drake? Robin glared at him. Just let me explain. Tim then explained how Jason surprised the kid, and how the kid punched him in the face and released a smokescreen using his ring to run away. Why would he have a smoke bomb? Nightwing asked, concerned. He had it in case he needed a distraction. We saw how he and Marinette were targeted by the Akumas, Tim explained. But where did he get that ring? Robin asked, feeling suspicious of the twins. He said his friend made it for him, and I think I know which friend he is talking about. A photo of Max was shown on the screen. Max Canty, known as a genius in their class. 3 years ago he was able to build a robot that was able to feel and process emotions, so a gadget like this ring won't be hard for him. Tim passed the ring to Batman. I inspected it. It can release 3 smoke screens before it needs to be refueled. The fuel is a very concentrated chemical. I still haven't finished analyzing it, but just a small amount of it can release a sheet ton of smoke. Batman inspected the ring and passed it to Robin. How is that related to an apocalyptic event? Tim sighed. It seems we underestimated how involved the twins are with the heroes in Paris. What do you mean? Nightwing asked with a frown. He didn't like the idea of his new siblings being more involved. What I mean is, why did the class known as an Akuma class come to Gotham exactly? From the trauma they got, they would need to go to a peaceful place to rest, not the capital of crime. That got their attention, and it was logical that there was no reason for them to come here. The one who organized the trip were the twins, and they did it to pass some information to us. Tim showed the USB, and told them what Marcel said about the apocalypse-level Akuma. You are telling us, the Paris hero was forced to time travel to defeat this Akuma? Oracle asked as she covered her mouth with her hand. How much damage did the Akuma do for them to have to use such methods? They saw how much damage the Akuma siren did, and even then it wasn't considered apocalypse level. A dark aura filled the cave as they processed the information. Read the file, Batman ordered. The cave was silent as Tim opened and started reading the file. Chat blanc, akumatized a drain agresti ex hero chat noir. Reason of akumatization was being rejected by the 4 people who he was obsessed with, and the fact that both Multimouse and Marcel beat him to the ground when he tried to harass them. Rejection after rejection, he got akumatized, and his targets were the twins, Ladybug and Multimouse. The akumatized Chat Noir held the power of destruction without limits, and because of his unstable mind he killed everyone in Paris: Hawkmoth, Ladybug, Multimouse, the twins, Bruce's children. The file says that after the fall of Paris for more than 2 weeks, the JL tried to intervene, but anyone who was sent died. Bun Nix, the holder of the miraculous of time, had to intervene, and after countless try found that the only way to stop the Akuma was for Ladybug, Multimouse, Marcel and Marinette to work together to stop the Akuma. The reason was if anyone beside the 4 tried to even come near Paris, Chat Blanc will kill them instantly. The report says that Marcel and Marinette were given the miraculous of the bee and fox to help. And in the end they didn't beat him in a fight, but had to stuck and trick him until they got the akumatized object, which was the bell around his neck. The files say how many times the 4 tried and died. Multimouse had been using the snake miraculous along with the mouse, so they kept trying until they won. The report had a full description of each try and how many times each one of the 4 died, which horrified the bats. Even Damien broke his mask as he listened to the report. And the end of the report held the information, how they erased that timeline, and the fact that Chat Blanc was one of the reasons Ladybug and Multimouse took the cat miraculous from him. Silence filled the cave as the information sank. The twins aren't allowed to return to Paris. Surprising everyone, Damien was the one to speak. I hate to agree with Demon Spawn, but there is no way I am letting them go back and face shit like this again, Jason said while trying to calm the madness in his. And you say, Marcel said this is just one of many apocalypse-level Akumas? Oracle said, shaking a bit. Tim nodded his head. And they had to suppress their negative emotions at all times? She asked again. Tim just nodded his head again as he cleansed his fists. You can't effing tell me this was happening under the Legue's noses all this time. He rubbed his head, trying to calm himself down, to no success. They tried to contact JL for a total of 6 months before someone banned the calls from Paris, saying they tried to prank Phil after the ban was up. No one in Paris tried to contact them anymore. The people of Paris most likely lost hope in JL. All eyes turned to Batman, who broke the glass of water that was in his hand from how hard he was clenching his fist. Find. Ignored. Calls. That is all he said before heading out for patrol, probably to release his anger at some villains. What does the French class have planned for tomorrow? All eyes turned to Damien. Why? He asked. None of your business, Grayson. Drake, answer me, Damien glared. They have a free day, So I don't know. Tim saw Damien scowl, but I am sure Jason can find out as he already befriended them. Damien turned his attention to Jason. What do you want, demon spawn? Tomorrow you are going with me to meet them, Todd. Before Jason could argue, Damien left the room. We all can agree that after what we learned, we all have a soft spot for the twins, and it seems even Damien has it. Barbara said as she reread the file. The twins died hundreds of times, and that is just in this Akuma. Well, it is the first time he has a younger sibling, so maybe his instincts are telling him to protect them. He said with a fond smile. He remembers when Damien first got here, he tried to kill him and Tim, thinking they were a threat to his position. But now, Damien didn't think about killing the twin. From the first time he learned about them, he was just a bit displeased by the fact that his father had other children without their knowledge. But when he learned that the twins who were younger than him died hundreds of times against what was supposed to be a hero, they all felt it. Not just Damien, they all felt the need to skin the agresty boy and make him suffer. DQ will excuse the boy for now as he was akumatized, but if he found the boy bothering his youngest siblings, no one would blame him if the boy got some broken bones. Yes, and even if they blame him, nobody will go against Wayne. Aiko! Adrian sneezed. Someone must be talking about me. Maybe they are my prince and princess. They are so much better than the bug and the rat who betrayed me. Just wait, my beloveds, soon you will be mine. A crazed smile made its way to Adrian's face as he turned off the light and went to sleep. He did not notice a pair of blue eyes glaring at him from across the building. When Marcel entered his room, he expected to see Max sleeping in his bed, not all of the group waiting for him. Youth! Marcel awkwardly looked at the group who were staring at him. I explained about your black whip and our mind link, but can you please tell me why I felt you panicking earlier? Marinette raised an eyebrow. Marcel rubbed the back of his head. Someone surprised me, and I may have punched him in the face. He looked away, fully knowing what their reaction would be. Again! Chloe exclaimed as she started laughing. It was a known fact that if Marcel was deep in thought and someone surprised him, his first reaction is to attack and think later. Who was it this time? Max asked. Your expression is saying it wasn't just a random stranger. Marcel smiled awkwardly. Was it a villain? Marinette asked. No, he answered as he made his way to his bed. Someone famous? Chloe looked at him with expecting eyes. Technically, yes. So you met one of the bats? Max said as a statement, not a question. Marcel sighed as he fell on his bed. Yeah, it was Red Hood. He sneaked up on me and I instantly munched him, released a smokescreen and started running. Marinette was staring at him. Zoo, which file did you give them? Chloe whipped her head towards Marinette. Which one? As you got more than one. Yeah, we have multiple. Marcel decided to use the chance to tease Chloe a bit. I thought they gave you more than one, didn't they? He asked. Chloe and Ma shook their heads. We have one file, we checked it and there is a PowerPoint in it about the most dangerous Akumas like Siren. Max answered. Marinette, reading what her brother was doing, decided to join. I guess they just trust us more. Chloe pouted. Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. If she trusts you that much, why did you never get a miraculous? She tried to argue. Marcel smirked, enjoying the teasing. Who said we didn't? All heroes of Paris minus Ladybug, Multimouse and Chat Noir had their identity exposed. Either you are Ladybug and Multimouse, and yes, I refuse to associate Marcel to that stray cat, or you fought against Akumas that was never reported. Max frowned as he couldn't find any information about any new heroes. You are correct. Marinette clapped her hand, but the next second her expression was distorted, as tears started falling from her eyes. The room grew silent as Marcel stood up and hugged his sister. He picked her up and cuddled with her on the bed as she silently cried on his chest. Max, open the outer pocket of my bag and take one of the white USBs. Marcel ordered, not wanting to be the one to explain what happened. Max did as ordered and opened the file while Marcel was comforting his sister. It was a silent 20 minutes as Max and Chloe read the whole report on Chat Blanc. There were some false information like the number of deaths of Marcel and Marinette. The truth is the real number of deaths is the sum of both of their identities, or the fact that both Multimouse and Marcel were the same person, the same with Marinette and Ladybug. Chloe's a-hole mask broke as she looked at the twin horrified. Tears filled her eyes from what she learned. That fucker. Surprisingly, it wasn't Chloe who said that but Max, as veins bulged on his forehead from anger. The trio never saw Max this angry in their whole life, but it was understandable. Learning that two of your best friends were sexually harassed, almost raped and were killed multiple times by the same FANG stray cat is more than enough reason for him to be set off. I swear I am gonna destroy his effing life. Chloe swore as she hugged the twins. Marcel smiled. Sorry Chloe, but I am first on that list. The only reason I still didn't do it is because I have been busy with Hawk bitch. Max scoffed, the anger in his eyes only increasing. Take your time destroying his life, but for now if he ever gets near you too, Markov has full permission to use the Y13 set against him. What is that? Marcel asked as he never heard Max talk about that set. Max grinned viciously. It is his defense set. He is equipped with poison, rubber bullets, taser with high voltage and a small chainsaw. Perfect, and even if he didn't approach you, next time I see him, I will break his nose, and I am 100% joining you in destroying his life, Chloe announced. Marcel smiled at his protective friends. They were vicious, but he didn't have the right to argue with how vicious they get. Noi when his plan for the cat involves destroying his life, then torturing him to death. He may have forgiven him if he came after Marcel alone, but the fucker went after his little sister and at one point almost effing raped her. That night no one left the room. Marcel slept with his sister on one bed, Chloe took the other bed, while Max slept on the couch. Marcel stretched his arms as he and the group made their way to the restaurant to eat their breakfast. Marinette had a bag under her eyes as she was tired. Each time they talk about the white cat, Marinette's mentality drops by a lot. Marcel couldn't blame her. That was their first time fighting against an apocalypse-level Akuma and the first time Marinette saw the amount of destruction that will happen if they fail, plus the fact that Akuma was obsessed with them didn't make it easier. Marinette had to sleep in the same bed as Marcel for weeks to deal with her nightmares. Marcel had it easier, because he already dealt with a similar situation against the League of Villains. He saw Tamura destroy a whole city in a matter of seconds after his quirk awakening. And since he already made peace with that event, he wasn't as affected as Marinette, but he still gets the illusion of seeing Tamura every time he sees Adrian. Come on sleepyheads, wake up, Chloe nudged them as Max ordered their meal. So where are we going today? She asked when they looked at her. I was thinking of just walking around. Marcel shrugged. Can we go to a fabric store? Marinette asked and brightened when the group agreed. Sure, as long as you promise me a new bag. Chloe flicked her forehead playfully. Marinette rubbed her forehead and smiled. Well, that has to wait until we go back to Paris. I was planning on making dresses and sweets for the gala that is happening at the end of the month. They started eating as their food arrived. I was thinking. Max looked up and started speaking. What do you think of going public? I mean about our company. I don't mind, but we will need to hire a PR team for that, especially with the rumors going on in Paris about our Akuma class. A PR team is urgent if we are going public. Marcel gave his opinion. Their work concentrates on quality over quantity, so a clean reputation is a must. Mom can help us find a good team. Her title as the Queen of Style gives her a lot of benefits. Chloe grinned. Her mother was going insane trying to find MDC. So getting her to help will be super easy. Plus having Paris Golden Twins in the company will be more than enough to keep the public opinion in our favor. She said with a smirk as the twins' faces went completely red. Marcel groaned. Chloe, please stop with that cheesy nickname. Never! Chloe shouted with a smirk. I still have your photos when you were cosplaying Ladybug. Marinette said with a smirk of her own as she took out her phone. You didn't just go there, I have pictures of you in Multimouse pajamas. Chloe shot back. Should we stop them? Max asked Marcel. Nah, Chloe is doing me a favor. She is trying to distract Marinette. Marcel said with a fond smile. Anyway, about going public, I think it will be better if we wait until Hawk bitch is gone. Max nodded in understanding. Hawk Moth is a thorn in their way. Loud laughter got the attention of the group. They turned to see the class surrounding Lila as they ate their breakfast. Well, our breakfast is ruined. Marcel deadpanned as he saw Lila looked at them and her eyes lit up. Thankfully, before she could come to them, someone saved their day. Chipmunk. Pixie Pop. A voice called them as a man and a boy looking their age came to their table, blocking any chance for Lila to come. Hey Jay, who is your friend? Marcel greeted and looked at the boy who had a stoic face. He inhaled sharply as he looked into the eyes of the boy. Call it a sixth sense or something, but over the years Marcel Izuku could tell if someone was abused in their childhood with one look. And when he met the boy's eyes, he immediately knew what kind of abuse. The boy was like Todoroki. Oh God! Marcel thought as he looked at his friend group. Chloe, spoiled child who thinks she is the best kaken. Marinette, bubbly and happy, will do anything for her friends and family. Ochako. Max, smart and follows the rules, plus he wears glasses. Ida. And now the boy who is highly likely to have a similar past to Todoroki. Marcel was going to have a mental breakdown. Weird question, but did one of your parents abuse you in the name of training and considered you their masterpiece or something like that? Marcel asked the boy whose eyes widened in shock, giving Marcel the answer he wanted. Demenit. Marcel groaned. Okay, this is too weird. First question, how the F did you know about Demon Spawn's past? Second question, why are you acting like that? Jason asked bewildered, how the F did Marcel know about Damien's past? And why does he look like he is having a mental breakdown? Jason turned to Marinette who was laughing. What? He asked, hoping to get an answer from the girl. Damien by his side was still staring at Marcel who was holding his face in his hands, mumbling something about someone called Todoroki. Marinette took a deep breath to stop herself from laughing. She looked at Damien. Hey, what is your name? Damien. He answered emotionlessly as he didn't move his eyes from Marcel. His mind was going overdrive at that moment. How did he know? Does the twin work for the League? No, they did a full background check on them. There is no way for them to be connected to the League. Then how did Marcel know about his past? Well, Damien, congratulations, now Zoo will force himself into your life and won't leave until he makes sure everything is alright. And he might also adopt you as his brother if your tragic backstory is bad enough, Marinette said as she started laughing again, their two friends also joining her. Jason froze. Damien froze. There is no way that Bruce's adoption's addiction is genetic. Yeah, there is no way. TT, what do you mean? Damien asked. This time the blonde girl was the one to answer. We have many nicknames for Marbear, but the one you need to know is Villain Magnet. Wherever he goes, villains tend to target him for some reason. Maribear is also a villain magnet. The second one is Savior of the Abused Children. It is like Marbear has a sixth sense that tell him if someone is getting neglected or abused, and once he finds someone in trouble he will do whatever he can to help them. The glasses guy decided to chime in. He also tends to adopt some of them as siblings. For example, Chloe here was neglected by her mother. Marcel kind of blackmailed her mother into spending time with her and being a good mother, and he kind of adopted her as a sister. The blonde girl, now known as Chloe, blushed and looked away, huffing. Oh, he is definitely Bruce's son now, Jason thought as he looked at Damien, who just looked back at him. Marcel let out a long breath and looked at Damien. Are you away from that parent? He asked seriously. Yes. Then good, here is my number. If you need any kind of help, just ask, and I say any kind, Marcel said as he stuffed a paper into Damien's hands. Jason could have sworn he saw Damien's small smile before it disappeared as he put the paper in his pocket. Anyway, Chipmunk, do you and your friends have any plans today? If not, we can take you on a tour around the city. Jason said as he sat next to Marcel. Damien took a seat beside Marinette. Chloe looked between Marinette and Marcel and kept staring at them. Is it just me? Or do these two look like siblings? Marbear moves next to them so I can see, she said as Damien and Jason stiffened. They did not want the twin to figure it out like that. Please don't start with that. I remember when one of my friends kept insisting I am Yagi's secret love child, and I don't want to hear another theory like that. Marcel sighed. Why, everything today reminds him of Todoroki. Who is Yagi? Max asked. Someone who taught Marcel how to fight. He kept acting as Marcel's dad, so many assumed he was. Marinette laughed. Marcel told her about the story of how many times people assumed he was All Might's child, and because of the mind link he was able to share his memories of that time with her, and it was hilarious. The problem is how many people tried to adopt you too. Chloe pointed at the twin. Jagged literally announced to the whole world that you are his honorary niece and nephew. My mom was trying to get close to Marcel from the moment he blackmailed her at the age of 7, and you Marinette when our company go public. My mom will hunt you down to get you to work for her. Let's not talk about the others like how Nightingale took the older sister role easy. Chloe smirked victorious as she saw the stunned looks Damien and Jason and the embarrassed look of the twin. B. Got competition, Jason mumbled underneath his breath. Damien clicked his tongue, like they could succeed, he sneered. Thankfully no one heard him. From the moment Marcel punched Todd in the face, Damien wouldn't let anyone steal his 2 new younger siblings. And no, it isn't because he feels the need to protect them and kill whoever tries to hurt them. No, he'll never confess to that. So, Pixie Pop, where were you planning to go today? Jason asked. Well, we were going to look around the city a bit and then go to the fabric store. Marinette hummed. I don't care, maybe take a look at a few clothing and jewelry stores, Chloe shrugged. Before tensing all of a sudden, she quickly signed something to Max and started distracting the twins. Jason and Damien saw her change in demeanor and looked around trying to find why she seemed tense. They both suppressed a murderous aura that wanted to escape their body as they saw a green-eyed teen that they recognized from Chat Blank's report staring at their table. They glared at him, but what they never expected was for a small flying robot to sneak behind the boy and transform its one robotic hand to what they assumed was a taser. The boy screamed as he fell into the ground unconscious, and the little robot ran away before anyone could see him. The student and a few people that work in the hotel ran towards the boy to check on him. A few seconds later they saw the robot sneak into the glass boy, who they still didn't get his names back. Okay, Damien approves of the twins' friends. Jason whistled. Okay, that was cool. What is your name, by the way? He playfully pinched the boy's shoulder. So you noticed. The boy looked at them. I am Max, and just to clear something, that boy who screamed hurt our friends a lot, so he deserves it. Don't worry, it was as clear as day that he was creep, like he was looking at Pixie Pop and Chipmunk with some very obsessive looks. Jason shuddered in disgust. Do you think they will mind if I use him as a target for my katana practice? Damien asked, completely serious. Max shrugged. I don't think they will mind as long as you don't kill him. Marcel said he plans on making the boy's life a living hell. We just been busy recently with some annoying stuff. Okay, the more he knows about the twins, the more Damien likes them. Sure, he will stay in one piece. Damien's emotionless face held a smirk. Max looked at Damien for a second before whispering to him, if you need to create an alibi or need any help getting out of legal authorities, call me. He passed a paper with his phone number to Damien. Damien took the number but shook his head. No need, he said simply as he moved towards the twins who were being distracted by Chloe. Jason just stared at Damien's back in shock. Did Demon Spawn approved of the twins' friends and seemed to actually like them? A grin made its way to his face. It seems that the twins are more fun than he firstly thought. The coffee is my Okay, I was working at the hotel restaurant, then I saw the Sunshine twins eating breakfast with 2 of their friends that aren't dumb like the rest of her class. Then Jason and motherfucking Damian Wayne show up and sit with the twins. If that isn't proof, then I don't know what you need. The Sunshine twins are the new Waynes. Hashtag Sunshine twins, hashtag new Waynes, hashtag confirmed, hashtag Jason Todd, hashtag Damian Wayne. At where is my life, Kofi is my life. Okay, Damien never hangs out with Jason, it is a known fact. New Waynes confirmed. Hashtag Sunshine twins, hashtag new Waynes, hashtag confirmed, hashtag Jason Todd, hashtag Damian Wayne. At Kofi is my life, Kofi is my life. OMG. Loma I am ifng dying from laughter. A boy was staring obsessively at the twin, like he wanted to fing eat them alive. It was so fing creepy. Then here's what happened. 1. A blonde girl that was sitting with the twins seemed to notice. She signed something to the other boy who was sitting with them. 2. The girl started distracting the twins while the boy opened his bag and whispered something in it. 3. A motherfucking small robot came flying out of the bag and sneaked behind the creepy boy. 4. Jason and Damien seemed to notice as they stared as the robot turned his only hand into a fing taser and shot the boy. The boy screamed and fell unconscious to the ground and the robot ran away before anyone sees him. I am not included as I was staring at them from the beginning. And honestly, I am not snitching, the boy was creepy. 5. The boy and Damien talked, and Damien Ifingi smirked as the bae passed a paper to Damien, assumed phone number. Then they joined the rest of the group. Honestly, it was so FING funny how the creepy boy got tossed for staring. Hashtag Sunshine Twins, hashtag New Waynes, hashtag confirmed, hashtag Jason Todd, hashtag Damian Wayne, hashtag robot, hashtag creepy stalker, hashtag Ice Prince smirked. At Burger Man Kofismif. Okay, if the kid was stalking the twin, I say he deserved it. The fact that the twin seems unaware of how protective their friends are give me a bit of a weird vibe, but I'm waiting to see the official statement of the New Waynes. There is no FING way they aren't. When FING Damien went to meet them, he hate the human race in general, in my opinion. Hashtag Sunshine Twins, hashtag New Waynes, hashtag confirmed, hashtag Jason Todd, hashtag Damian Wayne. At Sleep 4th Week Burger Man. He doesn't hate the human race, he just doesn't tolerate other people's bullshit. His family seems to be an exception minus Todd. Hashtag Ice Prince of Gotham, hashtag Damian Wayne. The group of 6 walked out of the hotel, leaving the rest of the class who were busy looking for the one that attacked Adrian. I don't understand why you distracted me. If I saw him, I would have broken his legs and I wouldn't get in any trouble. Marcel whined at Max. Yes, you could, but that would have made you uncomfortable, which is unacceptable. And I also don't need to worry about getting in trouble since I know you would blackmail them if they tried. Max answered with a cheeky smile. Come on, Marbear, just forget it. We didn't need that BS to ruining our day. Chloe scoffed as hugged his arm. Damien was walking beside them silently. Marinette chuckled. She was thankful as she didn't want to even see Adrian's face. And she knew that Marcel also gets uncomfortable near Adrian since he reminds him of trauma both from his past life and this life. She is glad that their friends do their best to keep them away from the stray cat. So, Pixie Pop, should we go to the nearby shopping center or somewhere else? Jason asked as threw a hand around her shoulder. They were a bit farther than the group, so the rest couldn't hear their conversation. Well, I need to shop for some fabric, but I guess we could get some coffee first. Marinette yawned. Didn't get much sleep yesterday? Jason asked concerned. They already talked about this in the meeting, but they were all worried about the twins' mental health. Jason precisely was very worried. He knew what it feels to die once, and he loathed it. Yeah, stupid nightmares, Marinette said with a slight frown. Heard that talking about them to someone usually helps. Jason gave her an encouraging smile. I would love to share, but if I minded, I would need to explain all of Paris's situation so you would understand, she responded, shrugging. Jason pointed at Chloe, who was busy talking with Max, and Marcel, who was talking to Damien. Well, it seems that you have more than enough time to fill me in on the details. Marinette sighed and thought that there's no harm in telling him. Okay, I will tell you. Around 3 years ago, a supervillain showed up in Paris. Seeing that Jason was seriously paying attention to her story, she continued. He can use a butterfly as a transmitter to give people who have negative emotions powers. The problem is that he possesses them at the same time and forces them to do their dirty work. People who are possessed are called akumas, Marinette exclaimed angrily. So, he can use any kind of negative emotions or just some specific ones? Jason asked, letting his sister pour her out and gaining information about Paris's situation at the same time, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He can use any kind of negative emotion to possess people: anger, embarrassment, jealousy, grief. At one point, the BSTRD used the grief of a PRGNT woman who lost her child to create a strong akuma, because the stronger the negative emotion, the stronger the power the person will hold. Marinette said between gritted teeth. She still remembers, Baby Collector, the akuma wanted to revive her child, but since everything has a price, the power Hawkmoth gave her had conditions to work. To revive her baby, she had to consume thousands of hearts of other children. Hawkmoth lost control of the akuma as her feelings for her child were too strong for him. The akuma was strong and it took 8 hours for them to beat her. In those 8 hours, the akuma wasn't even trying to fight them but was focused on gathering enough hearts to revive her child. The akuma was strong. If not for the fact that it was only targeting children and was ignoring everything else, even the heroes who were trying to defeat her, she would have been a true disaster. Thankfully, her dismissing the heroes gave them the chance they needed to defeat her. The power she gained was going to allow her to revive her child, but as everything has a price, She had to sacrifice thousands of small children as a condition for her powers. Marinette took a deep breath to calm herself down. Jason had blood on his hands from how much he clenched it. So the BSTRD targets children, he said with a low voice. Normally, he only tries to possess them as children don't try to fight his possession, he doesn't try to kill them, but that Akuma was too strong for him to control, so what was left was a person who lost control of herself and drowned in her own grief. Marinette spoke, anger bubbling in her eyes. She didn't need to suppress her emotions here. But the BSTRDS is the one responsible for all the deaths. We are lucky our hero can bring them back after they defeat the Akuma, but the trauma the children had to live through, dying and being hunted down, having to live in an environment where they have to suppress their emotion, fearing getting possessed and hurting their loved ones. She clenched her hands as pure hatred filled her mind. She swore once she found Hawkmoth's identity she would make him suffer. Jason took a deep breath. He doesn't want his madness worsening because of some BSTRD. So the nightmares are because of the Akumas? He asked her as they entered a cafe. They sat in the corner and let the rest order for them. Yeah, she said in a quiet voice. There was one that wasn't publicly known since no one remembered it. It was destructive and too powerful that the hero needed help. The person who was akumatized was obsessed with me and my brother. And like the PRDNT woman, Hawkmoth wasn't able to control him. He destroyed all of Paris just to get us. The heroes took us away so he couldn't get us, but since he couldn't find us, he killed everyone in his way in anger, our friends, family, even random children. She was sobbing as Jason brought her in a hug. The heroes were losing. They had to use their power to revive themselves time after time. It was called Second Chance, and it took them back 5 minutes into the past. In the end they found that they couldn't beat them in a fight. She paused, trying to compose herself. They gave us something that gave us temporary powers and asked us to distract him so they could sneak up on him. We tried for more than 50 times before we could actually get him. He tried to RPE me and my brother around 20 times or more, saying that he has to mark what is his. But the hero will go back in time before he can succeed. Marinette sobbed as Jason's arms tightened around her. Each time I close my eyes I see him staring at me, trying to catch me. The only way that I can get even an ounce of sleep is if I sleep in Marcel's arms, as I know that he will rather die than let that monster harass me. She cried harder. But I know that isn't fair, since Marcel also is suffering from the same thing. He always tries to keep looking strong, but I know he is struggling, but I can't stop myself from seeking his comfort. I can't deal with it alone. I am weak and pathetic and only drag him down. At that point the rest of the group noticed her breakdown as they walked to their table, but Jason signed to Damien to stop them from interfering and letting him deal with her alone. Jason rubbed her back as she cried on his shoulder. You aren't weak or pathetic. It is our instinct to seek the thing or person who we feel safe around when we are in danger or distressed. She looked at him with red eyes. And are you sure you're bothering Marcel when you seek his comfort? She looked at him confused. Okay, answer me this, he told her as she sat straight. She was still sobbing a bit, but she was trying to stop. Who is the person that Chipmunk trusts the most and knows all of his secrets? He asked as she looked down. You are. I just met you two yesterday and I can see that he trusts you with his life. She looked up at him again. Who is the person who will hunt down whoever hurts Chipmunk, even if it means losing your life? Before she could retort, he said, Don't try denying it. I can see it in your eyes. What hurt you the most wasn't the BSRD harassing you, but him harassing your brother. Her eyes widened as she couldn't refute. I am pretty. What I will say can be said for both of you and your twin. You aren't seeking him to feel safe. You are seeking him to make sure he is safe. And I am 98% sure he does the same, Jason said wisely, which totally didn't suit him. But he noticed how protective the twins are of each other. He saw their eyes will always unconsciously linger on each other when they were in the same room, just to make sure the other was safe. The twins depend on each other to stay sane. Dying hundreds of times will make a person lose their sanity. But the twins relied on each other to stay sane, heal, and to keep their emotions in check. Jason is sure if one of them dies, the other will dedicate their life for revenge, and they will die or let their life fall apart after they get it. Don't say you are weak and pathetic. Just being sane after experiencing what you told me is a price that you are one of the strongest people I have known, and I know many strong people. He said as he released her from his arms when she stopped crying. Like who? She asked in a low voice. Me. He answered smugly. PFDD as if, she chuckled. 2 tables away, Chloe was glaring at Jason as the others drank their coffees slowly. Marbear, are you sure this is all right? She asked, looking at Marinette who was being hugged by Jason. Damien took a look at the two before turning to Chloe and spoke calmly. I assure you that no matter how annoying Todd is, he doesn't have any bad intentions, he just wanted to help. Marcel smiled when he saw his sister laughing a bit. Yeah, it is all right. Marinette already asked me if it is okay to tell him, and it will be good for her to hear the opinion of an outsider about her fear. The 3 looked at him, and Damien decided to ask, when did she get the chance to ask you? Marcel shrugged as he took a sip from his coffee. She asked me if it is all right to tell him when he asked her about her nightmare, and no, I am not telling any of you how she told me. That is our secret. Chloe groaned. I hate you and your secrets. Like how many do you have? She exclaimed frustrated. At this point I am not even surprised, Max said calmly. They got used to Marcel having sheet ton of secrets and him just revealing them randomly to get a reaction from them. I will find it out. Damien clicked his tongue. Good luck with that, you will need it. Marcel grinned at him as he stood up and walked towards his sister who was now full on laughing at Jason who was doing some weird expression with his face. Damien stared at his younger brother before looking at the 2 who were sitting with him. What does he mean? He asked emotionlessly. He means that until now no one has ever found his secrets when he didn't want them out, no one besides his sister, so he is challenging you. At one point I tried hacking into his computer and I succeeded, but all the files were coded. I tried to decode them but failed. Max answered and shrugged as he picked up his coffee and walked to the twins, Chloe right behind him. Damien looked at the twin for a moment before following them. The group went to the shopping center, and Marcel dragged Marinette to an ice cream shop to talk privately with her. So? He asked, looking at her worried. So what? She asked and tilted her head, looking like a lost puppy. Don't play with me, how are you feeling? Did talking with Jay help? He asked and was relieved when she smiled at him. Yeah, it helped. I always thought that I feared Chat Blanc, but what I was truly afraid of was losing you. I saw you die so many times that even with the mind link I still fear that I lost you. Marcel hugged his sister. I know, Mari, that is what I am afraid of too. I can't imagine losing you. You are the closest person to me, not even our mother can compare to how important you are to me. You make it sound like we are in love with me. Marinette showed a disgusted face. Marcel snorted, sorry Mary, but I wouldn't want to date someone as ugly as you. Shut up, you can never find someone as beautiful as me, Marinette said with a proud look on her face. They were both silent for a minute before they started laughing their butt off. Marcel took a deep breath as he stopped laughing. He looked at his watch and spoke. Let's go, the others must be waiting for us. Well, you can go, but the little lady will have to stay and spend some time with us. A gruff voice came from behind them. The twin looked back to see 3 buff men standing behind them, 2 of them holding a pocket knife while the last holding a baseball bat. The twin looked at each other, then at the group of men again. Well, they needed someone to vent their bottled-up frustration on. The twin led the 3 men to a corner quietly as they smirked at each other. At Steve 69. Picture Jason just entered the coffee with one of the Sunshine twins, the girl. She was crying in his arms. A bit later Damien and the other twin entered with 2 of their friends. The boy, Damien, and a blonde girl were glaring at anyone who would look in the direction of Jason, and the girl, I was barely able to sneak a picture. I don't know who made her cry, but I pray for their soul, as the group looked ready to kill. Hashtag New Waynes, hashtag Jason Todd, hashtag Damien Wayne, hashtag Sunshine Twin, hashtag Someone is gonna die. As soon as the twins were away from people's eyes, faster than the eyes could register, Marcel used Black Whip to snatch the weapons of the 3 men. He threw the knees on the ground and passed the bat to Marinette. The 3 men blinked as Marcel started his knuckles and Marinette started swinging the bat in her hand. Me too, and you won? Marinette asked with a grin. Sure, I will take the bigger one, Marcel shrugged. The F is going on, the man on the left said as Marinette dashed and swung her bat, hitting him on the side. Marcel, not falling behind, bolted as he punched the bigger man that was standing on the right side, breaking his nose. Not giving him any chance to recover, Marcel caught the man's wrist, flipped him over and pinned him on the ground, One strong hit to the back of the head and the man lost consciousness. Back to Marinette, she dogged as the man that was standing in the middle tried to attack her, and without mercy she delivered the bat straight to his face, knocking him off. The man that was first attacked by Marinette finally recovered from her first attack and saw that he was the only one left. His sweat dropped as the twin looked at him. Mercy? Marcel looked at Marinette. She was the one to decide. She hummed as she walked closer to the man. Since I know what you were planning to do with me, no. She kicked him in the ball as hard as she could. Ow! Marcel covered his private parts. That was you unnecessary. That was the man's last word before falling face to the ground. That was refreshing. Marinette smiled as she threw the bat away. Let's go, I already called the cop. Marcel dragged his sister away. He wasn't in the mood to get stuck answering all of the police's questions. The twins made their way to where the rest of the group were waiting for them. Finally! Chloe huffed as she crossed her arms. Why were you late? She glared at the twins. Damien and Jason noticed some blood on Marcel's fist. Did you get in a fight? Damien asked, raising an eyebrow at the twin who smiled sheepishly. Oh God! Marbert, how many bones did you break this time? Chloe exclaimed, also noticing the blood on Marcel's fists. None. Marcel answered as he glared at her. Really? Jason asked, raising an eyebrow, totally not believing him. From what Marinette told him, Marcel will break bones any chance he gets. The probability of you lying is 99%, Max said. Well, this time I am telling the truth. I think Mari broke some bones, but I only broke the man's nose. Marcel pointed at his sister. I kind of used all of my strength when I hit him in the side, so he may have a broken rib. Marinette shrugged. How did you end up fighting in the first place? Damien asked. He first dismissed the villain magnet title that Chloe told them about, but now he isn't sure. A group of 3 men tried to harass Mari. Marcel weighed with a dangerous gleam in his eyes as he hugged his sister from behind. We led them into an empty corner and dealt with them, Marinette continued with a smug smirk. There was a moment of silence before Max spoke. That is it, you're not allowed to wander alone. Hey, that isn't fair, the twin protested. Marbert, I love you, but your luck is utterly ridiculous. It was less than 10 minutes and you got attacked by some random thugs. Chol huffed as she took Marinette from Marcel's hands. Me and Glasses over there will take Marbert to the fabric shop, while you will stay with these two. Not leaving a chance for them to argue, Chloe dragged Marinette and Max away. The 3 stood in silence as they watched the back of the trio disappear in the crowd. Sue, any fun place around here? Marcel asked Jason. There is an arcade we can visit. Jason answered as he threw an arm around Marcel's shoulder and started walking to the arcade. That place is just annoying, Damien scoffed. It can't be that bad, Marcel looked at Damien. Or are you afraid that I will beat you in every game? He attacked his pride, knowing fully that it always works. As if. Damien clicked his tongue. Then let's go and see. Jason smirked as they headed to the arcade. Tim, did you find out who was responsible for ignoring Paris? Bruce asked as he entered the cave. Yes, B. Tim responded tiredly. He needs to take a nap after this. Green Lantern was the one who dismissed Paris' calls as pranks. For the first few times he checked Paris' situation using the satellites but found 0 damage, definitely because of Ladybug's cure. After the calls didn't stop, he banned all calls from Paris for the next 6 months. I also checked Paris' public opinion about the Justice Leagues, and the only reason that they don't completely hate us is because the hero Multi-Mouse put all the blame on Green Lantern for ignoring them. Tim sighed as he saw Bruce's face. Hal is in very deep trouble, especially since Bruce found that 2 of his children were suffering because of his neglect. I will deal with him later. Now we need to deal with Paris' situation. The reason why Paris stopped asking for help is probably because of the risk of one of the heroes being akumatized. Bruce said as he sat down. Precisely, after one of the temporary heroes got akumatized. The mayor decided that it is too much of a risk to bring heroes to Paris. And he is right. Imagine fighting an akumatized Superman. Tim shivered. That is why they came to us. First, we don't have powers. Secondly, they most likely need help in finding Hawkmotha's identity, not help in fighting him or his minions. Bruce sighed. He needs to deal with this situation. First, they have to deal with Hawkmoth. Second, they have to fix their reputation in Paris. Thankfully, Multimouse made it clear that only Green Lantern was to blame. Thirdly, he still has to arrange a meeting with the twins both as Bruce and Batman. As Batman to get the file the heroes sent, and as Bruce to tell them that he is their father and wants to be a part of their life. That conversation isn't going to be fun. Okay, get some rest. Tonight we will visit the twins. Bruce paused for a moment. The French class has a tour in the company tomorrow, doesn't it? He asked. Yeah, they have. Tim brought out their schedule. For the first week, they will have a tour in the company. They will go to the museum, the zoo, and Wayne's Botanical Garden. The 3 last weeks they will be in a student exchange program in Gotham Academy. Okay, before you rest, can you find their mother's phone number? Our lawyers are already working on getting custody of the twins, but talking to their mother will be a good idea. Already sent it to your phone, Tim said as he left the cave. He needed a good nap. Hope this goes well. Bruce sighed as he dialed the number. Hello, Miss Cheng. Jason exclaimed as he won yet another round of skee-ball. Damien groaned as Marcel chuckled. What is next? Jason said excitedly. Marcel looked around. Oh, what about that game? He pointed at a high striker also known as strength tester. Sure. Jason dragged the two to the game. 10 minutes later they left having gotten full points 3 times. That was anticlimactic, Marcel sighed. All 3 of them got full points on the first try. I still don't see why we should waste our time here, Damien scoffed. So Marcel, tell us about yourself. Jason said, wanting to learn more about his brother. Won't that be unfair for me? I still don't know anything about you. Marcel fake pouted. We can do a question for question. Damien said. Sure, who will start? Marcel brightened up. I will. What is your birthday? Jason asked. He already knows it, but Marcel doesn't know. 6th of July, you? Marcel answered. August 16th, January 5th. Jason and Damien answered. Where did you learn how to fight? Damien asked. Marcel paused a bit. The ones who thought him were all might and Eraserhead. When I was a kid I met 2 professionals, one a boxer and the other a gymnast. I asked them and they trained me in their free time. He shrugged. What about you? Damien raised an eyebrow but didn't push for answers. It was obvious that wasn't the full truth. Well, we have regular self-defense classes since we get targeted often. Jason said calmly. I am also a professional in guns. I learned how to use the swords. Damien said emotionlessly. Marcel's eyes sparkled. That is so cool. Do you think you can show me later? He said as he jumped up and down like a kid waiting for his Christmas present, or an overgrown puppy. Damien had the illusion that he was seeing Superboy in place of Marcel. Yeah, sure, Jason agreed. So who is your favorite hero or vigilante? Ladybug, you? Marcel answered instantly. Red Hood. He said proudly. Of course you choose him, Todd. You are as dumb as him. Damien said, his eyes full of merit, and Jason had to hold himself from punching him. Marcel ignored the teasing between the brothers and turned to Domain. What about you? Who is your favorite? Robin. He is a formidable vigilante and deserves respect. Why did Marcel have the illusion of the time Kakin was praising himself? Well, I don't flash. Marcel was cut off by his phone vibrating. He took out his phone and saw that he got a message from Max. Lila, Alya and Adrian entered the shop we are in. I am barely holding Chloe from attacking them. There was a location with the message. What is wrong? Jason asked as he saw Marcel's face. Some rats followed Mari. I need to deal with them. Marcel said with a furious expression. Is it that BSTRD from this morning? Damien asked, frowning. Yep, and a few others. Marcel said as he ran towards the shop where Marinette was in. Why are you in a hurry? Your friend seems able to deal with them if they try to hurt Pixie Pop. Jason asked as he ran beside Marcel. Yeah, but Marinette tends to overthink things and me being there will help her. Marcel responded. I don't see the point. Marinette seems more than capable of taking care of herself. Damien huffed as he kept up with the two. Yeah, but I don't want her dealing with that group. Marcel said as they entered the shop. He immediately spotted Adrian trying to go past Chloe and Max to reach Mari. Lila was spitting some nuisance about Marinette hating her and threatening her, and Alya was trying to comfort her while glaring at Marinette. Marinette was just looking at them uninterested while trying to stay away from Adrian. Chloe was at the verge of attacking them, and even Max had some rage in his eyes that he was trying to keep under control. The trio got closer and Damien heard the worst joke in his life. Hick why you are Hick J just J Jellic that I am dating Damien Hick J just be because Damabu are rejected why you for me doesn't mean why you can be bully me. Oh god. He was going to kill a harlot. Jason looked at the girl with pee-pee-looking hair then at Domain. He moved closer to him and whispered, I didn't know you had a girlfriend. Damien saw the laughter that was hidden in Jason's eyes. Just as Adrian was about to catch Marinette's hand, Marcel caught his wrist and squeezed hard. Ow ow! Adrian screamed as he backed away. The attention turned to the three boys as they got between Lila's group and Marinette. What did I say about getting close to my sister Agreste? Marcel spoke coldly. Come on, Prince, you know we are meant to be together. Adrian said with a crazy smile that sent shivers down Marcel's spine. I think if not. Jason spoke as he glared at the boy. And who the F are you? Alya screamed. Jason Todd, their big brother, Jason said with a smug look, and Marinette had to hold her laughter. Since when did we have a big brother? She asked using the mind link. I think since now, I am not letting him live this down. Marcel answered. Maynette can feel the playfulness in his response. That isn't true, the twins doesn't have any siblings. Lila spoke, acting pitiful. And how would you know harlot? Damien glared at her. Who the F do you think you are to call her that? Alya shouted. Damien Wayne, the one she was lying about just a second ago, Domain spoke calmly, and watched as the three's eyes widened. Oh, I wish I had some popcorn. Marinette whined to Marcel. Oh me too, he answered as he watched Alya turn to Lila with a hurt expression. That doesn't prove that you are their brother. Adrian said as he tried moving past Jason, who just sighed and caught his wrist. Before anyone could react he flipped Adrian off and pinned him down. If I ever see you near the twins again, they will never find your body, Chat Noir, Jason whispered in his ears, as blood drained from Adrian's face. Jason hit a pressure point that rendered Agreste unconscious and moved towards Marinette. Hey Pixie Pop, if you get all your things let's get out of here. The group left the shop, and Marcel took the chance, so we have a big brother that we never knew about. He said loudly enough for the group to hear. Chloe grinned. Marber, you didn't tell us your father was Bruce Wayne, she said with a fake glare, and Jason almost choked. Domain was stiff. Well Chloe, we just learned it today. I never expected to be the daughter of a billionaire, Marinette said with dripping sarcasm. You don't know how true that sentence is. Jason thought. I was just saying if you don't want to be then, all right, Jason said with a dejected face. Oh no, you are stuck with us now. Marinette said as she poked his side. The moment you claimed us, you got stuck with us. Marcel said with a bright smile. The probability of you getting rid of them is 3.4%, Max said with his own smirk. Domain did something Jason never expected him to do. He ruffled Marinette's hair and said, Sure thing Angel, let me call my father so he can prepare the adoption papers. The group froze as they stared at him. Did Demon Spawn just tell a joke? Jason had his jaw hit the floor. The rest looked at him with clear confusion. With your face I don't know if you are being serious or joking. Chloe was the one to speak. Domain glared at her. Of course I was joking, we don't need the adoption papers. The group laughed, not noticing the meaning behind his words. Why would they need adoption papers when Bruce is their biological dad, and he can get custody of them easily? The group was separated as Marcel and Marinette came back to the hotel, Damien and Jason went back to their home and Chloe and Max decided to do some more shopping. Max was looking for some parts for his new project and Chloe went looking for new clothes and jewelry. Jason was sitting on the couch drinking, Damien was beating up a dummy in the gym. Jason slowly took his phone and opened the family group chat. In the Bat Clan group chat. Hood, okay, me and Damien finished hanging out with the twins. Nightwing. Oh, tell me about them, Did Damien cut attack anyone today? Blackbat? Oracle, sorry Cass, you were on a mission outside of Gotham so you didn't know. B. Has more children, a twin to be exact. Blackbat, neutral face coming. Blackbat is offline. Catwoman, oh I didn't know there were new kittens. Red Robin, because we just learned about them, what happened? Did you get any new information? Nightwing, Carrot. B. Carrot. Hood, first me and Damien approve of the twins' friends. They seem to know of Chat Blanc, and the moment the kid tried to approach them, the boy Max sent his robot and literally electrically shocked the boy into unconsciousness while the girl Chloe distracted the twins so they didn't see the blonde boy. Catwoman, Chat? As in cats. Oracle, yes Selena, here read this file and you will understand file. Catwoman, okay. Nightwing, I approve. Hood, we went out and I convinced Pixie Pop to talk to me about her nightmares. And just to say the twin are FING traumatized even more than us, she can't sleep without making sure her brother is nearby and safe. Agent A entered the chat. Agent A, Language Master Jason. Agent A left the chat. Robin, she talked to you just because Marcel thought it was a good idea for him to talk to a stranger about it. I still haven't figured out how they talked without any of us noticing. Hood, ouch, I didn't know, I thought she trusted me. Oracle, well good, they shouldn't trust strangers. Catwoman, I read the file, and I'm gonna skin a beach. Robin, get in line. Red Robin, Jason continues. Hood, after she cried her heart out, Chipmunk took her and separated from us with the excuse of getting some ice cream, and when they came back they were in much better mood and Marcel had some blood on his fist. Nightwing, wait what? Why did he have blood on his fist? Robin, 3 stupid men tried to mug them and the twin ended up sending them to the hospital from what they told us. B. Did the twin get hurt? But no. Look at you be already acting like a protective dad to them. B. Continue. Hood, anyway we separated again. Chipmunk went with us as Marinette and her 2 friends went to a fabric store. We went to an arcade and guess what? Demon Spawn played with us like genuinely played. Red Robin, oh really now? Didn't he refuse to play such childish games last time we dragged him there? Hood, oh he played and I got it on video. Robin, Todd. Hood, anyway, after we played Chipmunk got a message from the agresty kid trying to harass Pixie Pop, so he rushed to their location and stopped him. Long story short, Demon Spawn had to stop himself from killing a beach because she kept saying she was dating Damien Wayne when she didn't even recognize him. I threatened the agresty kid that if he tried to approach the twin that I am gonna kill him, and I let him know that I know about him being Cat Noir. B. Jason no killing even if it was tempting. Robin, I got permission from the twins' friends to use him for katana practice as long as I don't kill him. And Marcel is planning to destroy his life with his own hands. Oracle, I like him. Blackbat is online. Thumbs up. Blackbat is offline. B. As long as you don't kill him. Nightwing, Dim, B. is starting to sound like he is trying to stop himself, not us. Agent, Language Master D-. Agent A left the chat. Catwoman, when do I meet the kittens? Red Robin, we will meet them tonight as the bats, since they said that they have more information to give to us. Catwoman, nice, I am coming with you. Red Robin, so B. Did you talk to their mother? B. Yes. She was quite concerned and threatened me that if I hurt them in any way she would hunt me down but agreed on me reconnecting with the twins. Hood, so that's who the twins learned from. Jason didn't tell them how most of the twins and their friends kept joking about being Bruce's children, which made him and Demon Spawn at the edge from how close they were to the truth. Marcel and Marinette sat on the roof letting the cold wind of the night pass by them, after they went back to the hotel. Marinette spent the evening designing their clothes and Marcel was dealing with some work concerning the company. After Chloe and Max got back, they talked about how they should go about the meeting with the bats. In the end they decided that Marinette and Marcel will meet with the bats. Each will have an earpiece that connects them with Max, who will stay in the hotel with Chloe. So how much info are you giving them? Max asked from the earpiece. Marcel looked at Marinette and shrugged. Information about every single Akuma, powers of Hawkmoth and Mayura, and the powers of some retired heroes. There is no information about Ladybug and Multimouse. Expert the basics. What about the former Guardian? Max asked. It was a known event when the former Guardian passed his title to Ladybug and Multimouse. Nothing about him, he already lost all of his memories anyway, Marinette answered. That is Rig. Markov detected movement near you. Max's voice turned serious. Marcel was instantly on guard, standing near Marinette, who also turned serious. A hand caught Marcel's shoulder and instincts kicked in as Marcel punched the person, caught his hand, flipped him over and pinned him to the ground. Marinette also moved as she clicked on her ring and a bright yellow needle was shot and hit the person's neck. The ring was made by Max, but the needles were special and infused with Pollen's magic. Whoever was hit with them will be paralyzed for 10 minutes. He is paralyzed. Marcel let go of the person after he heard Marinette. The twin got a close look at the person and their eyes widened when they saw it was Red Hood. Again, didn't he learn from last time? Marcel shouted through their mind link. Marionette giggled as Marcel moved away from the Red Hood, who was looking at them in utter shock. Ugh, Pixie Pop, why can't I move? Red Hood asked as he tried to move his body. The only part he could move was his head. Sheet, at first I thought it was a coincidence when he called me Chipmunk, but this confirmed it. Marcel cursed. What? Weren't those nicknames Jason gave you? Oh, Marinette looked at Jason with some suspicion. Do you think he approached us directly at the airport? She asked her brother. No, Marcel denied. He was surprised when I gave him the USB last night. There is something else. A whistle came from behind them. The twin looked and saw the rest of the Bat family and Catwoman staring at them. They got you good, Hood, Nightwing said with a grin. The twin looked at each other, and Marcel defended himself. He shouldn't have sneaked on me. He should know that after I punched him last night. Red Robin stifled a laugh as Catwoman had a grin on her face. Batman and Robin kept a straight face. Hey, Pixie, you didn't answer. What did you do to me? Jason asked, looking at Marinette, who had a toothy grin. Magic, she said as she made an explosion gesture. Jason deadpanned at her while Red Robin and Nightwing started laughing. Batman rubbed his forehead. Can you release him? So we can move to a more secure location and talk. Marinette shrugged. There is no antidote. He will be able to move in 10 minutes. Batman sighed at the grin the twin shared. Nightwing, pick up Red Hood and take him to the cave. He turned back to the twins and gave them a pair of Bielefelds. You will ride with me. Marinette looked at Marcel, who just took the BLNDFLDS. 15 minutes later, the twin found themselves sitting in the Bat Cave. This place is nice, Marcel told Marinette as he looked at a giant coin. Right, oh, I just got an idea for a new design, Marinette exclaimed as she looked around the cave. I think I know all of the bats' identities, Marcel said as the rest of the bats entered the cave, Jason moving again. They are the Waynes, aren't they? The moment they knew Jason was Red Hood, the Waynes became the biggest suspects of being the bats. Their numbers are the same as the bats, and where else could the bats get enough money for their gear? Marcel had a playful grin on his face as he looked at Marinette. So do you want to mess with them a bit? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Sure, if we didn't take this opportunity and Chloe finds out, she will kill us for not messing with them. Marinette held her own grin. Guys, should I try to hack into the Bat computer? Max asked through their earpiece. Marcel tapped twice on it, signaling no. Okay, but if you need anything, just give a signal, Max said as he closed his microphone. The twins and the bats sat at a table and Batman started talking. You said you have some information for me, he stated, and Marcel took out a black USB and passed it to him. This have more detailed information about each Akuma, and held some about Akumas that were not public either, as the battle with them were in empty spaces and no one noticed them, had powers that made them go unnoticed like Vulpina, Chameleon and Vanisher, or they were in another timeline like Chat Blanc, Guardian and Youth. Marcel shuddered as he remembered Youth. The last three are all Apocalypse-level Akuma. Youth and Guardian were graded solely on their power level, no destruction, as they were passive, meaning they don't attack until you attack them. The two were stronger than Chat Blanc, and instead of defeating them, the heroes had to stop their akumatization from happening in the first place. Batman gave the USB to Red Robin and signaled to him to show the files. Red Hood, Nightwing, Catwoman and Oracle gasped as the files were shown on screen. Guardian, which was me, was from a timeline where some of our classmates took the chance of me being late to humiliate my sister in public. They left her crying and a corrupted butterfly was about to akumatize her when I arrived and pushed her out of the way. In the end I got akumatized. They looked at the picture shown on the screen, a giant knight with green armor. He had bluish-green black whips coming out of his back and green fire blazing under his armor. I had multiple powers in that form, super strength, black whips that I can control freely, the ability to sense danger that coming towards me, flying and many others. The bats looked at the list of powers written on the file. How did they beat you? There is no weakness in the file, Red Robin asked. Marinette was the one to answer. They couldn't. Guardian was able to break out of Hawkmoth's control. His goal was simply to protect his sister and bring justice to those who hurt her. Somehow his moral code stayed firm even in that form as he didn't kill anyone. For justice he used one of his power judgment flames. Anyone who gets hit with it will enter an illusion where they will live the same situation that they put their victims in. For example, if you tortured an innocent person, your illusion will be that person torturing you. She paused for a bit then chuckled. The funny thing is that instead of him hunting down the heroes for their miraculous, Guardian was hunting down Hawkmoth trying to get justice for him targeting me. So he akumatized you and you started hunting him down? Jason asked, trying to hold his laughter. Yep, Marcel said, popping the pea, and the idiot is still trying to akumatize me since he doesn't know about that timeline. Jason started laughing. Nightwing chuckled. So why didn't the hero let you hunt him down? He asked. Oh, they did, Marcel said with a feral grin. But Hawkmoth, seeing that Guardian was hunting him down and isn't under his control, tried to take back the corrupted butterfly, Marinette explained. Keyword, tried, Marcel said doing an air gesture. To take back the power he gave, Hawkmoth has to either be in complete control or overpower the Akuma's will. Well, he couldn't, so the BSRD went into hiding and didn't show his face again. So you, Red Robin pointed at Marcel, scared the man who tried to enslave you away. Marcel shrugged. I overpowered brainwashing before. Hawkmoth is nothing. You what? Batman asked. Someone tried to brainwash his son. He still feels guilty over the fact that Joker brainwashed him in the past, and he is livid that another one of his children has to go through something similar. Marcel was surprised by their reaction. He noticed Red Robin looking oddly uncomfortable. Oh, he must have been brainwashed in the past and not by a friend. One of my old friends had a meta ability where he can control anyone who responds to his question, so it was more mind control than brainwashing. We were having a friendly spar where meta abilities were allowed. He tried to use it on me and I overpowered his meta ability and took back control over my body. From that time I asked him to try to control me often to see how fast I can break from his control. Just in case someone with a similar ability who isn't a friend tries to attack me. Marcel explained and saw the bats ease a bit. And what was his name? Batman asked, intending on doing a full background check on this boy. Marcel smirked, noticing Batman's intention. We lost contact a few years ago, but his name is Hitoshi Shinso. You won't be able to find him even if you try anyway. He shrugged as Marinette elbowed him. What? You know it is true, he complained. Yeah, but you are drifting away from the main subject. Marinette glared at him, then turned to Batman. Don't try to search for him. He was from another dimension and came to Paris by mistake. He stayed with us for some time until he was able to go back home, she lied smoothly. We will talk about that later. Batman sighed. Just how many things are his children involved in? Anyway, the heroes let the Guardian roam around for 3 days before they decided that they need to release him. After multiple tries they found out that the only way for the Guardian to be released is by finishing his foal, which isn't possible since Hawkmoth went hiding and didn't show his face or travel back in time to erase the reason for his aromatization in the first place. Marinette explained and a photo of adult Bun Nix was shown. Marcel started talking. That is Bun Nix, our keeper of time. Her job is to make sure our timeline doesn't end up destroyed, so when necessary she could interfere to change the timeline a bit. So she is your last defense line? Oracle asked. Marinette responded, yes, she is from the future. The heroes still didn't give our version of her miraculous yet. And why is that? Batman asked, and the twin deadpanned at him. She is still a teenager right now, and I am sure you see the problem in giving a teen the ability to alter timelines. Marcel deadpanned. Right. Batman said awkwardly. He knew that he just wanted to see how much the twins are truly involved, and this just confirmed his thoughts. The twin must know the identity of all the heroes, and for that making them as involved as Ladybug and Multimouse. So the rabbit girl stopped Chipmunk from getting turned to a badass flame knight. Jason spoke and Robin glared at him. Pretty much, she just made sure I wasn't late and I could be there in time to stop them from hurting my sister. Marcel explained. Which now brings us to youth, Marinette said as she started getting uncomfortable. One thing they didn't say is that to completely fix or erase a timeline they need the lucky charm. In case of the Guardian, their Marinette was stuck in a protective bubble of fire, and Bun Nix brought her to that timeline to activate her lucky charm. Then they fixed the timeline. That is how they know about these cases. Before we start, you must know some basic information, Marcel said as he moved next to Red Robin and told him to show a certain file. A picture of a painting of a Kwami showed up. This is a Kwami. They are creatures that are connected to the jewelry and give the wielders their powers. A new picture of pollen. Each Kwami represents a concept. This one, for example, is pollen, the concept of subjection. The reason why I am showing you this is to explain that the Kwamis can use their power without a welder, but there will be catastrophic consequences for that. Marcel said seriously. In the case of youth, the heroes didn't get much information. What they got was the person who got akumatized was Marinette. A picture of Marinette wearing a white dress. She had dark butterfly wings on her back and a butterfly mark on her cheek. Noru, the butterfly Kwami of transmission, for some reason used his power without a wielder and forcefully akumatized Marinette. Marinette excused herself and walked away from the table. The consequences of Noru using his power was that he destroyed Marinette's heart and all of her emotions forever in that timeline. Marcel clenching his fist. They were bleeding, but he didn't care. Youth had very destructive powers, and she didn't have an akumatized item since she was it. Marcel said with venom in his voice. How did that happen? Nightwing asked. Neither us or the heroes know. Bunnies is the only one who knows but refused to say. Her reason was if she told us the future will be catastrophic. Marcel answered. So how did they stop her? Robin asked. Like the Guardian, the difference between them was that the Guardian was too strong to beat normally while Youth was impossible to beat normally even though she was weaker than Guardian. The reason is that Guardian had an akumatized item that can be broken while Youth didn't. The only reason is to stop it from happening in the first place. Marcel said grimly. Bun Nix was the one who altered the timeline, so Nor never got the chance to use his power on his own. Marcel finished and looked at the faces of the bats. That is why we need help, Marinette's voice sounded as she came back to the table. The heroes are already too busy with the Akumas that they hardly get enough time to track down Hawkmoth, so we need your help in finding his identity. Marinette said seriously. The miraculous have magic that stops anyone from recognizing the identity of the holder, but if you can still find it out if you have solid proof, at that point the magic will be broken. So Marcel explained. So you need the help of detectives, Red Hood finished. Exactly, the heroes did their best but it isn't their stronger skill, Marinette said sheepishly. We will help. We were planning on helping from the moment we learned of the Paris situation. Batman spoke calmly. Do you or the heroes have any prime suspects? He asked. Oh yes, we do. Marinette answered as Marcel took over the computer from Red Robin and brought up the suspects' files. Our prime suspect is Gabriel Agreste, and no it isn't because we hold a grudge against him. Through his son we found that he had possession of a miraculous spell book which brought suspicion against him. At that time Cat Noir was still part of the team and violently refused the suspicion of his father. Surprisingly, he got akumatized because he lost the book. At the time there was no knowledge of Hawkmoth having assistance, so he was judged clear. But lately we noticed that all major Akuma attacks are linked in a way or other to him. Marcel paused and Marinette took the chance to explain instead of her brother. We found that multiple times he encouraged the mayors to stop some events that in the end will lead to an Akuma. We found that he paid a lot of money to our school to make sure no one can transfer from or to our class, which is known as the Akuma class, with how much people get akumatized in it. Marinette took a deep breath. Basically, he was enabling a toxic environment to generate more negative emotions, so if he wasn't Hawkmoth he was helping him either intentionally or unintentionally. The file showed records of the bribes that were given by Gabriel to multiple associations over the 3 years, and how 80% of them resulted in Ekumas. You know, with this you can send him to jail even if he wasn't Hawkmoth. Oracle said, looking through the records. Yes, but if he was Hawkmoth, the heroes must retrieve the miraculous before sending him to jail. Neither us nor the heroes think it will be a good thing for the miraculous to end up in the government's hands. Marcel said seriously. And from what the heroes told us, it always ends up in a war each time the miraculous end up in a country's possession, Marinette explained. Understandable, Robin agreed. A country who holds such a power won't be satisfied with just sitting around. Okay, we will help your heroes in retrieving their miraculous, but please tell them that we will need to meet them in person. Batman said and turned to Jason. Red Hood will take you back. Okay, we will deliver the message. Marcel said cheerfully. Jason threw an arm around his shoulder and took them outside. When they reached the hotel, Marcel took his phone, wrote something and showed it to Jason. Disable your earpiece, I want to tell you something. Marcel and Marinette also deactivated their earpieces and showed them to him. Jason shrugged and did just that. So what are you gonna tell me, Chipmunk? He asked playfully. You are an idiot, aren't you? Marinette asked with a raised eyebrow. Why? Jason was confused by the looks he was getting from the twins. What do you call us? Marcel asked. Pixie Pop and Chip and Dash. Jason stopped his words as something clicked in his head. I am exposed, aren't I? Yep, Marinette said, popping the P. And because of that we have the identity of the bats. Marcel said with a smirk. B is gonna effing kill me. Jason cursed. Or you could help us do a harmless prank. Marcel offered. I am listening. Marcel told him what they would do, and a giant grin made its way to his face. It will just throw them off and make them at the edge around us. Marcel said, smiling. I am in. Jason found it hilarious, and it will be more when the twin finds out that they are his younger siblings. Well, that was easy, good night, Jay. Marinette and Marcel waved as Jason swung away using a grappling hook. Tomorrow will be fun. Marcel exclaimed. I am 100% sure at least 2 of the Waynes will be present in tomorrow's tour, Marinette said as they made their way down from the roof. I want Damien to be there. I want to see the look on his face when I see that he is the worst Robin. Marcel had his eyes shining. Well, we still need to figure out why they have so much attention on us. There is something else that isn't connected to the miraculous. I can feel it. Marinette worried whether that attention is good or bad for them. Hopefully nothing bad. If it is, we have the upper hand anyway. Marcel kissed Marinette's cheek as they reached her room. Empty your mind and go to sleep. Good night. He didn't give her time to answer as he went to his and Max's room. Finally back. Max said, looking up from his computer. Chloe already went to her room when you finished your meeting with the bats. Good, I will take a bath and head to bed. Marcel yawned as he entered the shower. Marcel. As soon as he closed the bathroom door, Mullo came out flying from his pocket where he normally hide. Marinette made sure they are wide and comfortable enough for the Kwamis. Is there something wrong, Mullo? Marcel asked, concerned. Mullo was split between excited and worried at the moment. We felt something. Mullo said, looking at him. Well, what is it? Marcel asked while taking off his clothes. In their first year of being heroes, Marcel and Marinette got comfortable with being naked around their Kwamis as they didn't want to take off their miraculous to take a bath just for a surprise Akuma to show up. They had to be always ready. I felt the existence of another miraculous in the city, Mullo informed, and Marcel paused. Which one? He asked carefully. The Bat Miraculous, which held the concept of fear, Mullo said as he looked at Marcel, pleading. Can we retrieve it? I miss Coffin so much. Marcel let out a sigh of relief. Coffin must be the Bat Kwami. Mullo nodded. Were you friends? Yes. He was my best friend. He tended to argue with Daisy a lot, but they were also friends. Mullo flew around Marcel excitedly. Okay, we will try to retrieve him when we can, Marcel agreed with a smile. Mullo flew to his face and hugged him. Thank you, Marcel. Marcel chuckled as he laid in the bath. No problem. Mari, he called using their mind link. I assume Mullo told you? He heard her reply. Yeah, maybe tomorrow we can start looking for the exact area, he suggested. Sounds good, tomorrow we can talk more about it, for now go to sleep. Good night, she said, and Marcel could tell that she was tired. Yep, good night, Mari. The mind link was turned off. Marcel relaxed in his warm bath and patted Mullo, who was playing with his wet hair. Marcel yawned as he walked down the stairs with his group. Chloe was talking to Marinette about her new dress while Max was looking through some files on his phone. He looked at the clock on his hand and saw that it was 8:09. Their tour started at 10 a.m. and they were supposed to be on the bus at 9 a.m. But of course the dumb teacher will buy whatever Lila told her and head to the company at 8 a.m. Marcel groaned. Their teacher really reminds him of the teacher in Aldra in his last life. The group entered the restaurant and ordered breakfast. Marcel held his phone and moved some files to a special program. He set the time to 4 p.m. in Paris and activated the program. He grinned. He warned her multiple times, but she didn't listen. Mli Bustier will suffer. Chloe looked at Marcel and her face held a vicious smile, so finally gave up on Bustier about dim time. I can't say I am comfortable with destroying her reputation, but honestly you gave her a warning, multiple times, Marinette sighed. Well, they 100% wouldn't be able to start the tour without us. The whole trip is on your names, Max pointed at the twin. We can take our sweet time and let them wait, they're embarrassed. I will message Jason to see if he can send us a ride. Marcel took out his phone. Chipmunk, hey Jay. JJ, what's up? Chipmunk, can you by any chance send a ride for 4 to the hotel? Our dumb teacher left me and my friends and headed to the company for the tour without us. JJ, sure, BRB. Marcel put down his phone and continued eating his breakfast. Not even 5 minutes later and his phone vibrated as a message came from Jason. JJ, Alfred will pick you and your friends up, but he insisted on you and Pixie having dinner in the manor. Chipmunk, sure, but who is Alfred? JJ, he is our butler but more like a grandfather. Chipmunk, okay then. Marcel looked at his friends. Good news, I got us a ride. Other news, me and Mari are invited for dinner with the Waynes. Chloe looked at him in the eyes. I am still FNG convinced that you are Bruce Wayne's kids, like it is utterly ridiculous how much you look alike. Yes, you look like your mother, but no offense, you don't look nothing like your father. Marinette and Marcel glared at her, but she just shrugged. Why don't you ask your parents? If they get mad, just play it as a dare Chloe made you do. Max suggested. Marcel and Marinette looked at each other. What should we do? He asked. Let's just do it. This way Chloe will stop insisting that we are Wayne's kid. Marinette shrugged. You know what, we will do it. Marinette said as she took out her phone. I have to see this, Jlo shouted as she moved next to Marinette. Marcel took out his phone and opened the family group chat. Max moved next to him to see. In the Dupaincheng's group chat. Miss Clumsy, hey Mammon, Papa. This is weird to ask, but are we not related to Papa by blood? Bear Dad. Kungfum. Mr. Bonebreaker. Silence is never a good sign. Kungfum, I am so sorry, I never intended for you to find out this way. The twins stayed silent. Chloe and Max wisely stopped reading the conversation, moved away and gave the two some space. Chloe meant it as a joke, not a fact. Marcel wasn't affected by the news much. Blood relation doesn't mean much to him compared with the fact that his papa treated as his own children, and experience of his last life also helped him. Having a supervillain that tried to kill him multiple times as a biological father made him realize that blood relation is nothing compared to someone who truly see him as a family. Marinette was stunned. She didn't know how to digest the news. Her papa wasn't her bio dad. She wanted to be angry at her parents for hiding such news from them, but she would be a hypocrite. She and her brother hid the fact that they were superheroes for a reason, so their parents also must have a reason to keep it a secret. She felt a hand on her shoulder and she looked up to see Marcel smiling at her. Yes, blood or not, Tom was still her papa. Miss Clumsy, were you planning on telling us? Mr. Bonebreaker. Bear Dad. Yes, we were planning on telling you on your 18th birthday. Mr. Bonebreaker, this doesn't change anything, does it? Bear Dad. Of course not. You will always be my children. Miss Clumsy. Okay, this is a lot to process. Kungfum. I know, dear, but you finding out just made it a bit easier for us to break the news to you. We were planning on telling you tonight on call, but I suppose we could tell you now. Mr. Bonebreaker, but Papa said you were planning on telling us on our 18th birthday. Bear Dad. Yeah, but somehow your biological dad found out about you and did a DNA test. He called us yesterday and said he would like to meet you. Kung Fu. To be honest, I didn't know your bio father. I was drunk and had a one-night stand with a stranger when I was dating your father. Since it was an accident, your papa forgave me, and when we found out I was Arjun and T and your papa was sterile, we decided that it was a blessing. Miss Clumsy. First, Mom, we would like it more if you tell us the story of you meeting our bio dad when we are actually in the same room, not through the phone. Mr. Bonebreaker. Second, how did he even get our DNA? Kung Fu. Mom, I am really surprised by how well you are taking the news. Happy that you aren't angry at us but still surprised. And we don't know how he got your DNA. Bear Dad. Did you meet a stranger that acted a bit suspicious? Mr. Bonebreaker. Dash. Miss Clumsy. Ifang Jason. Kung Fu. Mom, language. Bear Dad. So you did. Mr. Bonebreaker. Jason, he helped us out on our first day in the city. He was suspiciously friendly. But now it is clear why? He is our supposedly adopted brother. Miss Clumsy, Chloe will never let us live this down. But Miss Clumsy, she joked about us being Bruce Wayne's kids after she noticed how much we look like his biological son. Bear Dead. Really, that's funny. Kung Fu. Okay, so you already know the name of your father. He asked to meet you, but you should meet him if only you are comfortable with it. Miss Clumsy. Yeah, we will meet him. Mr. Bonebreaker. And as revenge for not telling us sooner and letting us find out about this on our own, I will say that me and Mari have an even bigger secret than this. Miss Clumsy? Oh, which one will you tell? Mr. Bonebreaker. Just the simplest one, the fact that I am a metahuman and have multiple abilities, like the fact that I can be as strong as Superman. Kung Fu. Wait, what? Bear Dad. Excuse me? Mr. Bonebreaker is offline. Miss Clumsy is offline. Kung Fu, come back here and explain. Bear Dad. Well, I wasn't expecting that. Kung Fu, wait. Did they say they have more than one secret? Bear Dad. Honey, maybe we should wait until they are back home. Kung Fu, I can't believe they hid something like that from me. Weren't they supposed to feel this way in this situation? Bear Dad. Honey, our kids just dropped the fact that one of them is a meta and is as strong as Superman. And they also dropped that they have more secrets and Marcel has more abilities just because they discovered that we kept the fact that I am not their biodata secret. They felt betrayed, and to ease their emotion they made us feel the same way. Kung Fu, when did you get so perspective about emotions? Bear Dad, since having to make sure I don't turn one of our rude customers into an Ekuma. Marcel and Marinette read through the messages after they went offline. Marcel used a program that didn't show that he actually was reading the messages. Yes, he had a sheet ton of programs in his phone and computer. Yes, he and Max made all of them. Marcel already processed the news and the sense of betrayal he felt. It was easy after he compared all of the things he kept a secret from his parents to this one. It was also the fact that their mom didn't know their bio dad, so she wasn't trying to stop them from meeting him. Marinette had the urge to laugh at her parents' reaction. She felt betrayed, but her parents' logic was right. Their mom had them by accident and didn't know their father since she was drunk, so telling us while young will just confuse them and even possibly make a rift between them and her papa. And her papa loved them like they were his children. There is no mistake in that. But she couldn't stop the tiny wave of betrayal she felt, so seeing their reaction to Marcel's stunt calmed her down. So what should we do, sis? Marcel looked at his sister. He felt the tiny amount of betrayal that she felt through their mind link. That was the reason that he exposed his quirk to their parents to get them back, and even left hints of him and his sister having more secrets. Marinette stared blankly at him for a second before a predatory glint made it to her eyes. I want to get Jason back for this. Okay, she wasn't angry at him, but she was a little annoyed. Sure, I wonder what would happen if Bruce found out about his secret from Jason. Marcel said with a wide grin. Oh, I wonder if Plague can give him just a little bit of bad luck. Marinette matched her twins' grin. Chloe and Max returned to the twins but stopped in their place when they noticed the twins' matching grins. Okay, who are you planning to kill? Chloe asked, raising an eyebrow. No one. Marinette denied. It is utterly ridiculous that you think I will believe you. Chloe looked them in the eyes. It is 88.96% chance that you will either prank, attack, ruin their reputation, or maim someone. Max turned to Marcel. I guess it will be the first one considering what you just found out. You can say that. Marcel shrugged and his phone pinged. I guess our ride is here. Let's go. Marinette dragged him away. She wasn't ready to talk about their bio dad right now. Chloe and Max shared an understanding look between each other. The twin didn't want to talk about the subject yet. They followed the twin out of the hotel. Marcel and Marinette made their way to the care and found an old man waiting for them in front of the car. Hello Miss and Mr. Dupain Cheng, I am Alfred and it is nice to meet you. Alfred greeted them with a smile. Marinette and Marcel looked at each other before Marinette returned the greeting. Hello, Marinette is fine, nice to meet you too, she smiled brightly at him. Marcel also smiled, Marcel is fine, it is nice to meet you. When Jason said he will send us a ride, I didn't expect him to send his grandpa. Alfred smiled at the twin. Did he say that? I am honored he thinks of me like that. Chloe and Max finally catched up to the twins. Alfred opened the door to the car. I guess you don't want to be late, let's go. Marinette sat in the front seat while Marcel, Chloe and Max sat in the back. Alfred just smiled as he watched Marinette sitting nervously next to him. The ride was silent and before they noticed, they arrived at the company. The four left the car and Marinette thanked Alfred. Thanks for giving us a ride and sorry for bothering you, she said with an apologetic smile. Alfred smiled at her. There was no bother, Miss Marinette, and if you can do me a favor, give Master Bruce a chance at tonight's dinner. Marinette stood there confused as the car drove away. Did Alfred know that they knew Bruce was their father? Or was he just asking in general? Marinette shook her head. There is no way he knew they knew. In the first place, they just found out this morning. She sprinted towards her friends who went ahead of her. The group entered the company and they were met with Lila's crying, and D. Grayson, the one who will give them the tour, massaging his forehead in frustration. Chloe snorted when she saw Alia comforting Lila, like didn't she get exposed yesterday? Lee Bustier, who was trying to talk to Grayson about something, saw the twins and her eyes lit up. Marcel, Marinette. She called as she moved to the twins. Marcel looked at his clock, 9:39, and glared at her. Marinette did the same. Can you tell this man to start the tour? We can't just keep waiting here for no reason, she complained. Is she serious? Marcel asked his sister. I think she is. She thinks that we are obligated to do all her work or something. And in the first place, she knows that the tour doesn't start until 10 a.m., doesn't she? Marinette responded with a frown. We sent her the file with the whole plan for this trip, her and all of the class. Marcel groaned. Madam, for the last time, the tour doesn't start until 10 a.m. and we can't start ahead of schedule. Grayson spoke. He was trying to be respectful, but everyone can see that he was tired of her bullshit. And why are you asking students to convince me to start the tour? And in the first place, why didn't they come with the rest of the class? Before Bustier could defend herself, Chloe started talking. We came alone because they left us at the hotel and came ahead of the time we agreed on, and she asked the twin because they were the one who organized the whole trip. Grayson frown deepened. She left you in Gotham alone? And isn't organizing the trip her job? A vicious smirk made its way into her face. Yes, but she can't do it, so she will lose her job. Marcel glared at her. I am pretty sure you will rush back to Paris when the news comes out today. Don't worry, I contacted the principal to send another teacher in your place. Marcel smiled at her, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. Bustier's face lost its color as she panicked. What news? Next time, take your job seriously and don't dump it on others. Marcel didn't explain. The group left Bustier alone and went to sit a bit far from the rest of the class. Alia was glaring at Marinette while Lila cried in her arms. Bet she said you stole her Damabo from her. Marcel looked at Marinette. I am not taking a losing bet, she glared at him. Killjoy. Marcel pouted. Chloe elbowed Marcel. Ouch. Stop talking with your ridiculous mind thing, and include us in your conversation. Chloe scowled at them. Fine, fine. Marcel raised his hands in surrender. We were talking about what new lies Lila told to keep Alia by her side. Marinette explained. I can't believe Césaire still believes her. She is ridiculous, Chloe scowled. Utterly so? Marcel asked, trying to lift the mood. Yes, Chloe exclaimed. Max and Marinette laughed at Chloe's reaction. A tired man sat next to Marinette with a deep sigh. She turned to see Grayson sitting next to her with a frown on his face. Tell me honestly, how do you deal with them? He asked the group. The group looked at each other. Ignore them, Max shrugged. Same, Marinette agreed. Blackmail, Marcel grinned. I call my daddykins on them, Chloe answered proudly. Grayson looked at the four for a minute before he snorted. Would you mind passing some of that? He asked Marcel. I don't think you need it, Monsieur Grayson. Marcel grinned at him. D is fine. Jason told me a lot about the two of you. D grinned back. Like how he claimed us as his little siblings? Marinette asked, tilting her head. The twin noticed his body stiffened and had to hold themselves from grinning. Does that make you our brother too? Marcel asked, and he heard Chloe trying to stop herself from laughing behind him. He didn't know what to say. Does the twin know that they are B's kids? Damien didn't mind. He even joked about preparing the adoption papers, so I don't think you would mind. Marinette spoke and watched as D's expression turned blank. Damien did what? He asked calmly, but he was both happy and panicking on the inside. Happy that Damien was getting along with his younger siblings. Panicked because it is a known fact that Damien doesn't joke. He joked, saying that he will prepare the adoption papers. Marinette repeated. Didn't he say that doesn't need them? Max said while scratching his chin. He looked like he just asked the question on a whim, but Marinette could see the playfulness in his eyes. Yeah, I wonder why? It kinda sounded that we don't need to be adopted to be his siblings. Marcel gave a puzzled look. D was panicking. I think he means that you are like our unofficial siblings, he quickly said. Yeah, maybe you are right. Marinette agreed, and D let out a sigh of relief. Marcel's phone made a sound. He looked at the time and smirked. 10 a.m. It means that it is 4 p.m. in Paris. Stood up and went to the middle of the room. Everybody get ready, we will start the tour right now, he announced. Ugh, finally, Lila grunted. Multiple students brightened up knowing that they will start the tour. Marcel just smiled when he saw Bustier putting her phone in her pocket. So far the tour was great. Introduced them to the history of the company and explained their work, and showed them different divisions of it. 40 minutes into the tour, Bustier got a phone call. She excused herself and accepted it. She returned with a look full of despair. She looked at Marcel, who openly glared at her, and she didn't dare to approach him or his sister. He was very close to snapping from Lila's ridiculous stories, like how she saved Batman's life or how she rejected Nightwing because she was dating Damien. The look on DS' face was hilarious, or the funniest of them all, Robin and Damien fighting over her. At 12, D led the class to the cafeteria where they will have their lunch. Okay, everyone please show your ID to the staff here when you get your food. Informed, Mr. Wayne has all of your names on a list and all the food is in the house. Enjoy your lunch and we will continue our tour in an hour. The class split up and headed to different stalls. Each one had different types of food. Japanese, Chinese, French, you could find any type of food you want. Marcel really doubted if this is a cafeteria or a food festival of some kind. He joined the four in their lunch. Marcel took some katsudon that he really missed. Max didn't know what to take, so he took the same as Marcel. Chloe and D took some fancy steak, and Marinette took a Chinese dish called Kung Pao chicken. The five sat at a table on their own and enjoyed their lunch. So, tells us about Gotham. Marcel started the conversation. What do you want to know? Asked as he looked up from his steak. Like, tell us about the heroes. Marinette answered him. You mean vigilantes? Smiled when he saw the group nod. He knows that they already know a lot about them, seeing how they came looking for them. Maybe the twins just want to start a conversation with him. Well, there is Batman, the one who started it. Later he took the first Robin as his partner. You mean sidekick? Chloe cut him off. DSI twitched. No, Robin was his partner. They fought mainly using gadgets and non-lethal weapons. Later Robin became Nightwing. There are many others like Batgirl, Red Robin, Red Hood, the newest Robin, Black Bat, and some say that Catwoman is with them. Marinette looked at D for a moment. Honestly, I saw a photo of Nightwing and his suit is truly a disaster, she exclaimed. Truly it isn't that bad. Tried to argue. I am not good in fashion, but from a practical view his suit needs a lot of remodeling. Even if the material is strong it still doesn't give much needed protection. And making it skin tight made it easier to spot all the weapons on him, without the fact that it doesn't obscure his body build, which makes it easier to look for his identity. Marcel said calmly, but Dee stiffened. And I can't look at his suit, like are you trying to fight crime or going to a sec party? Marinette frowned, and Dee looked offended. Okay, that is enough of Nightwing, let's start ranting about the others. Marcel spoke in her mind. So that he will think that we still don't know their identity. Marinette completed his sentence. Don't get me started on all of the Robins. The twin continued ranting about the vigilantes and Chloe followed suit while Dee sat listening with a cracked smile. So tell me about yourself, what do you plan to do in the future? Dee asked, trying to change the topic. Well, we have already started our own small company and we plan on expanding it. Marcel said, smiling. You own your own company at this age, impressive. Was surprised. There was nothing about this when they did a background check. We started around 2 years ago. Max informed me. And it kinda was a big hit. Marinette said with a sheepish smile. What is the company's field of work if you don't mind me asking? Dee asked, getting as much information as possible. The chances of the twins telling him the company's name are low, so he didn't ask about it because if they couldn't find anything about it in their background check that means that they put great effort in hiding their information. Fashion and technology. Marcel informed, if their father is trying to reconnect then they will tell him eventually, so there's no need to hide it from them. Maybe just give them some clues. Scanned his memories for any new company in the last 2 years that work in those two fields, but before he could find an answer. Bang! A gunshot was heard from outside the cafeteria. The group was instantly alert. Dee clicked his emergency button, which sent his location to his family. Max released Markov and ordered him to hide nearby and wait for his orders to attack. Marcel, Marinette and Chloe were on high alert watching the door closely. The class was panicked, but years of experiencing Akumas made them organize themselves quickly and look for a place to hide. The rest of the people in the cafeteria also looked for a hiding place. But someone kicked the door open and a scarecrow entered the room with some of his goons. They all had guns in their hands. Marcel scanned them. He couldn't attack rashly as they could attack the others if he or his sister attacked them. There is no need to panic, Scarecrow begins. The guns are just for show. But if you try something don't blame us. A terrifying smile made its way to his face. Nobody need to get hurt, I just need a couple of hostages so Mr. Wayne can pay me. His men spread as he spoke, they covered all the exits. Scarecrow walked while observing the people. Marinette scanned the room to see if there was any chance to cause a distraction. Her eyes met her brother, a silent agreement between them was made. Marcel signaled for Chloe while Marinette did for Max. The four nodded and began to move. The twins moved together while Chloe and Max sneaked to the people. Dee noticed their movement and decided to follow the twins. He must keep his siblings safe until help comes. Marcel released a smoke screen, surprising the villains. Smoke filled the whole room as Chloe and Max attacked two goons that were guarding one of the exits. On the opposite side of the room, Marinette flipped up one of the tables as Marcel threw one of the chairs out of the window, shattering the glass and creating a large amount of sound. Scarecrow and his goons' attention directly went to that side. The twins and quickly hid behind the table as the goons shot in their direction. Dee made a note to scold them for being reckless. The gunshots didn't stop until the smoke cleared. Bummer, the hostages seems to run away. At least we have 3 left. Scarecrow smiled at them as the goons surrounded them. That was quite the stunt you pulled. I wonder what would your fear be? Dee's eyes went wide as Scarecrow released fear gas at them. At the same time, Marcel and Marinette fell to their knees, silent tears falling from their eyes. Dee fought the hallucinations. The gas affected his mind and made him dizzy, but since he was immune he will recover in a couple minutes. The twin froze and spoke at the same time with venom filling their voice as their eyes locked to Scarecrow. Hawkmoth! Marcel's blood froze from the sight in front of him. Dead bodies everywhere. All Might, his mom Inko, Aizawa, Kakin, Shoto, Uraraka, Hida, Tsu and all of his classmates. His mom Sabine, his papa, his fiends, Chloe, Max, Kagami, and Luca, all of his friends. Everyone was laying on the ground dead and soaking in their own blood. To his right, Marinette, his twin sister, was kneeling beside him with a cracked chest. She was Youth again. He could see multiple other Akumas and villains from his past life all staring at him. He could see all four. No, he killed him. The man's form changed and he could see motherfucking Hawkmoth staring at him smiling. Anger bubbled in his chest as tears dropped from his eyes. He will make them regret this, all of them. And he will make Hawk Beach regret ever being FANG born. Rage consumed his mind as he felt black whip bubble under his skin, screaming to be released. Marcel was gonna let it, he was gonna let his anger consume him and kill Hawk Beach with his... Marcel! A panicked voice cut his thoughts. Marcel! No, you can't be dead. Marcel! He recognized the voice, he looked sideways. Youth was looking at him emotionlessly, but he could tell that wasn't her real expression. Marinette, I am here, I am alive. He sent through their mind link, his anger only doubling as he could tell. All of this is just a nightmare. A nightmare made by Ivanya Hawk Beach. Tears silently dropped from her eyes as she processed the scene in front of her. Bodies were surrounding her. Her friends, her family, all of them were dead on the ground soaking in their own blood. Half of the body of her mother was missing, only dust was sitting next to the half-core. Her papa had his head cut off and had claw marks all over his body. Akumas were everywhere surrounding her. And Chat Blanc was giving her the same crazy smile that haunted her nightmares while standing beside Hawkmoth, who was smiling at her. She looked at her side where her brother was kneeling beside. Marcel! She screamed, using their mind to link to her brother who was soaked in blood and didn't have his arm. She looked at the hole in his stomach that was dripping with blood. Marcel! No, you can't be dead. Marcel! She screamed through the mind link, hoping to get any sort of response from those lifeless eyes. Panic and sadness in her chest were slowly turning into rage and desire for the blood of whoever made her brother like that. Marinette, I am here, I am alive. The calm voice of her brother relieved her panic, but she didn't miss the great amount of anger hidden underneath the fake calm. The lifeless brother looked at her and she could tell that her brother was okay. She was the one to beat his self-preservation into his skull so he wouldn't and couldn't lie to her about his injuries. The lifeless expression wasn't something that her brother would ever hold on his face while looking at her, even if he was at death's door. This was all a nightmare. A nightmare made by FNG Hawkmoth. The twin froze and spoke at the same time with venom filling their voice as their eyes locked to Scarecrow. But Hawkmoth felt a chill run down his spine from the sheer hatred that was in their voices. He fought the dizziness and forced himself to see the twins' situation. The scene in front of him left him speechless. He was so shocked that he just sat there and watched. Thin black whips came out of Marcel's skin as the twin moved in sync and lunged at the closest goon. The goon aimed his gun at them, but the black whips quickly snatched it away as Marinette uppercut the man. Marcel, having crushed the gun using his whips, quickly and neatly caught his sister's wrist and moved out of the way as gunshots hit the place where she was standing. Marinette dashed towards a goon who was by himself as Marcel sent whips towards the two who were shooting. Marinette flexibly dodged the goon's punch as she caught his hands and flipped him on the ground before catching the man's head and smashing it at the floor, rendering him unconscious. Back to Marcel, who caught the two shooting goons with his black whips before throwing them with incredible strength at a group of 3 other goons and sending all of them flying to the wall. Scarecrow was focusing on Marcel and his meta ability, so he didn't notice Marinette dashing at him from and knocking him down with a powerful kick to the side. Marcel finished dealing with the other goons as watched in awe as Marinette lunged at Scarecrow, who was still on the ground, and started punishing the shit out of him. He could hear her shouting in French, but all he could understand was cursing and something about Hawkmoth. Oh yeah, that was Paris's supervillain. Clicked his tongue. Of course his sister will have the Beatrice in her greatest fears. He watched as Marcel, who finished dealing with the goons, walked slowly to his sister and put a hand on her shoulder. They seemed to be talking, only using their eyes, as Marinette gave one last punch to Scarecrow before leaving the man. Marcel glared at Scarecrow before raising his leg and crush. stomping on Scarecrow's leg, breaking it, and as that wasn't enough, he stomped a second time on his other leg. Watched as Marcel sighed in satisfaction before dragging his sister back to him. Just as Dee was gonna ask him if they were okay, crash. The window broke as 3 figures entered from the windows. Marcel and Marinette instantly went into defense mode as Marcel stood in front of the 2 black whips floating around his arms ready to be launched. "What the F dash?" Red Hood shouted as he looked at the scene in front of him. Batman and Red Robin were also staring silently at the scene. Scarecrow and his goons were beaten unconscious all around the room, and Scarecrow especially was unrecognizable and his legs were bent in a wrong way. He was sitting on the ground, his pupil dilated, meaning he was affected with the fear toxin. The twins too, since they don't seem to recognize them and with how defensive they are right now. But what caught the three's attention the most was the black whips coming out of Marcel's arms. Batman sighed. His son is a meta. Now he needs to convince him that the rumors about him hating metahumans are just exaggerations. He doesn't hate them, he hates when metahumans come to his city and try to interfere in his job. Red Robin took a step towards the twin. Marinette and Marcel's eyes were on him, but they didn't attack. He walked closer and Marinette moved to attack, but Marcel stopped her. She didn't resist and let him walk closer to them. For those who don't understand, Marcel is using danger sense to detect who is the enemy and who is not. Red Hood and Batman watched in fascination as this was the first time that someone didn't attack them while under fear toxin. Once Red Robin was close enough, he felt something warp around his neck. He looked at Marcel's eyes and understood, if he tried attacking them they would attack back. Batman also walked to the twins. He stood in front of Marinette while a second black whip warped around his neck, just like his son. Both of them took the syringe that held the antidote. Red Robin moved while Marcel was watching him and pointed the syringe at Marcel's neck slowly before injecting him with the antidote. Batman did the same. The twin collapsed and Black Whip retreated to Marcel's body. Red Hood injected Dee with the antidote, but he didn't collapse. "What the F happened here?" he asked, pointing at the unconscious Scarecrow. "I would tell you, but I think it will be better if you watch the camera footage yourself," said as he stood up, rubbing his head. The dosage of the fear toxin is way more than normal. Oracle, copy the camera footage and clear all of them. I don't want anyone knowing about Marcel being meta, Batman ordered. Got it, B? Oracle responded as she started copying the footage. We will take the twins to the paramedics so they can check on them. Batman looked at the twins that were limp in his and Red Robin's arms and sighed. Red Hood, make sure all of the criminals are arrested. Red Hood grumbled but did as said. Batman was talking to Gordon when the twins woke up. Marinette groaned as she opened her eyes. What happened? She rubbed her head as memories flooded her. Marcel. She panicked and looked around her only to sigh in relief when she saw Marcel Gurney. She saw no sign of injuries on him. You are awake. Eep. Marinette jumped from the deep voice that spoke behind her. Oh, Monsieur Batman, she blushed embarrassed. Batman chuckled, which gained him a few strange looks from Gordon. This is my friend Gordon. He needs to take your statement of what happened. Batman introduced Gordon, who walked to her side. I just need to answer a few questions, that's it, Gordon assured her. Marinette nodded her head shyly. In her head she already double-checked what she would say. She just hoped he didn't see her brother use his ability, or at least didn't tell Gordon about them. The victim said that Scarecrow and his goons attacked while you were having lunch. Is that true? Marinette nodded. I was sitting with my brother and friends. Mr. Grayson was also sitting with us when Scarecrow showed up. Gordon scratched his chin. I see, they said that a smoke bomb was released. Do you know anything about it? Marinette fidgeted with her fingers nervously. Don't worry, you aren't in trouble even if it was yours. Gordon gave her a reassuring smile. Batman had to give it to his daughter. She knew how to act. He obviously noticed that all the nervousness and shyness were fake, especially since he met her and her brother last night. That was my brother. We usually get attacked in Paris, so we have a ring that releases a smokescreen in case of emergencies. Marinette controlled her body language to show that she was uncomfortable with the subject. And even though she was sloppy, Gordon was convinced and didn't bother her about it. So what happened after you released the smoke? Everyone ran away but me, my brother and Mr. Grayson got stuck. We hid behind a table as they started shooting through the smoke. Marinette explained. Mr. Grayson said that you three were hit with fear gas. When the bats arrived, Scarecrow and his goons were all unconscious. Scarecrow even had both his legs broken. Do you remember anything about that? Gordon asked. Dee said that he didn't remember anything after being hit with the fear gas, so he hoped that maybe the twin might remember. Behind Gordon, Marinette saw Batman take out a paper and show it to her. On the paper one word was written on it, forgot. She quickly understood and started talking. I don't remember. I remember he threw some kind of gas at us. But I can't remember anything after that. It is like my brain is stopping me from remembering. Tears filled her eyes as she clutched her head. The tears were real as the memories of her bloodied family hurt so much. The lifeless eyes of her brother who had a hole in his stomach. Gordon quickly rubbed her back, trying to comfort her. Don't worry, if you can't remember then it is no problem. Marcel groaned in his sleep as if feeling his sister's distress. His eyes twitched as he slowly opened them. A second later he jumped out of the bed yelling, Mari! Mari! His eyes locked with Marinette as he dashed towards her, ignoring all the shouts from the paramedics. He pulled her in a tight hug, as he felt her presence reassuring him that she is still there, alive and well. She wasn't Youth but Marinette. Marinette returned the hug and rubbed his back to help calm him. A couple minutes later Marcel finally calmed down and looked at the two who were waiting for him. Is it possible to give your statement now, or you need more time to calm down? Gordon asked. Marcel kept silent for a bit as Marinette explained everything that happened after she woke up. He looked at Gordon and nodded. It went exactly like Marinette. The answers were a bit different, but the content was the same. Batman raised an eyebrow when Marcel answered that he doesn't remember anything after inhaling fear gas before he could even give him the hint. After taking their statement, Gordon left, and Batman accompanied the twins as they searched for their class. When the twins didn't find anyone, Marinette took out her phone. She found multiple unread messages in their group chat and from her other friends. Queen Bee, Lila Beach and our ridiculously dumb teacher forced us to leave without you. Pegasus, we couldn't stop them from leaving. Turtle DJ, sorry Dedette, we tried to stop them. Thanks for saving us by the way. Time Skater, just letting you know I put hair dye in Lila and Alya's shampoo. Tomorrow they will come with pink hair. Sorry we couldn't stop them. Disney Princesses, sorry we couldn't stop them, they are so mean. Hope you're okay. Purple Tiger, we couldn't stop them, thanks for saving us. Marinette groaned, and Marcel took out his phone and frowned. Is there something wrong? Batman asked, noticing their expressions. Just our dumb class left us. Marcel answered. Shouldn't your teacher wait for you? Batman frowned. He already heard from Jason how their teacher left them behind, but she wouldn't leave them right after they were attacked, would she? She was always neglectful, but after today we wouldn't need to worry about her. Marinette answered. I made sure that she will lose her job today. Marcel informed, shrugging. Pixie. Chipmunk. A voice sounded from behind them, and the two found themselves in a tight hug from Jason. Hey Jay, Marcel greeted plainly. Don't hey me, you will tell me everything that happened when we reached the manor. Jason let go of them and flicked Marcel's head. Are we going now? Marinette asked. Yeah, I saw you dumb teacher leave like 20 minutes ago without you, so now you will go with me. Jason corrected himself before cursing. Well good, I don't want to hear whatever drama Lila came up with. Marinette smiled. Yeah, goodbye Batman. Jason said before dragging the twin to his car. Bye B. Marcel waved at him. So? Jason raised an eyebrow at the twin. You are Meta? Yep, Marcel responded cheerfully. He already expected this. What can you do? Jason asked, his eyes shining. What do you know? Marinette retorted. Jason hummed as he drove the car. Well, we know about the black tentacles dash. W. Don't call them that. Marcel snapped. And we think you can communicate with each other without talking, and the smock, the ring is just a decoy, isn't it? Jason continued, totally ignoring Marcel's protest. Marcel clapped his hands. Do you want a prize? He asked with a grin. I won't mind it, but do you have any more powers? Jason returned the grin and asked. The twins shrugged. Who knows? Marinette responded. You want to play this game? Then what about this? I will tell you a secret and you tell me your powers? Jason asked. He really wanted to ruin the surprise of Bruce being their dad. He knew B is planning to talk about this during dinner and he wants to ruin it a bit. The twins glanced at each other. And who said we don't already know that secret? Bro. Marinette spoke with a smile that just widened when instantly Jason crushed the brake pedal in shock, stopped the car and whipped his head towards them. How the F dash? You are part of the reason we know. Marcel pointed at him. How? Is finding out secrets something that flows in your blood like B? Jason asked as he composed himself and started the car. I don't know about Bruce, but secrets tend to find Zoo, not the other way around. Marinette shrugged. So how did you know about B being your father? First, you met us on the first day. It was hellacious. The only reason we didn't attack you was because my powers told me that you didn't have any negative intent towards us. Marcel grumbled. Honestly, Jay, at first I thought that you were some kind of creep. In reality, who will just randomly warn us about being tricked by the taxi, be extremely friendly with us, and even give us a ride to our hotel in a very expensive-looking car. Marinette said without mercy. Ouch. Jason whined. But fair, that did make me look like a creep with twin F's. He cringed and made a disgusted face. Yep, and if you did have my powers would have warned me. Marcel laughed at Jason's face. Anyway, meeting Damien and Chloe's comment about us being siblings was what really gave it away. Marinette explained. And how the two of you were unnaturally friendly, especially Damien. I did my research on your family before coming here, and he is known as Ice Prince for a reason. Marcel continued. And the joke he said about the adoption. Marinette added. So Demon Spawn was who truly exposed us. Jason nodded, planning on throwing it in his face later. Yes, this morning Chloe kept insisting that we are Bruce's kids, so we decided to ask our parents. And here you can see yourself. Marcel passed his phone to Jason. Jason whistled. Kane, your parents didn't know you are Meta? He asked in shock. Nope, Marcel said, popping the P. He had them from the moment he was born and somehow managed to hide them. I only knew when we were 10 and our mind link awakened and I went through his memories. Marinette grumbled. Can you read each other's memories? Isn't that? Jason didn't know how to ask. If they can just read each other's memories, then they can never have their own privacy or secrets. Hey, don't worry about that. First, we share everything, and second, we can block memories so the other can't see them, Marcel explained. So what about your other powers? Jason was relieved. Sharing all of your memories will be uncomfortable for the twins, and he didn't want them to hate each other because the others saw something they shouldn't. As I said, who knows? Maybe you can find out. Marcel smirked at the dejected look of Jason. Fine, but at least you will help me with one thing. Jason gave up. What is it? Marinette asked. You will help me prank Timothy. Jason saw the glint in Marcel's eyes. Depends on the prank. Marcel and Marinette grinned as Jason explained what he wanted to do. I am in. Marcel agreed. Sounds fun. Marinette grinned. What Jason didn't know was that the twins were talking in their head to prank Jason too, using the Fox Miraculous. The twin looked at Jason like he was a prey waiting to be hunted. Jason felt a chill in his back but just dismissed it. Marinette and Marcel looked at the manor agape. And I thought Momo's house was big. Marcel mumbled and Marinette chuckled. Come on, let's go inside. There is probably no one besides Alfred, so I can give you a tour before they come. Jason said, dragging the twins towards the door. Just as Jason was about to put his hand on the handle, the door opened itself and Alfred was standing inside. Welcome to the Wayne Manor, Master Marcel and Miss Marinette. Alfred greeted them as Jason dragged the two inside. The inside of the manor was as beautiful as its outside, from the marble floors to the crystal chandelier. I am definitely getting lost here, Marinette said as she looked around. Well, just don't go wandering by yourself and you will be fine, Jason laughed at her. Growling. Everyone turned to Marcel, whose stomach grumbled. Marcel held his stomach and blushed. You must be hungry after getting disturbed during your lunch. I will go prepare some food. Alfred excused himself to the kitchen. Come on, sunshine, let me show you your rooms. Jason marched in. The twins followed behind rooms. Marinette asked, raising an eyebrow. The moment Alfred knew about your existence, he prepared your rooms. They are right next to each other. What about our stuff? Marcel asked. Jason shrugged. I am pretty sure B will send D to bring them. I will just give Max a call so he will let him take our stuff. Marcel took out his phone and dialed Max's number. The group didn't stop moving as Marcel talked on the phone. Hey Max. Yeah, we're alright. Not even a scratch. Marbear. Marcel moved the phone away from his ear. Diminic Chloe, I don't want to go deaf. Yeah, we are alright, and yeah, I broke some bones. No, we aren't coming back to the hotel. We will stay with our dad. Yes, it is Wayne. Sorry, you will have to deal with the class alone. If one of Bruce's kids, my brothers, come to pick our stuff, let him. Okay, thanks. Marcel hung up and sighed. She nagged you about leaving her to deal with Lila alone. Marinette informed, not asked. Yeah. Here is your room, Pixie. Jason announced as he opened the door. The room was big, and one word is appropriate to describe it: pink. From the bed, the walls, the furniture, most of them were pink. The furniture was obviously high quality, and the design of the room is very similar to her room in Paris. OMG, I love it. Marinette dashed into the room checking it. There is even a sewing machine, she exclaimed. Marcel turned to Jason and raised an eyebrow. Did you somehow copy our rooms from Paris? Jason shrugged. I'm pretty sure you either have a photo of your rooms on the internet, or Tim hacked into your computer's camera back in Paris to get them. Marcel nodded, noting to ask Tim to teach him more about hacking. Let's go to your room while Marinette checks hers. Jason dragged Marcel to the next room. Marcel's room was as big as his sister's. The walls were painted with a dark shade of blue. The furniture was simple but high quality, but what made Marcel feel that he was in his room was the superheroes posters on the wall and the bookshelf that was half filled with empty notebooks. Nice, was all he said before picking a notebook and starting to write about the villain attack that happened today while mumbling. Jason just stared as Marcel sat at the desk and started writing at an incredible speed. Oh God, what have you done? Marinette gasped behind him, and Jason turned to her. What? He asked. Why did you get him in his analysis mode? Now he won't leave the desk until he finishes analyzing the whole attack that happened. Marinette groaned. She still remembered when her brother spent 5 whole hours analyzing an Akuma fight just from his memory. Jason's sweat dropped. How long does he normally take? He asked. From 15 minutes to 5 hours depending on the villain. I think for this one he will probably take an hour and a half because I am pretty sure he will analyze the fear gas too. Jason got closer to Marcel and caught a bit of his mumbling. That the effect of the fear toxin wasn't like what was described in the internet, as it didn't put you in a nightmare but made you hallucinate and see the people and area around you in the worst possible way, like how you hallucinate the area to be filled with blood and bodies of your loved ones and see the people around you in form of your worst nightmare, your enemies, see them half dead, with deadly and gruesome injuries, or see them turn to form you are most scared of them turning to, like how I saw Mari as youth. As it seems the toxin can be either inhaled or injected, so having a gas mask and avoiding getting injected should be enough, but in case getting injected you can also control yourself and defend yourself if you are able to realize that you are hallucinating. Normally, if you were able to get yourself to think logically, you will be able to realize that you are under the toxin, as most hallucinations aren't logical. The same way I saw multiple Akumas and Hawkmoth standing in front of me. Hawkmoth was normal, so he shouldn't be able to accumatize more than one person. That could have been the key to realize that I was just under the effect of the toxin. Jason paled. What the F dash? He whispered to Marinette as he looked at Marcel in horror. Yeah, he can dismantle any power or weapon like that and come up with countermeasurement and even ways to improve it super fast. He is better at analyzing superpowers though. Marinette shrugged. That is scary. Can he do that to Superman? Jason asked, hoping to scare the shit out of Clark. Okay, he doesn't have anything against Clark. But he knew the Kryptonian had a crush on Bruce. After he and Lois divorced when they fell out of love, they were still best friends even if they divorced. Jason noticed the lovesick eyes Clark threw at Bruce from time to time, and since Bruce and Selena thought they were better as friends and broke up, he noticed that the number of visits of Superman increased greatly. He just wants to scare the shit out of him and make sure Clark wouldn't hurt Bruce's feelings, even though he would never confess to Bea or any of his siblings that this was his intention. Yeah, he has a full notebook on him. His weaknesses, ways to defeat him, even some theories on how to get rid of his weakness to kryptonite. Marinette answered from what she remembered. There was also a notebook that had ways to kill him if necessary, but she isn't telling Jason that. Jason looked at Marcel, who was concentrating on his notebook, then at Marinette. Do you think he would lend it to me? She raised an eyebrow. Why? Okay, long story, but Superman has a crush on Bea and I want to give him the shovel talk. Jason confessed, but I don't want anyone to know. Marinette's eyes widened. Superman what? Has a crush on your dad. Jason snorted at her reaction. I will make sure you have the notebook if me and Zoo get to be present during the shovel talk. She held out her hand. Deal. He shook her hand. In Metropolis, precisely the Daily Plant News Company. Clark in his desk shuddered as a chill ran down his spine. Are you okay? His best friend and ex-wife asked. Yeah, I am fine, but I felt a chill run down my spine for some reason, he answered. Someone is probably planning something for you. Lois chuckled. So any progress with your little crush? She wiggled an eyebrow at him. Clark blushed. Still the same, he sighed. Just keep trying, you will surely get him. What about you go visit him tonight? She suggested. Clark smiled at her. Yeah, I should probably take John with me. Yeah, he would like to hang out with Damien. Lois nodded and went back to her desk. Clark watched her go and returned to his work. 3 hours later, entered the manor with twin bags only to find them and Jason playing a fighting game on the PlayStation. How? Just how? Jason shouted as he lost to Marinette. Marcel was laughing. His butt off. You must be cheating, you can't beat me 9 times in a row and not be cheating. He accused her. Marinette just laughed at him. I am just that good. Marcel patted him on the shoulder, learned that the hard way, but Marinette never lost in a fighting game. I can beat her in strategy games, but fighting there is no way. Jason looked dejected. Dee chuckled at his childish behavior. Oh, don't give me that look, what about this? When Dee brings my bags, I will decode some of Superman's analysis so you can read it. Marcel tries to comfort him, and to Dee's surprise Jason's face brightens. Now he is curious about that analysis. I am home, he shouted as the 3 turned to look at him. Oh hey Wing. Marcel waved at him, and the other 2 had to stop themselves from reacting as Dee stiffened. The 3 walked towards him. Thift coughed in his hand. Why did you call me that? You looked pretty defensive about him when we talked about him this morning, so I thought you liked him. Marcel explained and Dee relaxed. Jason snorted and received a glare from Dee, as Marinette just smiled. Marcel, let's take our bags to our rooms, we can hang out with Dee afterwards. Marinette said and Marcel nodded. As soon as the twin left the area, turned to Jason. Do they know? He asked. No they don't, Jason lied neatly. Sighed in relief before he threw an arm around Jason's shoulder. So what was that about analysis? You seem very interested in them, Jay Bird. Oh, you don't know the half of it, Chipmunk is scary. You will see when he shows us his analysis and you will understand. Jason grinned. I heard him mumbling about fear toxin and the way he dismantled it scared the shit out of me. Stared at his brother for a bit. You got me curious. Tim didn't know what to expect when he entered the manor with Bruce. But he never expected Jason and Damien to be sitting next to each other reading a notebook while Marcel explained something to them. Was playing against Marinette on the PlayStation and he seemed to be losing. Tim looked at his father who was just as surprised as him. Tim watched as his father walked towards the twin, and he followed. Damien, Jason and Dee noticed them and soon the twin also noticed them. Tim noticed a glint pass in Marcel's eyes as he looked at Bruce. Marcel walked towards them. Hello Mr. W. The boy stuttered in greeting. IW wanted TT to thank you F for allowing me and my sister to stay in while you're home. The boy blushed and Tim swear he heard Jason snort. Tim saw Bruce freeze. It was funny seeing how Marcel was full of confidence when he met them as bats and when he was attacked, and how he acted like a stuttering shy boy towards Bruce Wayne. "Please just call me Bruce." Bruce smiled at him. "There was no problem at all. I couldn't let you go to that neglectful teacher after she left you alone multiple times, and just after you were attacked." Marcel's blush deepened. But still thank you, I don't know how to repay your kidness." Bruce stared at him. He was honestly impressed with his son. The way he changed his whole demeanor from a boy full of confidence and strong presence to a shy, stuttering boy who looked like he just wanted to disappear from existence. He reminded him of Clark. The man did the same. Acted as a shy reporter who you could overlook easily as Clark, and the confident, strong and capable man that you can count on as Superman. Bruce smiled brightly at him and patted him on his shoulder. "Then can you tell me about your powers? I heard from Dee that they are quite powerful, and honestly I am quite curious." "Sure," Marcel stuttered and hid behind Marinette, who came to greet. "Hello, Mr. Wayne. Sorry for my brother as he is shy around new people, and thank you for your hospitality," Marinette greeted with a smile. "Bruce is fine, Miss Marinette, and as I said, there is no need to thank me." Bruce smiled. "This is Timothy, my son." "Hi," he greeted, and Marinette looked him in the eyes exactly at the bags under his eyes. "Coffee for life?" she asked, holding out her hand. He stared at her for a second before nodding and shaking her hand. "Coffee for life." "No," Bruce and Marcel spoke at the same time with a stern voice. The two looked at each other for a second as Jason started laughing his butt off. "OMG! Huh!" chuckled while Damien kept a neutral face. The two looked and acted so much alike that it was funny. Marcel sighed and bonked Marinette's head. "Mari, we talked about this, you need sleep." "Sleep for the week," she murmured as she rubbed her head. "If you don't sleep I will take away your sewing kit for a week," he warned her. "Fine," she pouted. "Tim, we talked about this." Bruce sighed and Tim just shrugged. "What is that?" Tim asked, pointing at the notebook as Bruce sighed and excused himself to change into more comfortable clothes. "That is my notebook." Marcel answered. "Can I see?" he asked, picking it up. "Yeah, you can." Marcel gave permission and took one of the controllers to play against Dee, instead of Marinette. Marinette sat next Damien and started sketching some designs. Tim sat next to Jason and started reading the first few pages. A general analysis of Superman, a list of his powers and his fighting style. That is what he found in the first few pages. From there on he found a list of weaknesses and potential ways of defeating him. Then there was full analysis on each of Superman's battles, the ones that had videos on the internet, including his mistakes that could have led him to death and ways to fix them. Tim understood why Jason and Damien were so interested in the notes. "Hey Marcel, do you mind if I take a photo of your notes?" he asked. Marcel didn't look away from the screen. "Why do you need them?" he asked. "Just want to show them to be later." Tim didn't lie. He intended to show them to Bruce. Sure Timmy, but you will own me one." Marcel shrugged. That wasn't his main analysis anyway. Since it wasn't coded, it didn't include ways to exploit weakness and other kinds of information that can be quite harmful to Superman. "Sure." Tim smiled at him. "Is there a place for another player?" he asked. "You will play against Mari after I beat Wings butt." Marcel smirked. "Zoo! Language!" Marinette shouted at him. "Sorry." He apologized. Tim chuckled and took a seat next to Marinette. "So what is Paris like?" Marinette looks from her sketchbook. "Good, if you ignore Hawk Beach and his attacks." "Language!" Marcel shouted. "Yeah, Jason told me about him and I looked it up." "Can turn people to Akumas?" Tim asked. Marinette sighed. "Yeah, if you feel a negative emotion he can take control of you." That made it so everyone in Paris had to bottle up their emotions, which isn't healthy. Sounds hard. No matter how much you try to control your emotion, there will always be slip-ups. "Hey, I am gonna make some coffee, want some?" he whispered. "I don't think so, Master Tim." Tim jumped as Alfred spoke behind him. "Also Master Marcel, Miss Marinette, if possible Master Bruce wants to speak to you in the study room privately." "Okay." Marcel put the controller and stood up. Marinette did the same and the twins followed Alfred to the study room. "This will be awkward." Marcel said with a matter-of-fact through-their-mind link. I guess, we can just tell him we know if the conversation gets uncomfortable, Marinette shrugged. Shouldn't we be nervous right now? He asked. Probably because we already met him as Batman, Marinette shared her opinion. Probably, I kind of want to just drop the fact that we know as soon as we enter the study and see his reaction. Marcel had a playful smile on his face. No, we will let him talk, and if things get awkward we will tell him that we know. Marinette refused. Killjoy. Marcel pouted. We are already planning on pranking Tim and scaring the shit out of Jason using the Fox Miraculous. Pretty sure that is more than enough for you. She deadpanned at him. Yeah, you are right. Marcel grinned. The twins followed Alfred until he opened the door to the study. Master Bruce is waiting inside. Alfred said as they entered the room. Alfred closed the door behind them. Bruce was sitting at his desk reading some papers. He looked at them and smiled. Come take a seat. The twin took a seat and looked at him. Bruce opened his mouth to talk but didn't know what to say. Marinette and Marcel looked at each other. This is getting awkward. I don't know how to say this. Bruce rubbed the back of his head. I am your father, he finally said. The twins looked at him. What the hell? Marinette shouted in their mind link. That is the worst way to tell us. If we didn't know beforehand I would have thought he was playing a prank on us. She shouted to Marcel. Well, I think he has a problem dealing with this kind of emotional situation. He reminds me of Isaac. Marcel spoke in fondness. You mean the man that acted like a dad to your class and refused to admit it? Marinette asked. Yeah, now that I think about it, they are so much alike. Marcel spoke. They both are heroes. Aizawa fought quirkless, relied on support gear and patrolled at nighttime just like Batman. Bruce looked at the twins who were silent for a while and started to worry. I know that this is sudden and all, but I thought it would be better to tell you as soon as possible, and I wanted you to know that I want to be a part of your life. Bruce cursed in his mind. He hates these kinds of emotional situations. Marcel looked at him in the eyes. We knew, he said simply. Bruce just looked at him as Marinette elbowed him. We learned about this morning from our mom. Our friends convinced us that we look too much like Damien to not be related and convinced us to ask our mother. Marinette explained. I see, Bruce sighed. Well, he was glad that he wouldn't need to go through the trouble of explaining and providing proof. As I said, I want to be a part of your life, of course if you want to. Marinette looked at Marcel who nodded at her. To say the truth, I still need time to process. We only learned about the news this morning. And Scarecrow's attack didn't help. She frowned, but we would like that. Bruce nodded in understanding. Quick question, did you send Jason to take our DNA? Marcel asked. No, he denied. He did it without informing me, and they messaged me the results in the middle of a meeting. He grumbled. He was in the middle of patrol when Tim sent him the results. The twins chuckled. Do we just tell him that we know he is Batman? Marinette asked. You know what, let's just tell him. Put the blame on Jason, Marcel smirked. Is there anything you need right now? Bruce asked. Yes, there is one thing. Marinette responded. What is it? He asked. We know you are Batman. Marcel dropped the bomb. Silence filled the room as Bruce let out a very long sigh. How? He asked. He was honestly too tired to react. Red Hood messed up and called us the same nicknames Jason used. The rest of you I just put the puzzle together, Marcel explained. Jason, Bruce hissed. Is there anything else that I need to know? For now that is it. I will give Alfred the rest of the flies about the Akumas to pass it to you. Marinette said. They weren't ready to tell them about being Multi-Mouse and Ladybug yet. And can you please not tell the others that we know? Marcel asked. Why? Bruce raised an eyebrow. We just want to mess with them a bit, nothing harmful. Marcel smiled at him. You know what? Sure. Bruce agreed. Marinette looked at Marcel's eyes and both held a playful glint in them. Ding. Bruce looked at his phone and saw a message from Clark. I am coming to visit with John. Bruce groaned, fully knowing that this night will be full of chaos. The twins came back like nothing happened and sat next to Damien. So? Jason asked, raising an eyebrow, what did you talk about? Tim and Damien turned their attention to them. He just wanted to tell us that he is our father, but we already knew. Marcel dropped the bomb. He choked. Damien snorted and Tim looked at them in disbelief. Wait, you knew? Dee exclaimed. Yeah, Jason made it obvious. Marinette pointed at him. Hey, I didn't, he denied. Coincidentally being at the airport when you don't have any work there, being very friendly with us even if it is the first time we met and giving us a ride to the hotel. Coming to meet us the next day and bringing your brother who looks too much like us with you. Being protective of us and saying that you are our brother. Marcel counted. Nope, you were. The only other explanation to your behavior is you being some kind of perverted creep. Marinette shrugged. Jason grumbled as Tim snickered at him. When did you find out? Asked as he moved next to Marcel. This morning, our friend somehow convinced us to ask our parents if we were related to our father. Turned out we weren't. Marcel answered calmly. Just this morning? You are taking this too well for my liking. Tim spoke, not that he wasn't happy of getting new siblings, but he was worried as the twins didn't show any discomfort or even anger at the fact that they just discovered they weren't related to their father. When you live in a city with an emotional terrorist, you tend to learn how to process negative emotions faster. Marcel shrugged. I am still a bit angry with them, but I am mostly over it. Plus, we kept much bigger secrets from them. Marinette explained. Oh yeah, Marcel still didn't tell me about his other powers. Jason scowled. I told you, that is for me to know and for you to find out. Marcel taunted. I am quite curious. Tim said. Come on, Blueberry, just tell us. Dean nudged him playfully. Blueberry? Marinette asked. Oh, just a nickname. He calls me Wings, so I thought I would give him one. Said as he threw an arm around Marcel's shoulders. I don't mind, but I think Blueberry will suit Mari better. Marcel answered. Anyway, just tell us your powers. Jason whined. Zoo, just do it, he already knows most of them anyway. Marinette sighed. Marcel smirked as his veins started glowing red. The glow disappeared and was replaced with greenish-blue lightning started surrounding him. Before any of them could react, he stood up and carried Dee easily in a bridal pose. Whoa there! He exclaimed. Well, there is super strength. Marcel explained as he carried Dee easily. Dope! Jason exclaimed as he watched the lightning move around Marcel's body. Grayson, does the lightning affect you? Damien asked as he noticed some lightning bolts surrounding Dee's body too. No, they felt warm though, he answered. The lightning is the excess energy that Zoo's body releases. Marinette explained. So he must use the energy stored in his body to enhance his strength. Tim concluded. Yes, but I have too much energy. Right now I am using around 1% of the amount of energy I can safely use. Marcel explained. One for all became stronger in this life and somehow using the miraculous just made it grow stronger. At the moment 100% in his past life is equal to 70% right now. Interesting, you wouldn't mind doing more experiments about this later? I want to find exactly the type of energy you have. Tim asked, fascinated. Absolutely, Marcel grinned at him. Anyway, next is flight, he said as he began to float a few inches above the ground. Another thing happened is some of the quirks evolved like float became full-on flight, Black Whip gained more consciousness to the point it can activate itself while Marcel is asleep in case of danger. Transfer now allowed him to transfer a bit of energy from one for all temporarily either using the mind link with his sister or touching the person he wanted to transfer power to, and Gear Shift evolved and now it doesn't cause cellular damage as a drawback, instead it consumes a great amount of stamina to use. The other quirks didn't have much change. Are you sure you aren't Superman's kid and not Bruce's? Jason asked, which gained him a few glares. Nah, I am human. Anyway, he put Dee down. Next is smokescreen. I won't use it here, but it allows me to produce a big amount of smoke from my body. So, in the cafeteria that wasn't a smoke bomb but your power? Dee asked. Yes, Marcel nodded as he was floating near the ceiling looking down on them. A few black tendrils come out of his body without his permission. Marcel sighed. Next is Black Whip. They are these black tendrils that I used to fight. They are powered by my emotions, mainly anger, and have their own conscious. So you can't control them? Damien asked. No, I can. Just if I were unconscious they can act on their own. They mostly act like dogs. They are obedient but very protective. Marcel chuckled as the tendrils started dancing in the air. Nice. Are they made from energy or are they part of your body? Tim asked, looking at Marcel with bright eyes. Energy-based. Marcel answered as he retracted Black Whip. The next power which saved my butt multiple times is Danger Sense. Language Master Marcel. Alfred's voice came from behind them. Marcel turned and saw both Alfred and Bruce looking at them. Sorry, Alfred, he said, blushing as he flew to the sofa and landed beside D-. Bruce chuckled. Don't mind me, he said as he took a seat. I am interested in your powers too, he added. Marcel rubbed the back of his head. Danger Sense basically allows me to detect danger and malice intent towards me. How do you detect it? Domain asked, clearly interested in this type of power. It sounded the same as his instinct that he trained for years to develop. I don't know how exactly my power works, but if there is danger or an attack I will feel a painful nudge from its direction. Marcel explained, like this morning since I was hallucinating all the time I depended on it to navigate who is a villain and who is not. But how did you and Blueberry move so in sync like you could read each other's minds? You were even able to recognize each other while under the effect of the fear gas. Dee asked. Easy, because we did read each other's minds. Marinette answered and blushed when all the attention turned to her. I mean, me and Zoo share a mind link. We can read each other's memories, minds, and even share our senses with each other. Of course, if one of us refused, the other can't read their minds, but we got used to sharing everything to the point so we always are okay with it. Marcel added, so there isn't even one secret that you don't share? Tim asked. No, nope, the twins answered at the same time. Is there a distance limit? Bruce asked. As far as we know, no there isn't. Marcel shook his head. Nice, is that all, Chipmunk? Jason asked. There are two more. One allows me to store kinetic energy in my body and release it. The other is, in my opinion, the most powerful. Marcel had a grim expression as he remembered its old drawback that killed him. He is thankful that the quirk evolved and now consumed a lot of his stamina instead of damaging his cells and slowly killing him. The ability to change the speed at which objects accelerate through space. For example, I can make the Flash as fast as a normal human being or fire a bullet at the speed of light. But that goes against the law of reality itself. Tim muttered. Yes, and the drawback is as bad. Marcel retorted. What is the drawback? Bruce asked, frowning. The drawback changed as the power evolved some time ago. The old drawback is that it damages the body on a cellular level, which is very deadly. The room grew cold as the information sank in. You don't have any cellular damage, do you? Bruce asked, his tone emotionless, but Marcel can see the worry in his eyes. No, Marcel said calmly, I didn't really use it before it evolved. We will talk about this later, but for now, what is the new drawback? Bruce sighed as he asked. The new one is way better. Using the power will just consume a great amount of stamina. So as long as I don't abuse it, then I won't have to worry about the drawback. Marcel smiled. But I don't use it unless it is a life and death situation. Marinette drilled this rule in his head when she learned that it killed him in his past life. Marcel is sure that the change to the gearshift quirk was because his body adapted to the quirk and not that the quirk evolved. You can't change the drawback of something, but if the cells are more adapted to the quirk, then they won't get damaged. The room grew silent. You aren't allowed to use that power. Bruce cut the silence with a stern voice. Marcel pouted. I know, Mari literally drilled that rule in my head. Good that you know. Bruce sighed. I will take you tomorrow to do a full medical checkup, just to make sure nothing is wrong, he informed him. But I am fine. Marcel pouted. You will go, Bruce spoke sternly, leaving no room for discussion. Fine. Marcel agreed. OMG! Marinette gasped. You actually got him to go to the doctor, she exclaimed, and Marcel just glared at her. Is it really that hard? Jason raised an eyebrow. You don't understand, she shouted. He would rather die than go to a hospital, Maman, and Papa had never succeeded in taking him to one after, and I mean never. Dee whistled. Then, Little Bolt is more similar to B than we thought. Little Bolt. Marcel stopped glaring and tilted his head towards D-. Well, you are my little brother and you have lightning dancing around your body, so little bolt. Boo ruffled Marcel's hair as the latter just smiled. So Bruce hates hospitals as much as Marcel? Marinette asked. He would rather die than go to one. Jason grumbled, remembering all the times Bruce had come home bruised and full of broken arms and refused to go to the hospital. One of them is already enough, she shouted in frustration. Bruce cleared his throat. I am still here, you know. Anyway, Clark and John will visit and have dinner with us tonight. Damien groaned as Jason scowled. Clark? As in Clark Kent? Marcel asked. Yes. Bruce confirmed but raised an eyebrow when Marinette took out her wallet and passed a $100 bill to Marcel. Marcel laughed. I can't believe you got it right. Marinette mumbled. What was that? Tim asked. No worries, just a bet going between me and Mari and I won. Marcel laughed happily. What bet? Dee asked. Don't worry about it, I will tell you later. Marcel just waved him off. Marcel was staring at his phone as he read the summary of what happened from the class perspective. Bustier will be going back to Paris to deal with the mess Marcel put her in, and the school board will be re-evaluating her teaching skills. Mrs. Mendeleev was chosen to replace her on the trip, and she will be arriving tomorrow. Lila tried to spread rumors that Marinette was working with Scarecrow, and in the end nobody believed her as their friends defended them, and Chloe exposed how they only escaped because they acted as a distraction. Marcel rubbed his forehead and looked at the letter that was sitting on his bed. It had a blue rabbit sticker on it, and he knew what that meant. Bun Nix left them a message. Marcel groaned. The only reason for her to leave a letter is either an apocalypse-level Akuma will show up, or that an Akuma with time-traveling abilities will show up. He picked up the letter and opened it. There were only 3 words in it. Metropolis, soon. Marcel frowned at the lack of information, but he knew that Bun Nix gave them as much information as possible without causing trouble in the future. Marcel wanted to bang his head on the wall. Marcel inhaled and calmed himself down. Let's analyze what we have. First, Hawkmoth will move to Metropolis since he can't use his miraculous in Paris. Marcel grinned viciously. Good, now with the help of Batman. They will be able to get his identity. All they have to do is check who came to Metropolis from Paris and see if any of the suspects are there. Second, since Bun Nix warned them, that means the Akuma will either cause too much damage or will have the ability to mess with time like time taggers, so they need to be ready. Marcel needs to make sure whatever power the Akuma will have. Marinette must never get hit, as she is the only one that can reverse all of the damage. That word can have 2 meanings, either that the Akuma will be too strong to the point it can end their world, but that isn't it. If that is the case, Bun Nix would have shown herself instead of sending a message. Then the meaning is obvious. This is their last battle against Hawkmoth. He sighed. Soon, he tells himself. Soon they will catch him once and for all. Marcel sent a message telling him to keep a look for anyone that will go to Metropolis from Paris. Bruce didn't know how things escalated this fast. First, they found out that Paris was under attack for 3 years without the knowledge of the JL. Second, he finds out that not only that he has 2 children that he didn't know existed, but he also finds out that they are involved and targeted by the villain in more ways than he expected. And now, he finds out his new youngest son has a power that gives him cellular damage. Bruce rubbed his forehead. He hoped Clark won't be bringing any bad news and just be visiting. Master Bruce, Alfred called. Master Clark and John are here. He sighed and walked downstairs where Clark and his son were waiting. Clark hugged him. It is another thing Bruce found weird. After Clark and Lois divorced, he became more touchy with him, not that he minds. I hope I didn't interrupt anything by coming suddenly, Clark said as he broke the hug. You kind of did, but it isn't bad. Just got some new family members. Bruce answered as he saw the look Clark was giving him. Don't tell me, you adopted another batch of children. Clark joked. Something like that. We can talk about it over dinner. Bruce answered and turned his attention to John. Hello, John. How are you doing? I am great, Uncle B, Jonathan answered enthusiastically. Can I ask where Damien is? He was with the rest of the boys when I left him, Bruce answered. I will go find him. John bolted out of the room. Clark waited until his son was out of the view before turning to Bruce with a raised eyebrow. New family members be? He can hear 2 new young teens in the manor. Just found out this week that I have 2 more children. Twins a year younger than Damien. Bruce sighed. Really? I need to meet them. Clark said excitedly. He doesn't really have a problem with Bruce having more children, especially since he knows how much Bruce treasures them. They will be down for dinner in a bit, and I am pretty sure they know of your identity. Bruce smirked at Clark's widening eyes. Did you tell them? He asked. No, they found out on their own. They even had a bet on whether you are Superman or not. Bruce gave a smug look, proud of his children. But now I really want to meet them, they sound like a mini version of you. Clark grinned at him. John was following Damien's voice when a steady and strong heartbeat caught his attention. It was similar to Bruce's heartbeat but more energized. Without noticing, he followed the sound until it led him to a closed room. The door opened and a dark-haired teen came out. He looked at him with wide eyes, clearly surprised that he was here. Hello, you must be John. The teen greeted him with a bright smile, and John found himself lost in those clear blue eyes. Hello. The teen waved his hand in front of his face, trying to get his attention. John snapped out of his thoughts and blushed in embarrassment. Hello, I am Jonathan Kent, you can call me John. He introduced himself as the teen gave him a wide smile that rivals the sun. I am Marcel de Painching. Nice to meet you. Marcel held out his hand and John subconsciously shook it. And nice to meet you too. John answered with a smile of his own. Were you looking for someone? Marcel asked, and without noticing moved his face closer to John's. Why yeah, I was looking for Damien. John answered, blushing a bit. Let's go, I think he was still with Jay with my notebook. Marcel answered, took John's hand and dragged him towards the living room where his siblings were. John just let himself get dragged. Marinette was having a blast as she beat Tim for the 4th time in a row in Mega Smash 3. Domain was sketching in his book, while Jason was reading Marcel's notebook. He was very interested in it. D was messaging his girlfriend Corey, who was out of town. But when Marcel entered the room dragging a teen, everyone stopped and turned to them. Zoo, who is that? She asked. Oh, this is John. He was looking for Damien and somehow ended up in front of my room. Marcel explained innocently. The boys raised an eyebrow. John already knows his way in the manor from how much he visited them, and he can just follow their sound using his super hearing to find them. Hi. John said awkwardly. He knew the boys were looking at him, questioning why he was at Marcel's room. Hi, I am Marinette, this idiot twin sister. She said as she pointed at Marcel. Hey, she ignored Marcel's shout of protest. I am John, Damien's best friend. John introduced himself. Damien grumbled as Marinette brightened. Only friend. Jason chimed in. Damien glared at him. Jonathan looked between the group and moved next to Marcel. So what is your relation with the Waynes? Did Uncle B adopt you too? He whispered to him. Oh, Bruce is our long-lost dad. Marcel said casually. Jonathan gasped and turned to Damien. You aren't the only blood son anymore. He exclaimed and dodged a knife that Damien threw at him out of nowhere. Hey! John shouted from behind Marcel, who laughed. Little D. Don't attack him. Quickly stopped Damien, just as he took out another small knife. Cough, Master Damien, I will appreciate it. If you stop attacking our guests. Alfred showed out of nowhere. And dinner will be ready in 5 minutes, so please make your way to the dining room. With that he left the room. You live another day, Kent. Damien glared at him. And let go of my brother before I cut off your hands. He threatened, and John raised both of his hands in the air. Geez, chill out, man. John chuckled. John froze as he looked at Marcel. What is that thing? He screamed. Everyone got on guard. What is what? Jason shouted as he saw John pointing at Marcel. That creature in Marcel's pocket. John said as he stared at Marcel in wonder. Sheet. Realization hit both Marinette and Marcel as they cursed. John turned to Marinette and saw a similar creature in her purse. You have one too, he exclaimed. One of what? Damien snapped. Guess the cat is out of the bag. Marinette sighed. Tiki, Mullo, come out. I am so gonna get you back for this Superboy. Marcel looked John in the eyes. What are you talking about? Tim asked. And who is Tiki and Mullo? Dee added. We are. A squeaky voice came from Marcel as a gray creature bolted and flew to Dee's face. Ah! Screamed as he jumped back. Hi, I am Mullo. A gray flying mouse was waving at him. And I am Tiki. A red blur flew from Marinette's purse and a bug mouse thing sat on her shoulder. What are those? Jason whispered as Tim got closer to Marinette, trying to observe Tiki. Mullo, come here, Marcel said as Mullo flew and hugged Marcel's face before sitting in his fluffy hair. Damien was watching it with interest. Wait, how did you know I was Superboy? John exclaimed and Marcel just ignored him. What are they? Tim asked Marinette with sparkling eyes. Well read, Robin, they are Kwamis. Marinette said with a grin, might as well expose everyone. Wait, you knew? Tim shouted. Yes, we know that you are the bats. By the way, blame Jason for it. Marcel shrugged. Todd, you told them. Damien snapped his head to him. Calm your melons, demon spawn. I didn't tell them shit. I let it slip and used the same nicknames I used as Jason and they instantly caught on. Jason defended himself. Just wait till he finds out. Tim laughed. Oh, he already knew and he wasn't happy. Marinette smirked. Pixie, you betrayed me. Jason turned to her with a betrayed expression. The twin just shrugged. So what are these? John pointed at the Kwamis. The twin looked at each other. Mullo gets squeaky. Tiki spots on. In a bright flash of light, the twins transformed into Ladybug and Multi-Mouse. John had his mouth wide open while the boys just looked at them in shock. Jason was just staring at them in disbelief. So you aren't helping Paris's heroes, you are them. Tim spoke, excited. Does father know? Damien asked. No, I didn't. Bruce's voice came from the door, and you seem to have a lot of explanation to do. He spoke looking at the twins. Yes, we know, Marcel grumbled as he and Marinette transformed back to normal. Everyone was sitting at the table as Alfred brought their dinner. Clark was looking at them with interest. So where do we start? Marinette asked. You still didn't explain those creatures. John shut his mouth as Damien glared at him. That does sound a good place to start. Bruce nodded at the twins. Okay, they are called Kwami and they are bound to these jewelry called Miraculous. She pointed at her earrings and Marcel's pendant. Each Kwami holds a concept. For example, Tiki the concept of creation and Mullo the concept of multiplication. I assume their powers are related to their concepts? Tim asked. Yes, each Miraculous is unique, Marcel nodded. Creation, multiplication, destruction, intuition, even fear. All of these have their own Kwami. Who gave you such a responsibility? And did they even train you? Bruce asked, frowning. The one who gave us the Miraculous was the old guardian, and no, he didn't train us until later on, and even then it was just for a small PRD of time. Marinette answered. Bruce gritted his teeth. Someone gave his children such a responsibility and didn't even train them properly. You said, old guardian. What does that mean? Demis. Hawkmoth found him and attacked him. So he passed the title of the guardian to us in the middle of a fight which made him lose his memories of anything related to the Miraculous permanently, Marcel explained. So let me get this straight. He frowned. He basically dropped all of his responsibilities on you and erased his memories. Yeah, basically, Marinette shrugged. Honestly, he wasn't even a real guardian as from what we knew the temple was destroyed when he was still an apprentice and he was the only one left. Ah. Bruce sighed. We will talk about this more later. For now let's finish our dinner. You had a rough day and you need the rest. The family continued their dinner in silence. Just as everyone finished, Marcel remembered Bunnix's letter. I just remembered something important. Marcel spoke and everyone's attention was on him. Bunnix visited and left me a message. He passed the paper to Bruce who read it and frowned. The Bat family knew who Bunnix was from the files the twins gave them. So you might want to fill Superman in on all of this. Marcel smiled sheepishly. But what is in the letter? Marinette asked. Hawkmoth is coming to Metropolis. Marcel told her. You have got to be kidding me, we literally put a spell on Paris so he can't transform and give us a month break and he will just move to another city. She snapped. What are you talking about? Tim asked, knowing that Marcel told Marinette something using their mind link. Bruce passed the letter to him and he frowned. I know, but he will expose himself this way. It will be easy to track who left Paris to go to Metropolis. Marcel grinned viciously and Marinette looked at him before her face turned into a matching expression. So for now, can you make everyone hear one of your charms? I know Hawkmoth can overpower them, but at least it will give enough time to calm themselves. Marcel asked. Marinette nodded and transformed. She took out her yo-yo and took out 8 charms. She passed them to everyone. Bruce examined the black charm in his hand. What does it do? Marinette dropped her transformation and sat down. It basically protects your mind. Each charm is connected to its holder and makes a barrier around your mind. Brainwashing, mind control, mind reading, mental attacks, and more importantly, akumatization. The charm will resist all of them. Hawkmoth can still overpower them, but at least he won't be able to read your mind if you get akumatized. Basically, this will make sure that no matter what happens, at least your identity won't get exposed. Marcel added, this will be helpful. Bruce smiled. He was already looking for ways to resist mind reading. Akumatization? What is happening? Clark asked, confused. I will explain the details in the Batcave, as it seems you will be dragged into this mess either way. Bruce responded. For now, Marcel Marinette, it will be better if you went to your room and slept early. Marcel will have to go to the hospital quite early, and I am sure you need this rest after what you went through today. Yeah, I am pretty tired. Marcel yawned. He stood up and started walking towards his room. Alfred, can you make sure Mari sleeps? I am 95% sure she was planning on staying up late working on her designs. Zoo! You snitch! She shouted. I will make sure of that, Master Marcel. Alfred smiled at him. Bruce also stood up. Everyone else to the Batcave. I need to explain to Clark and John about Hawkmoth, and we will go through the other files Marcel gave me. Marcel, Mullo called from the top of his head. Marcel stopped looking for his pajamas. When will we look for Coffin? She asked as she flew in front of his face. We will start tomorrow. I will ask Dad to allow me and Marinette to patrol in hope of sensing his location. Marcel answered softly. Mullo hugged his nose. Thanks, Marcel. She shouted excitedly. Marcel patted her as he picked up his pajamas and started changing. He have to get the Bat Miraculous before Hawkmoth attack. He doesn't know what kind of Akuma they will have to face, but being extra careful will never backfire. Marcel woke up at 2:30 a.m. Jason told them that normally at this time Tim will be in the kitchen preparing coffee. You awake? He asked Marinette. Yeah, I am. Marinette answered. Remember the plan? I want you to make Jason see the most traumatizing thing possible. He told her. I will. I didn't tell you what illusion I will show him yet, but have you heard of Superbat? She asked. Marcel didn't know what Superbat means, but he could feel the mischievousness coming through the link. Superbat is the ship name for Bruce and Clark in their alter egos. And don't worry, I will let Trix take control over the power, so I won't see any of that illusion. Marinette assured him before he could protest. He wasn't gonna let her see an illusion of their new dad with Superman. Even if the illusion was just them making out. Good, and make it so he is the only one who can see the illusion, he added. Roger. Knock, 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 knock. A light knocking came from the door. Marcel opened it and found Jason waiting for him with a phone in his hands. Tim will go to the kitchen in around 5 minutes. Jason spoke as he dragged Marcel down. They talked about it, and Marinette told Jason that she was too tired to help them. Marcel and Jason found themselves in the kitchen. Marcel let out Black Whip and manipulated them so they warped all around his body, hiding everything besides his eyes. Activating Full Cowl at 40% made his eyes gain a blue glow to them. Jason whistles as he takes his hiding place, the phone in his hands ready to capture everything on tape. Marcel floated to the ceiling and waited. Jason turned off the lights. Around 5 minutes later they heard footsteps and Timothy entered the kitchen. He didn't turn on the light and just used his phone's flashlight. Marcel slowly floats behind him and moves some tendrils that, without alarming Tim, warped around the boy's ankles. Smoke started coming out from Marcel's body as he tightened his hold on Tim and used Black Whip to keep him in the air upside down. "Het, what the hell?" Tim shouted as he dropped his phone. Marcel moved in front of him and stared at him with blue glowing eyes. "Those who seek darkness must let it consume them. Come on, child, join me. Become a part of me." Marcel spoke with a low, sinister voice that sent chills down Jason's spine. He used OFA to boost his vocal cords to make his voice louder and sinister. Tim panicked. Who the F summoned a demon in the manor? He shouted loud enough for the whole manor to hear. If only Marinette didn't use the turtle miraculous to create a shield around the kitchen as soon as Tim entered, no one heard him. "I am no demon, child," Marcel chuckled darkly, and sweat started building up on Tim's forehead. "What am I? That is for me to know and for you to find out." Marcel lowered Tim down gently but still kept him tied up using Black Whip. "What the hell are you? You bastard!" Tim hissed as he tried to move his arms. "I am not a bastard. I am vengeance. I am the night. I am Batman." Marcel spoke in his ear. Wait, what?" Tim was confused. "Batman? Ha!" Tim instantly knew what was happening when he heard a familiar voice laughing. "Jason!" Tim shouted as Marcel let him go. Marcel laughed too. "Sorry, Timmy, but he convinced me." The lights of the kitchen turned on and Tim saw the phone in Jason's hands. "No," Tim whispered, "don't you dare." Jason smirked as he clicked send and turned the phone to Tim. "Already too late," he said as he bolted out of the kitchen. Tim was about to chase him when Marcel stopped him. "Wait!" Tim whipped his head towards Marcel with a glare. "I think you will like to see what Marinette prepared for Jason," he said with an evil grin. Tim's glare loosened. "I am listening. Is there by any chance a camera in the corridor in front of his room?" Marcel asked. "Yes, there is," Tim answered as he started to understand what Marcel meant. He took out his phone and connected it to the live feed from that camera. It showed Jason walking to his room, before freezing in his place with wide eyes. "What is wrong with him?" Tim asked. "He is seeing an illusion," Marcel answered and saw a grin plaster itself on Tim's face. "Bruce, what the F dash?" Jason's voice came out of the phone. Tim watched as Jason turned his head with a very flushed face. "Boy Scout, what the F dash?" Ha snapped again. "If you gonna F Bruce, don't do it in front of my FNG room," he shouted, glaring at the air. Tim watched as Jason's expression turned horrified. "Why are there more of you?" Jason asked, bewildered as he stepped back. Tim had to hold his laughter for the next scene. "No, stay away," Jason said as he took another step back, utter horror painting his face. "Don't get any closer. I am warning you." The look of horror on his face made Tim wonder what the hell did the twins make Jason see for him to react like that. Jason turned and bolted away. "Ag! Stay the F away from me, you creeps!" he screamed. Marcel picked Tim up and flew to the ceiling as Jason came running from upstairs and rushed out of the manor. The two stayed in silence before Tim slowly turned his head to Marcel. "What the F did you do to him?" he asked, and Marcel saw the sparkle in his eyes. "All I know is that Marinette put him in an illusion where he saw Bruce and Clark making out. The rest I don't know," Marcel explained as he looked at the manor's open door. "He doesn't know what tricks showed Jason." Duh. Tim stared at Marcel in amazement. "He is FING traumatized now. I am so gonna send this in the group chat." He paused a bit. "And thank you for not making me experience that." Marcel stared at him. "No problem? Anyway, I am gonna ask Mari what exactly she and Trix made him see." He put him down and started floating out from the kitchen. "Oh, and if possible please add us to the group chat." With that, Marcel went back to his room. "Mari, what did Trix show him?" he asked. Marinette stayed silent before speaking. She explained how Trix said he made Jason see Bruce naked first, then when he turned around he found Superman FNG Bruce, then slowly more copies of both of them appearing, then at the end all of them running after Jason while fully sweaty and naked. "I didn't see anything, but I could hear Trix's loud giggles in my mind as he created and controlled the illusion." Marinette sighed. She didn't expect Trix to do all of that. "He was so proud when he explained it to me." Marcel stayed silent for a second. Go to sleep, and tomorrow act if we don't know anything about that. Okay. She agreed because no why in hell would she explain that to Jason. The next day, early in the morning, Marcel and Marinette found themselves getting a full health check at the hospital. Bruce and Clark were accompanying them. I understand why you want a full health check for Zoo, but why me? Marinette whined. I need to know the effect of your earrings on your health. Bruce answered causally. They were alone waiting for Marcel to finish his final medical test. Fine, Marinette pouted and Clark chuckled. It is a bit strange to see one of your children acting cute, still can't believe they are related to you. Clark nudged Bruce. Bruce glared at him, and Marinette pout turned into a predatory grin. You really think so, Mr. Clark? Clark felt a chill run down his spine. Zoo has over 68 plans that can theoretically neutralize you, and 14 of them are deadly. And you know, since he and I can look through each other's memories, I have access to them at all times. Clark remembered when the League found out that Batman had backup plans to defeat each and every member of the JL, including himself, and he said it was normal and they were fouls for not doing the same. Nope, definitely your kids. Bruce smiled proudly, and Marinette burst out laughing. The door to the room opened and Marcel came out scowling. He looked at Marinette and raised an eyebrow. What is funny? He asked as he moved closer to her. Bruce let them be and moved to the doctor. So what are the results? The doctor looked through the notes he wrote through all the tests and passed them plus the files to Bruce. As it seems, both of the twins are completely healthy with no signs of any disease or injury. Bruce looked through the files, from blood tests to x-rays. Everything was normal, so Marcel's powers and the Kwame's magic didn't affect the twins at all. Bruce sighed in relief, but noted in his mind to make the twins do a medical checkup every now and then just to make sure they were all right. Bruce spoke with the doctor about a few things before returning back to the group, where he found Clark and Marinette laughing while Marcel was glaring at his sister. What is so funny? He asked with a raised eyebrow. You won't believe this. Marinette was just telling me a story about Marcel. Clark spoke between his laughter. I will get my revenge, just you wait. Marcel glared at his sister. Bruce raised an eyebrow, amused. What kind of story? He asked curiously. Okay, one time when he was hanging out with a group of his friends. I don't know them personally, but I watched the whole thing through his memories. They had a sleepover at his friend's house. They played and watched a movie, but Marcel fell asleep first. So his friends thought it was fun to pick him up, tie him to the roof of a car while he was asleep, then break the speeding limit of every street in the middle of the night. Marcel woke up screaming and his friends just didn't stop. Marinette explained. That is dangerous. Bruce frowned. Yeah, it was. Marcel agreed, and that is why I banned them from ever giving Ochako, the girl who was driving, a car ever. He still remembers how many police cars were following them at the time. Huh, Bruce sighed. Let's just get back to the manor. The ride to the manor was silent. When they entered the manor, they were greeted with Jason holding 2 guns and pointing them directly at Clark. Die, you little sheet! Jason shouted as he started shooting at Superman. Whoa there, Clark said as he dodged the bullets. Hey, what is the problem? He shouted as he was hit in the shoulder. Bruce was enraged. Shut up, old man, your turn is still up for what you did yesterday. Jason snarled. Yesterday? Bruce asked. Hey Jay, Marinette called awkwardly. Jason turned his glare to her. Yesterday? Might have been an illusion. Jason looked at her confused, then he remembered that the twins have magic. Marcel didn't give him a chance as he picked up his sister and rushed past him. Pixie, he screamed as he ran after them. Huh? Oh, Bruce let out a long sigh. Clark chuckled. They seemed to get along. They got along too much. Bruce grumbled. Are you okay? I won't put it past Jason to have kryptonite bullets. What if I am not? Gonna kiss the pain away? He teased. Bruce looked at him unimpressed. You know what? Sure. He gave him a quick peck on the lips and followed the teens. He has too much on his mind that he doesn't care if his feelings for Clark are exposed. Clark stood there frozen in place. When he realized what happened, he blushed and ran after him. When he reached the living room, he was surprised by the scene in front of him. Jason was hanging upside down as Marcel was using Black Whip to tie him up. Tim, John and you were laughing their butt off, while Damien was snickering. Marinette was talking to Jason. Promise you won't attack us. No, he refused. Then you won't mind seeing the illusion again, just this time Marcel will be tying you up so you won't run. Marinette smiled evilly. Clark didn't know what kind of illusion they showed him, but it must be terrifying as Jason's face paled. You wouldn't dare. He challenged. Oh, she wouldn't, but Trix, the one who actually showed you that illusion, would dare. Marcel spoke, and just for your information, we don't see the illusion. So you will be the only one traumatized. Jason was silent for a moment. Fine, I hate you, he huffed. We love you too, the twin said as Marcel gently put him on the sofa. Jason grumbled. Now can someone please explain why Jason attacked Clark? Bruce asked his children. Silence filled the room. Tim already shared what happened yesterday with John and Damien, so they know that Jason saw Bruce and Clark fang each other. Marcel and Marinette looked away. They told Trix to show Bruce and Clark making out, not having full-on SEC on the collider. Jason huffed. There is no way in hell that he will be the one to explain. That let's just say, Jason saw some very disturbing things and Clark was in most of them, Tim explained awkwardly. Bruce raised an eyebrow. That you don't want to know. The Kwame went overboard, what Jason saw wasn't in the plan. Marinette explained. B, trust me, you don't want to know. D added. Fine, Bruce gave up. I am going to my office, he said as he walked away. Clark just gave them a smile and followed him. Wait, I need to ask Bruce something, Marcel exclaimed as he went to follow. I will go with you, John said as he followed. He wants some alone time with his soon-to-be brother. Yes, he knew about his father's crush, and from what he eavesdropped heard earlier, his father has a high chance. So, Bruce asked, looking at his son and Clark's. Can I go out? Mullo sensed another miraculous and I want to locate it. Marcel asked, hoping to get permission. Will it be dangerous? He asked. He still doesn't know much about the miraculous. Marcel promised to give him one of his notebooks that had information about them after he decoded it for him. Marcel doesn't want anyone learning his code. No, I just want to see its relative location. Once I know it, I will tell you before I act. Mullo already said that the miraculous is dormant, so even if someone has it, they don't know its ability. Marcel explained. That you can go, but not alone. Bruce made his decision. I will go with him, John said excitedly, which made Clark raise an eyebrow at him. John just gave him a smirk before dragging Marcel away. Thanks, Dad, Marcel exclaimed before bolting out of the room. John followed him. Bruce stood there frozen. B, hey Earth to be. Clark waved his hand in front of Bruce's face. He called me Dad, Bruce said, blinking. Yeah, he did. Clark gave him a soft smile. Bruce stared at the closed door and a small smile made its way to his face. Clark sneaked one of his arms around Bruce's waist. So, did you mean the kiss earlier? He asked, blushing. He knew for a fact that there was no reason for Bruce to act like that. They weren't in a gala or in public, so that wasn't one of Bruce's acts. Batman won't make a move on any one of the Justice League if he doesn't mean it. Bruce looked at Clark, whose face was redder than a tomato, and he couldn't stop himself from chuckling. Well, do you want me to mean it? He teased as he moved his face closer to him. Yes, Clark answered without hesitation. Bruce didn't speak but leaned and connected their lips. Clark reacted instantly as he put a hand on Bruce's hips and brought him closer, deepening the kiss. Bruce bit down on Clark's bottom lip, hinting for him to open his mouth. Clark complied, and not giving Bruce a chance, he shoved his tongue in B's mouth. Bruce tried to fight for dominance, but Clark didn't let him. A few moments later, Bruce broke the kiss, breathing heavily as Clark, who didn't lose a breath, nuzzled in his shoulder. Want to continue this in my bedroom? Bruce asked between breaths. Clark beamed at him. I'd love to. He picked him up and bolted out of the room. John, who heard everything, sent a message to the Bat Boys about their father's new relationship. HM? Who are you texting? Marcel asked by his side. I just heard our dads making out, I told the rest, he said, looking mildly disgusted about hearing his father making out with someone. So you are my brother now, Marcel stated, shrugging off the fact that his dad is in a relationship with his new dad. Yep. John answered cheerfully. So where are we going first? He asked, tilting his head. I want to go to the museum, since miraculous are very old artifacts. There is a high chance they will be in there. Marcel explained. But we can go somewhere else afterwards if you want. Nice, what about watching a movie in the cinema or something? John suggested. You make it sound like we are going on a date. Marcel laughed. Hey, I just want some bonding time with my new brother, John pouted. Okay, we can go to the movies afterwards, Marcel smiled. Marinette was bored. Marcel went out to look for the miraculous with John and she stayed with her other siblings. Tim had to go to the company and Damien went to class and she was stuck with Dee and Jason. So Blueberry said as he poked Marinette, tell us more about yourself. He asked, trying to learn more about his new sister. Sure, but I also want to learn more about the family. Marinette smiled at him, so how about we make it fun? What do you have in mind, Pixie? Jason raised an eyebrow. We will play Never Have I Ever. Marinette smiled mischievously. Sure, so what are the rules? Dee asked. Since we obviously can't let Pixie drink, each of us will have 20 points. The first to 0 loses. Jason shrugged. Sure, Marinette agreed. JJ, you start. Never have I ever twerked in the middle of the fight. Jason smirked at D-, whose ears turned bright red. Hey, that was one time. He lost a point. 19. No way. What exactly happened? Marinette gasped and looked at D for information. 20. It was a joke. D shouted. You did it 3 different times. I know that you are proud of your butt, but that is disgusting to watch. Jason laughed at him. 20. You know what? Never have I ever died. He grinned at him. 20. Low blow Dicky. Jason grumbled. 19. Really low. Marinette grumbled too. 19. Never have I ever been a robin, she smirked in victory at them. 19. Nice one. Blueberry looked at her with a raised eyebrow. Really, Pixie? Jason looked unimpressed. Marinette shrugged. 19. Never have I ever had a C with more than 5 different girls, Jason grinned. Now you are just targeting me. D grumbled. 17. Your fault for sleeping with every girl you see. Jason shrugged. So D is a womanizer? Marinette tilted her head. 19. He flirts with everyone. Jason grinned at him. I do not. Deck denied. Do too, do you want me to count them? Heck, you even flirted with Clark when he didn't recognize you in your Nightwing costume the first time. Jason accused and Marinette's eyes widened. That time was a joke. Like hell would I date someone as old as B. D snapped. So you flirt with everyone? Marinette asked. It helps distract my opponent. D confessed. Never have I ever died aversion, he grinned at Jason. Really D-. Jason glared at him. 17. Oh man. Marinette grumbled. 18. Never have I ever had section, she smirked. That is a good one. D ruffled her hair. 16. You seem to be winning, Pixie. We should probably start getting into magical stuff, shouldn't we? Jason grinned evilly at her. 16. We should. He grinned as well. Wait, you are ganging up on me. Not fair. Marinette glared at them. I will try to guess the craziest cheat that happened to you. Jason smirked as he began to think. Never have I ever fought a giant ice cream monster. Done that, Marinette announced. 17. Wait, really? Jason looked at her with wide eyes. Yeah, an ice cream maker with meta ability that let him see how much people are compatible using ice cream flavors got mad at me, and was akumatized. His goal was to force me to find love using his ice cream. Marinette cringed at the thought. At that time she still had a crush on Adrian. No way, what were his powers? Asked, vibrating in his seat. If he hits you, you will turn into an ice cream statue. Anyways, if you want to learn about it you can search it up. Marinette pointed at D-, indicating for him to go. Well, this is a good one. Never have I ever fought against a giant snake. D says, and Marinette smirked at him. Wrong, she beamed. Never have I ever used a gun. Hey. Jason yelled. 15. You aren't the only one who knows how to target people. She grinned at him. She will put all of her attention on him. Never have I ever fought a giant baby. He smirked. Bummer, Marinette pouted. 16. Never have I ever fought a dragon. Looked at her with hopeful eyes. Ah, does a dragon crocodile count? She asked. Yes. I have to see this, my baby sister and brother kicking a dragon's butt. Cheered. Oh, later, she waved him off. 15. Me too, I have to see this. Jason piped in. Yeah. Anyway, never have I ever been adopted, she grinned. Really, Pixie? Jason groaned. 14. You didn't get me in this one. He took me as his ward and we never actually signed adoption papers. He smirked at her. 16. Marinette called, team up on him? She asked. You know what? You have a deal, Pixie. Jason smiled at her. Never have I ever performed in the circus. Really, Jaybird? Dee gave him a glare. 15. Never have I ever been trained by assassins. Oh, shut up. Jason glared at him. 13. I will come back for the assassin part later. Never have I ever flirted with my enemy. Marinette gave Dee a look. Well, at least you got Jason with that one. Dee shrugged. 14. Sorry, Jay, I swear I didn't mean it. Marinette apologized. Don't worry, Pixie, never have I ever kissed an alien. He smirked at Dee dash. 12. She kissed me, Dee exclaimed. 13. And you kissed her back. He smirked. We are back, losers, a loud voice came from the collider. A blonde girl walked to the room grinning widely with a dark-skinned boy next to her. The two stopped in their palace as they saw Marinette. The blonde slowly looked at Dee. Biological? Legal? Or emotional? She asked. Bio. Dee answered without batting an eye. She and her twin brother, he added. Cool, she said as she jumped next to Marinette. I am Stephanie Brown, call me Steph. I am Bruce's child but not his child. She grinned at Marinette. I am Duke, Bruce's ward. The dark-skinned boy introduced himself. That there is more? Marinette exclaimed before noticing that she was being rude. Sorry, I am Marinette de Painting, I guess way now? We just learned that he was our father yesterday. She shrugged. Okay, Mari, what is your catch? Steph asked as she got closer to Marinette's face. Crazy assassin family? A villain parent? What is your crazy story? Marinette looked at Dee, pleading for help. It chuckled. Come on, Steph, don't overwhelm her, and if you read the group chat you would have known. So there is a crazy background story. I knew it. None of the old man's kids is normal. Steph jumped as she exclaimed. Calm down, Barney, and let Pixie talk. Jason rolled his eyes. Shut up, a-hole. She snapped at him. While the two were bickering and Dee trying to calm them down, Duke slowly dragged Marinette away from the room. You will get used to them, he tells her. Don't worry, I dealt with my fair share of crazy people. She smiled at him. So how do you feel? He paused. I mean about all of this. It is kind of new and a bit wild, but I dealt with crazier stuff. Marinette shrugged. Duke snorted. Like what? He asked. Like being eaten by a real T-Rex, or being locked in a tower by my stepdad who turned into something like Bigfoot, or traveling to space in a magic train controlled by a villain, or fighting a monster that gets stronger by eating fear, or dash. Wait, is all of that real? He asked, terrified. What the F is his new sister's life? Oh yeah, there is an app called Bug Out where you will find all the information. She shrugged. Duke stared at her. Why did I join this family again? He murmured. Mari. Steph came running and snatched Marinette away. Duke looked at the direction where Steph dragged Marinette into and turned to his room. He isn't sober enough for this sheet and he doesn't even drink. Marcel and John were wandering in the city hoping for Mullo to feel the location of the coffin. Suddenly Marcel froze. What is the matter, Mar? John asked, tilting his head. Nothing. Mari just told me we have even more siblings. Marcel sighed. Oh yeah, Uncle B has a lot of children. Who did she meet? John asked. Stephanie and Duke, Marcel responded. Oh, then Cass still hasn't returned. John shrugged. There are more. How many does he really have? Marcel asked, startled. Honestly, I lost count at 8, John shrugged. And I thought I attached to people easily. Marcel mumbled under his breath, but John heard him. Don't tell me you also have an adoption addiction. John teased. No. Of course not. Marcel denied. Something tells me you are lying. John didn't believe him. In fact, his reaction just made him look guiltier. I will ask Marinette. Ugh. Marcel groaned. Fine, I did get attached to some people and considered them as siblings, but never as a child. I knew it is in your blood. Damien adopts animals, and you siblings, I just need to find what Marinette tends to adopt. John grinned. Good luck, I am not gonna tell you. Marcel grinned back. Marinette had considered Manon as her little sister, acted like a mother to all of the Kwamis besides Tiki, and loves animals and plants. I will find out on my own. John declared. Hey, can we get some ice cream? He asked, looking at a nearby ice cream shop. Sure. Marcel agreed. They entered an ice cream shop and started looking through the flavors. I think I will have the kiwi one. Marcel said to John. Then I will have the chocolate flavor. John decided. You can go sit there while I get them. John pointed at an empty table. John stood in line, while Marcel took a seat and took out his phone. He found a ton of messages in the group chat. In the Crackheads group chat. Time tagger. Hey, at Pure Bonebreaker at Pure Clumsy Girl, Miss Mendeleev came and made an announcement. Most of the activities are cancelled. We will only have another tour in the Wayne Company the day after tomorrow, and visit the museum the day after it. Princess Fragrance. I really wanted to visit the botanical garden, but now we can't. Sad face. Reflecta. At least they didn't end the trip early. We will still go to Gotham Academy for a month. Time tagger. Yeah, we will get a chance to go on our own. We have a whole month to find a chance. Bubbler. Yeah, cheer up, Dedette. We can still go. Dark Cupid. By the way, where are at Pure Bonebreaker and at Pure Clumsy Girl? Reflecta. Yeah, they didn't return yesterday and Chloe refuses to tell us where they are. Time tagger. Queenie, tell us where they are. The Queen. Why should I? Dark Cupid. If you tell us, I will do one thing you order no matter what. Gamer. No need for calculation, you just dug your grave, Kim. The Queen. Do me 2 favors and I will tell you. Time tagger. Do it, Kim. Gamer. It isn't your secret to tell Chloe. The Queen. PSH, they didn't tell us to keep it a secret, and as long as they keep it to themselves we should be fine. Gamer. Fine, but you will deal with Marcel's lecture on your own. The Queen. Worth it. So Monkey, so you accept. Dark Cupid. First, don't call me that. Second, yeah, I accept. The Queen. Good. Gamer. You will regret it and I will be there to watch you suffer. The Queen. Yeah, but what I will make the monkey do will be worth it. Long story short. We found out that the twins are only related to Sabine and not Tom, and they found out that their father is Mr. Wayne, who they are staying with. Bubbler. You are kidding, right? Gamer. No, all she said is true. Princess Fragrance. Oh, this.